Ooh, hello! How are we all doing on this fine Thursday? Well, that's not morning actually. We're a little bit past morning. A half an hour. We all feeling good though? We all ready for EGC to kick off on the weekend? That's not long to go now. Bloody hell, I've got one hell of a wild tangle here. But yes. 2 more streams, and then we are back into the competitive AoE4 action. I will not be on the Saturday stream. It has been confirmed now. I'll be on the Sunday, so you guys will be able to catch me there. Saturday, I think, is going to be Crackety Dabston, but I might be wrong. But no, pretty fun one. Looking forward to this tournament, especially some new maps. It's kind of refreshing. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't getting a little bit bored of watching the same old maps that we've been seeing time and time again. Like... If I got one of the devs watching, I mean, like in fairness, I think the devs usually agree with me, by the way. Like, a lot of the things I say aren't really disagreed with. I mean, they might be hot takes in some one way or another, but like most devs I've spoken to agree with a lot of the ideas that I try to put out there. The problem is getting it through the higher ups. Oh wait, what's that? Just realized I'm feeling more like this today. You know, I feel like this just looks better in the all black, right? Even though it's Merlot Onyx. What's up, Secrets of the Book? Just got off of age 4. How's the week going? Oh, not too bad, not too bad. Went downtown with the family yesterday. So, you know, just got out, stretched our legs, went around some charity shops and whatnot. Just basically spent a little bit of time with my daughter and my partner. But yeah, now back for 2 more streams before the weekend. So... like I said, I'll be on EGC on Sunday, but I'll be here today as well as tomorrow. I'm going to try to make this like a decently long stream, so I think we'll actually aim for like probably 7 hours, maybe? 7 to 8 hours, I think sounds really good. That would be a cool, nice little stretch. And then tomorrow I'll probably do 5 or 6 hours, which means like, dude, how many hours are we doing per week still? I feel like that's adding up to close to 30 a week still, which is pretty good, especially considering like I don't make anywhere near minimum wage the hours I put in. Do it because I love it. Going to be doing some of the Millionaire Shortbread today, by the way. We are in the last 2 days of our sponsorship segment for the month of May with Protein Works. I'm planning to talk to them about renewing. So if you guys are considering giving it a nibble, giving it a try, I definitely recommend doing that now with the code KillerPigeon. And then that lets them know, hey, this guy's pretty good. And hey, his community seemed to like it, so we should come back again. Which is good for me, because I really want to try mixing banana and salted caramel. Recon received his package, by the way, and he said he wasn't sure, like, he didn't really resonate with the water, but I did tell him you need to refrigerate. Like, by the way, have you ever tried these? Refrigerate them. Refrigerate the water. It's 10 times better when it's refrigerated. I always add 1 or 2 ice cubes as well. Just keeps it colder for longer, much better. But the thing that Recon found worked for him is he actually went ahead and mixed it with milk. So definitely a good idea, actually, depending on the flavors you have, because some of them just do sound a lot more milky. I imagine the Speculoos Biscuit Heaven sounds like it would work better with milk. I imagine the... I need to try it, actually. I wonder if the white chocolate and raspberry would work better in milk. Some flavors will definitely... Like, I don't know. Like banana, I reckon you get away with water, but something about banana milk sounds amazing. But yeah, we'll hopefully look to renew them. I'm going to have a talk with the... guy, my point of contact over the weekend, and we'll see about actually continuing that relationship because they have been delicious and nutritious. What about mixing it with some banana? What, the Millionaire Shortbread? I mean, the number one thing I want to do next time, I want them to send me some banana and some salted caramel because I want to mix those together. I had banana ice cream with salted caramel ice cream when I was on holiday, and I was like, whoa. You think there's going to be an MLG for Age this year coming? MLG. Dude, we can barely get like a reliable tournament calendar and you want a Major League Gaming circuit? Nah. I like... AoE 4 is in a bit of a sorrowful state. I think number one step to rebooming the game isn't actually focused around pro play per se. You need to bring the casuals back in before you can inflate the pro scene. Otherwise, like, what you get is like this negative spiral where, for example, I see this in Apex right now, but Apex at least has the numbers of pub players playing. But a lot of perception from people after they play for a while is the best thing about it is actually the comp scene. And like, we're basically leading that logic that the best thing about our scene is the comp scene. The problem with that is our scene isn't that big. You can't get away with it. You can get away with it scale, but you can't get away with it small. So devs need to actually really focus in on what the casuals want, what the day-to-day players want, and how to improve their experience. Because to be honest, they are completely neglecting it. There's some simple things like people are bored of the same maps over and over again. Rotate maps, bring in new maps. Like it's such a simple win, and yet it's something we still do not have after all this time, which upsets me deeply. Modding support is one I've been over time and time again. Something to look forward to would be great. I don't want a cringy roadmap that is disingenuous, but I do want to see a semblance of a future for the game, right? The reason I'm not a big fan of roadmaps is the term roadmap gets thrown away around rather way too much, and quite often the roadmaps that come out are terrible. We had that before, where the roadmap that came out literally had crap written on it like bug fixes. Little tip, guys, if you ever have a roadmap you're writing and you have to add bug fixes, just stop it right there. Erase the entire segment. Hey, there's Recon. Yeah, we're just talking about your Recon, how you're enjoying your protein works. You found that milk worked for you, right? Did you try it with ice cubes, like I said, or like refrigerating the water, by the way? Yeah. Oh, that was the other mistake Recon made. He didn't get one of these. So inside here, I'm not going to try to reach in and pull it out, but inside here, there is a spring ball thing that's really good at breaking up any powder that sticks together. And there we go. We got Recon's the correct subs to use on the channel. He's now got the emotes. Thank you very much, Fatlop. But yeah, the reason why these shakers are good, full honesty, not the sexiest looking shaker, right? Quite basic. I actually want to talk to him about that because I think there's definitely a market for making something a bit more gamified. But the thing that works really well is inside there's a thin wire spring ball, and that breaks up the powder so that you don't get clumpiness or anything. Maybe you had too much powder? Yeah, check on the side, because some of them are labeled as 1.5, some of them are labeled as 2. And make sure you get the measurements right. So I always do about 350 to 375 milliliters of water, and then I'll add whatever it says on the side in terms of the powder amount. But like I said, you'll probably have a better time at refrigerate, because if you had a mild water, they kind of taste terrible. It's always been the way with these things. Pretty much everything powder-based seems to work that way. You're not wrong, Cammy. You're not wrong. We do try to bring the hype. Someone gotta. Tournament organizers, I heard after Re12 they're going to try, but it's word of mouth, Word of mouth from who? I haven't heard anything about this secrets, and I feel like I'm ears in pretty much every door in relation to Age of Empires at this point. I don't see that happening. The only way that happens is if Microsoft sells Age of Empires as a circuit deal with all Age of titles to a big org. Basically what ESL done with StarCraft as well as Warcraft. All right, so I'm going to catch them in chat and then we can probably get ready to go. 1 second. So I wanted... Where is it? Okay, yeah, Beasty is privated. That's fine, though. We're starting off with Recon. My Trash Panda going up against Wham. Because you guys had a game on 4 legs. Ooh! Wouldn't mind seeing tourneys from the main organization. I thought they had teams because I stopped playing. Oh, you mean you want, like, basically kind of a Gamer Legion effect? I don't think that's necessarily the way forward either. That can help, but that's like that should never. You should never ever have that be the cornerstone of your esports scene. Because the reality is, even if like they have the best intentions, they can sometimes accidentally miscue things. You always want at least 2 competitors within the scene if a developer doesn't want to directly control the scene. So that's why, like, it's really good to see with Dota 2 for a while. It was getting a bit worrying because ESL was the last man standing, and ESL do make incredible events, but the reality is once you monopolize, things can become negative. It doesn't matter who you are. It's very rare to find someone that doesn't, even if unintentionally, take advantage of that, right? So like now, Dota 2 has a potential rebuild on its hands because Blast is committed, PGL's committed. There are rumors that maybe StarLadder will commit because StarLadder just committed to CSGO again, or CS2 rather. So yeah, those type of things are really important. And the problem is, like, to a certain extent, the state we have with EGC is kind of a good and bad thing. They've been really loyal to the scene. They've been really helpful around the scene, but they become a cornerstone in a way that can be a negative spiral, right? because then, you know, they, for a start, you don't want anyone having too much control. Another thing is, like, you end up in this awkward situation where, from an EDC perspective, it's maybe harder to figure out ways to monetize because you feel your loyalty comes first to the scene. And that's like a dangerous balance, right? And that's something that we regularly see people exploit themselves and exploit others for in esports, is people just focus way too much on this whole idea of, I love esports, right? Like, look at me, dude. I'm busting my ass. We're doing, was it working out 100 to 140 hours a month of streaming, and I ain't even covering half my bills, right? So it's like, that is what I just described. There is so many people throughout the esports world. A lot of us do it to a fault, and then, you know, the thing I always say is, like, you probably work a fifth of the grind in your profession in a different scene and make twice as much money. I was on YouTube for a guy making retail games. Who is this guy? I don't know what guy you're talking about. How many gift subs to watch an 8 times cast? I don't know. What do we set that at? I mean, you need a game that you want 8 times casted first, right? That's kind of the catch, the caveat. Because I could scam you. I could be like, hey, 10-minute game. But like 8 times cast, I mean, they're not hard to do. It's like unusable on YouTube. But I don't know. Set a price. Problem is that people making strategic business decisions often aren't really close. Yeah, they don't have a close going on. It's like too many layers to the cake, right? It's just sad that, like, the biggest DLC, the amount of time it's going to take us to work on it, it might be too little too late, right? Which is a shame. You know, it's like... It's very awkward, the way that, like, things have been structured, is all I'll say. I don't want to turn this into, like, a negative ranting stream, you know me. I'll be critical, but I'll try to be fair. But, like, there's definitely a big question mark right now, as someone who has their finger on a lot of pulses within the scene, because I talk to a lot of different people and I assist a lot of different people. Right now, there's a very big question mark as to what happens after World Law. Because I'm not even sure a canvas has started to be painted yet. Whoa. Alright, so, anyway, don't need to be negative Nelly about this. I think you guys came for some AoE 4 action. And you know what I should start doing while I'm having these rambles? I should be Reddit scrolling at the start of a stream, right? So we can prep ourselves with the memes of the week. But we're going to actually have Japanese versus Chinese on 4 legs. And for those that, like, I don't know. I think this name, by the way, works. Like, you may notice I've started calling it MetaCheck. I think MetaCheck works a lot better than Scrimwatch and Podcast. MetaCheck, basically, as it sounds, is us just checking on the pro level players to see what they're going to be doing in the upcoming tournament games. Yeah, right now you're just the word of mouth guy. You're like, oh, Timmy knows Johnny, who knows Ricky, who knows Adele, and Adele said, "Give me your sauces. I want the tomato sauce. I want the barbecue sauce." All right, I'm gonna stop. That was terrible. I want the Jamaican sauce. I want the sriracha sauce. Oh, dude, I've got to get some more sriracha. I like putting sriracha on pizza, right? And I put some on my pizza the other day, and I was like, hold on a sec. This bottle's been open for a while now. Let's just play it safe. Cause like, I don't know if you like look on the side of those hot sauces, guys. It says you're meant to switch them out after, what is it? I think it says 8 weeks. Dude, who the hell is... Okay, who's going to use like a whole bottle of hot sauce on their own in 8 weeks? I mean, I guess there's people. Yeah, I actually need to get some aioli, actually, after being in the medi. That's what I'm working on now. It's meta check time. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We are looking in on players ahead of Master of Realms main event kicking off. And here's one of the players that made it through. Recon in the blue, playing as the Japanese, going up against OPA, a.k.a. God, that's going to say Wham 01, who qualified directly for the main event, playing as the Chinese. They are going to be in 4 Lakes, which is actually one of the maps that is going to feature in the tournament. For those unfamiliar with the Master Realms tournament formats coming up, it's a tournament format where a player chooses a category, and then within the category, they'll choose a map. So you have things like order maps, hybrid maps, closed maps, open maps, all these different kind of formats. And this is definitely one of the ones that I think is going to get picked fairly frequently. 4 Lakes, just kind of a known map. And I got to say right now, Japanese feeling like a known and established quantity now on this particular map. And thank you very much, FabLup, for the gifted sub. Yeah, China is one of those OG picks that definitely used to work really well, but I gotta say, the more and more that I'm saying Japan right now, the more and more they're looking like the kings to slay here, right? I think they actually might be the best, if not the second best civ on this map in particular. It's interesting as well because I don't think it's as much as the Shinobi play like most people would expect. The Coca Township Shinobi play is kind of overrated, I want to say. The bigger detail is how easy it is to just hop into multiple ponds and then ramp up into a very aggressive castle timing. What you have to remember is one of the most potent elements of Japan right now is this fast castle build where they get their hands on the Mounted Samurai, or Namusha, whatever it may be, on a Begisha, and they flood them at a ridiculous pace. The downside is usually in the early stages it can be a little bit difficult to fully maintain production out of that building, considering how expensive Mounted Samurai are. In steps the corner ponds. The corner ponds that just allow you to inflate at a ridiculous rate in a way that most other civs can't really utilize outside of maybe things like HRE or Burgrave, which, by the way, I do think HRE could see a return in popularity on this map with Burgrave spams. The only reason it's unlikely is because right now HRE works so well on so many maps that it feels restrictive to take this type of approach, right? Like pick Japan or pick something like maybe China that we're seeing here. Other ones that I could see working, I'm wondering if Ibids has any bite behind them. Probably not. Byzantines was an interesting proposal though. Someone just cringed when I said Byzantines on a map that has water, but it's not really about water. And the cool thing is when you go for border settlements, you can kind of see any sort of approach to drop a dock on your ponds so you can react ahead of time. The idea of something like, going into Hippodrome play here isn't a bad idea. What's the best unit out of Siege from Japanese? Oh, you mean besides Siege? Onabegisha. I think Onabegisha are the best unit. Mounted Samurai tend to set you up to win games. Onabegisha can finish games, but Onabegisha are also capable of winning games. And if the Japanese feudal eco ever gets buffed, Onabegisha will be your S tier unit there as well. But yeah, I think like overall, for most games, it will be Mounted Samurai. Mounted Samurai will be the thing that will set you up to win a game. But yes, I do rate Begisha highly. Yumi have definitely been being slept on. I do not rate them as highly as Onabegisha, but I do think people have been mislabeling that unit as trash, and it's not. I don't think we're going to see it on this particular map, though. Looks like we have got a double pond set up. I noticed Recon is already shifting the villager around over here to scout to see if he's got a problem. He already set up small walls in a farmhouse. That's a cool little detail here. Remember, as you go, you need to set up new houses. You might as well set them up here, get a little bit of vision, block a dock drop, and then on top of that, instead of now walking this villager all the way home and wasting that idle time after you've walled up, Recon can just sit here and gather from the shoreline fish because the farmhouse is both a house and a mill. Really smart detail by the Rakian. I imagine, yeah, he's doing the same over here. Okay, that's kind of cool. So the logic here now is if a villager comes over, he can start shivving him because he'll have to come really close. And because he's really close, you should have enough time to then get into an aggro ship to defend. And by the time that boat comes out, the villager should be, what, half HP because your villager was stabbing him. That's really important, especially against China, because China just build the dock so quickly, right? So if you do neglect to have some damage already done, you will never stop that dock going up. Imperial Academy coming. Coca Township on the other side. So everything according to plan here, right? You don't go Barbican first anymore. Your name isn't Crackety. The year isn't 2023, and you're not trying to drop it on your opponent's berries. Nowadays, we just play a lot safer. Imperial Academy also just went from being the good choice to the incredible choice. Ever since that buff where they decreased the cost of Imperial officials produced out of it, which I still cannot fathom the logic behind. And notice this little detail. Don't be this guy who doesn't build an Imperial Official on this map. Good, for the love of God. I've watched a few players now on, I think it's Holy Island, not building an Imperial Official until Fuel Age. That is definitely a quicker way of losing the game. Notice that Recon also doesn't rush up with the Coca Township. I believe that's because he scouted the west side, right? We didn't quite glance at, but I imagine, you know, part of the problem is I just don't think the first Shinobi slaps that hard. But I wouldn't be surprised if Recon scouted the double dock. So it's actually a really good thing he didn't rush up with 9 to try and get the optimal timing to burn. Because if he had, then basically nothing would happen here, right? You'd torch one dock and then an archer ship would come out of the other. There'd be no sort of follow-up play. I also just think Coca Township is critically overrated on maps that don't have shared pond. I'm talking about maps that aren't, for example, Kawasan or Canal, like shared water area. Those maps, it makes a lot more sense because you're blocking your opponent's military while inflating your own on the same lake. And on top of that, because you're on the same lake or same body of water, shall we say, you're also protecting your economy. Is this map just a castle rush? Not always. I've seen a few builds that are kind of cool for feudal spam. You can actually apply a decent amount of pressure, especially when you get spawns like this, where like the big woods are on the ford. But because of the inflation on water, like, yes, often you'll find your way towards castle, but there will typically be a feudal trade on water. And in fact, that's already starting to happen here. Wham, he did actually sneak in with a dock. Yo, dude, this guy got moves. I don't know if he's dodging shots or getting ready to breakdance right now. That was sick. It looks so cloudy. So Wham loses the first boat, doesn't get any value there. He's going to go for the spring shot out now. Unfortunately, that Shinobi is a little bit late on the sabotage, but now if you just build a demo, you should be able to take this war junk out. Oh, we've got a double sneak. Look at this. Wham, now coming in on the south side as well. No reaction coming out quickly here from Recon. It seems he's a bit distracted. I mean, you'd think you'd be able to see the giant blob of red on your blue, but in this moment, I think he's just a little bit too fixated on this detail. Demo does come out. Double Shinobi now need to move in to sabo the dock. But he's got bigger problems on the south side. This does not bode well for Recon because look what he's doing. He's being greedy. Instead of reacting to Wham's play, he's trying to get out of the age, but that's going to come at a price here. Archer ship now being spawned and Recon, no signs of reaction here. He could actually just go for arrow slits, but the problem there is like an archer ship can just weave around. I actually think this is one of the most underwhelming maps for like archer ship, arrow slits plays rather, because unless you drop 2, you can't easily block out the area, right? The logic is if you have one here and one here, when the dock spawn ships, your arrow slits do damage. But you know, I find arrow slits tends to work better when you're aggroing a pond. So for example, in this situation, if Wham went for arrow slits, it can make sense because then he has a retreat point. But for whoever controls the eco base, arrow slits doesn't really make much sense because you can't protect, right? Like this ship could come and stand here, could stand here. Then this does nothing. A second dock here, similarly, right? If the archer ship came and stood here, you do nothing. Recon about to do something though. Floating gate now on the way. Tatara has been prepped. Love that. I think I've seen a lot of builds recently where people just kind of neglect to get their hands on their melee techs, and it's a really big mistake. You have to remember this is very much a timing civ, and they have a very aggressive timing, but that timing gets critically weakened when you fail to utilize your blacksmith techs. Because the thing is, while you can accelerate the production speed of units, you can't accelerate the research time. Moving out the south side. Shinobi are going to look to deny the second dock. Unfortunately, it looks like Wham has already escalated up to double dock here. A lot of pressure coming in Recon. Having to sacrifice the fishing boat just to try and stay alive here. Or just to try and keep him up. I love how the demo is just sitting there and Recon's like, yep, not getting baited by that. Demo? Ooh, nice hit. And nice dodge. Damn, the timing on that, it's over, I think, and immediately you just see Recon pull that one out of the bag. Pressure is still on here, but remember, this is double pond versus 1.5. But the other issue now for Wham is he starts to tech up. Meanwhile, Recon already on the way with the Mountain Samurai. Wham is getting the appropriate reaction. Spinman coming up. Did get the Barbican on the fort as well, which means Song Dynasty's in play. And what? He's probably 1 villager ahead of this stage? No, he hasn't actually got that extra villager yet. the Imperial officials that inflate him up. And the wall, just a little bit too late there. Mountain Samurai make their way in. This is actually really scary for Wham. He made a mistake. He didn't supervise the racks. That's a critical blunder right there. You just can't fight this Mountain Samurai. Oh, man. Yeah, you have to double their number, really, to feel good about it. Mountain Samurai are now just going to camp on the gold. Wham is close to what he needs there, right? He can do taxation and drop off the final load. But right now, I'm a bit worried that Wham's being greedy about this. He finally realizes it, admits it, but it might be a little bit too late. Recon, the count is escalating. Love this. He's just picking off the spearmen one by one. The choke point's not even helping Wham here, more hindering him. He might get one of the Mountain Samurais, but the price here is high, folks. And behind this, remember, there are relics being picked up by the Japanese. Death to taxes. What? I don't know where he thought he was going. He was on a taxation route, right? Yeah, that backfired quick. Thank you very much, Eric, for the Prime sub. Make sure you get those Primes in, guys.
Prime subs lose
Help support the channel in more ways than you can imagine. And the clock tower. No, come on. Villagers getting butchered as well. More Mountain Samurai coming. I mean, this is crazy. If Recon just keeps targeting down the spears, it's over. Because Wham made a mistake. He either needed to supervise the racks straight away, or he needed to build a double racks. One racks is not enough here. You're up against Yurishiro. That equals 3 stables of production. Textiles now being prepped by Wham. That's how bad it's looking. Dude, what a dominant timing out of Recon. And the damage done has been negligible on these pawns now as a result of this, right? Like, Recon played this really, really well. Stone gathering found. That was a smart read. So Recon, the reason why he went over the stone is because Aristots came in. It kind of revealed that Wham had to have been gathering stone at some point. Looks like there has been a reset, though. So tech is coming through now for Wham. But it's definitely been a high price. You're seeing a worker-kill ratio of, what is that? 5 to 1, essentially? Yeah, 17 worker kills so far in this game compared to only the 3 that Wham was able to obtain. Those were on fishing. Goodness gracious. So you think that 3 Samurai needs 10 spears? I don't think that's true. You think you could defend with probably about 7 to 8? Depends on the micro, right? Like, that's the thing. There is potential for out micro. The thing that's really crafty about Mountain Samurai that makes him really strong, and thank you, Deep Shine TW, for the raid. Hopefully you had a good stream, buddy. But the reason why Mountain Samurai are pretty absurd is deflective armor. Deflective armor is way too good. And I say this as someone who loves playing Japan. Other things about this Civ need to be buffed, but the deflective armor is a problem. Because the issue here is that your first Spearman hit gets completely mitigated. And that's a really big problem, because what you guys need to realize is that that first stab stuns you as well as your opponent. So no damage being done. Then after that, they're rooted, but you're already failing to get your damage increase. Now, why this is especially a big problem is quite often, if you are a little bit late to prep Spearman when you're against Japan Fast Castle, the Mounted Samurai outnumber you quite often. And if that happens, you end up getting stunned while getting hit in the face by the other Samurai, right? So like that's something that's very tricky, because the other issue is, let's say you're playing China here and you decided to build 15 Spearmen before you saw the tech up. That's bad as well, because a good Japanese player will see that you built 15 Spearmen and drop a Rax instead and just build Onobagisha. Because Onobagisha mincemeat the crap out of Spearmen. I mean, I think that, I don't know if I'd say Mounted Samurai even need deflective armor. It's cool they have this unique perk, but I don't know. I think Foot Samurai I kind of get it, but Mounted Samurai is a bit nutty. Maybe if it was percentile based, maybe we've done something else instead. Is a Samurai Knight Bugatti Army too heavy on gold? Not on a water map, no, not at all. You can have so many people working gold. Like, look at him right now. We're at 15 minutes in the game. Recon has 28 workers on gold. 4 relics also in the bank. That's another thing that enables you. And then remember, you've got additional Yurishiras that tend to get dropped in things like forges to generate more gold. Little tip to people, by the way, when you build marketplaces like this, if you're one of those people that builds another forge just to drop a Yurishiro, drop it in your market instead. Markets actually can accept Yurishiros and they give gold. And they have more health than forges. Banter coming in. Recon already made the transition into Samurai, and looks like Wham on a delay, now going into Palace Guard, which, in the politest of ways, is an atrocious choice for defending. this only makes sense for attacking because you know you're going to be up against Odachi Tech and Superior Melee. And hello, Recon with the Yuumi on a delay. You know, I'm kind of not surprised by this. You guys have to remember, Recon got the crap kicked out of him by Yuumi build. And in fact, I even talked to him after it happened. This Puppy Paws Yuumi build. And he was, quite frankly, outraged. He's like, I can't believe that works. Big shout out, actually, to Puppy Paws for just putting a lot more credence on the power of Yuumi recently. I think a lot more people are taking a second look at it. Big shout out to Sion coming through with the resub with the Prime. Thank you very much, my friend. Now Samurai just trying to talk through the outpost. So he's just trying to idle up the gold here. And just a few Samurais enough to scare, right? Like, no Odachi Tech, but he knows it's coming. He has to. That's why he won't take this fight. So let's talk about the Palace Guard a bit more because they don't seem to be doing anything, right? That's because they weren't meant to be the defenders. They're meant to be the aggro party later. This is a map where Recon is yet to wall up and probably won't because he's the offending party. So if Wham can hold, the difference between Spearman and Palace Guard is Palace Guard gives you roam potential, Spearman do not. Man, is he struggling to get out of this base though. Burn now coming over under the dock. So food about to be stripped away. Yeah, he's got a few extra docks here, but he's going to have to react soon. Second wave mounting up here. How does Wham get out of this? It's going to have to be Nest of Ease and choke point holds. It's tough though, right? Because he built into Spearman, which are now counted by the Yuumi. So your choke point hold isn't going to last very long. Another worrying part for me is now 2 elements of your comp get countered by Yuumi, which is kind of crazy to say. You never say that about Yuumi. But it really is that dominant in this game, right? It shuts down Spearman, it also shuts down Crossbowman very convincingly. Dude, we're getting the hype train going? Big Poogers. Thank you very much, Matt500. Love to see the support here. Samurai going to retreat away. Siege Engineering is actually being pumped right now by Recon, and we also do have Daimyo level 2. He's failing to utilize the Bannerman. That's a big no-no. He should have been doing this already. With this many knights, it would have been worth having a Bannerman. On top of that, when you go 20+ Samurai, you definitely should have a Katana. At this point, he should be getting a Katana as well as a Yuumi. Spring was also prepped, so it looks like he was anticipating the Nest of Bees we talked about. It's so difficult to pull off anyway. Like, it's pretty crafty what Recon's done here. His third transition, usually like the average expectation of Japan here, his third transition is Onabigisha. But Onabigisha can melt 2 Nest of Bees just as quickly as they can melt them. So instead of taking that risk, he goes Yuumi, which saves him a lot of resources compared to Onabigisha spam, enough to then justify going into Siege. And by doing this, you know, you have got less of a shock and awe approach to your strat, but you have a more stable, slow push, which doesn't cost you as many units, right? The big issue with Onabigisha transitions is you tend to burn up fast, right? Yuumi and Samurai on the back. Looks like Wham has actually found a fight he can win. Unfortunately, behind this, we have got a Sacred Site cap coming in. Pob cap is soon approaching, which means Recon should be looking to just steadily find his way into Imperial Age here. Well, wow, I don't really know how you get there anytime soon. It's just getting worse and worse, right? Like, after seeing the Yuumi, he doesn't want to go into Spears anymore, which I think is fine. Like, you want to go Pass Guard here. Your opponent shouldn't really be pivoting back to Mount Samurai. Oh, wait. That's right. He's got a Urashiro stable. Immediately just repumps. Kind of just feels like Wham's number is had unless he can get 4 Nest of Bees together here with Springolds. My worry with that is I think he's going to run out of wood. Now Samurai on the backside. Nice quick wall coming out from Wham just in the nick of time. Bold, Recon. Truly bold here, mate. I think Recon is just running before he walks here. There's no need to send these Samurai in. This is such a waste. Okay, so that right there is what you needed for a tech up that just died, by the way. If you think about the raw cost of that, right? That was, what, I think that was 10, so 2.5k resources. Just don't need to, right? Just, you're blocking your opponent in. Take your time. The map is becoming more and more starved. There's no need for dives like that that could cost you your lead. Siege begins. Springolds need to back up. It's awkward when you're up against anti-seasoned Chinese. The clock tower competes very well, as we're seeing here. Even though he's outnumbered, his Springles still get a little bit of a decent trade. Mango shot's now starting to come in. It's going to be a backup into the choke point, and double Mango. If he targets the crossbows on the backside, this could be over. Wham. Being held back. Recon retargeting, and that is going to make him fear for his life. Beasty starting to strike here, but Recon missed the opportunity to get a good Mango hit out there. Now twice. Turns again. Third Mango arrives. One is taken out, second one to fall. Frontline is dead though. Wham! He needs to back up. So we're now trading out. Beasty one is not going to be good enough here. Yuumi plus a few Samurai should be enough to push him back in the base. So Recon pins him in. Sacred Sight timer continues. And now we are getting closer to an Imp Age trigger. And his 12 Pass Guard are idle. Like, oh no. Select all army is a cursed thing. He's pushing out. I think Recon misplayed that a bit. The Mango should have been able to get a single shot off on the crossbows, but I think he got a bit too greedy about this. So Wham, you know, the downside to his army, yes, he has broken out, but the negative of his army type here is he went mass crossbows. Mass crossbows is a nightmare to be on when your opponent techs because you can't do much. Right? I actually think, by the way, if you see your opponent's outnumbering you, if there's one unit type where you can get away with greed, this is the unit type. Because while crossbows are going to be great at taking a fight, they are terrible at diving. I don't think Wham realizes the move right now is to go out for a decap. Because he doesn't realize that, he might end up being a little bit too late here. 2 Spearmen do get pulled off. Tanagashima Gunsmith is being built right at home. So no Castle of the Crow play. A little bit surprised. I thought Recon might try to go Castle of the Crow, considering he controls the Sacred Sites, and that would lock in the win condition. But after that fight is lost like that, or rather drawn, should we say, I don't think you can afford to go for Castle of the Crow anymore. You won't be able to get it up on the Sacred Site in time. So he made the right choice here. Pascal sneaking in before the walls go up. Thank you very much for pulling around for the sub. The Pascal could be a problem here. They're not out of this world over the top, right? Because the reality is this isn't Yuan Dynasty, it is an Imperial Age. So you will be able to chase it down and eventually clean it up, but it is going to buy some vital time for Wham. The question is, what is he going to do with it? Yeah, I hope he's not planning to try and dive the base. Remember what we said about crossbows. They are absolutely terrible at this. One screw on placement could ruin their day. Love the fact that he's fortifying these as well, just to guarantee that it is always a threat. So we actually have got a Yuumi in the mix with the Ashigaru. Although Micro a bit off from Recon, he kind of stuck the hand cannon and the Ashigarus at the front of the formation. He's starting to back up now. So it looks like the Path Guard didn't really get substantial damage done here. That eco lead is simply because China do China things, right? China now transitioning land. We have granaries coming in. The tech ups are through. We've got the full melee tech upgrade. We've got level 2 range damage. That's kind of interesting, right? So I think Recon's goal now, his win condition, is Flood Samurai and then support with Yuumi. And then over time, you just pull all of your gunsmith points into probably, I'd say, Ozutsu here makes a lot of sense. That gives you a way of them breaching the base. Realistically, you could get away with hand cannons, though, off the basis that if you get Oda tactics, the Samurai can burn everything. Age of Springald, folks. Recon, no, dude. Why Recon? Why are we going back to this day and age? Recon's like, back in these days, I got like top 4 finishes. Age of Springald. Age of... No. Well, I think it's fair to say that he doesn't have to fear Beasty anymore. Remember, this is an overwhelming lead, by the way, due to the fact that he has got the shutter triggers, right? So that tech means that Wham can't contest him at range at all. It's a death sentence to even try. How does Wham get back in this now? Well, he's going to try for the Great Wall Gatehouse on the front side. If this gets seen, though, it could be curtains closed. It looks like instead Recon taking his time about this. He's going to back off and wait for the tech. So an opportunity here for Wham, but a big issue now on the horizon, and that issue is going to be gold. He's already exhausted the one vein here. Second one is about to be dried. and then he's got 4K after that. I actually can't believe he got this lucky. 3 gold veins like this. I mean, sometimes it's a negative, right? Because you get outpost rushed, but against the Japanese, I mean, the only time the Japanese ever outpost rush is when Corvinus is playing them. So with the tech up, Wham, he needs a few things here, right? He needs elite status on both those components of his army. He's going to need to get into elite army tactics. So that is already 2,100 gold. Then you have to keep building the units. You're probably going to want incendiary arrows for this type of crossbow count. So that's another 700 gold. I mean, I'm starting to worry that he has one strikeout, and if that fails, it's over. Right? Because he'll run out of gold. Taxation can help, but it has its limitations. Key drop on the west side gold, though. However, a crafty little play by Recon sets up a siege workshop over here for the Trebs, which is into the main. Shark Triggers is on the way. One worry I have here is Recon might just pivot into mass hand cannoneers, which it kind of puts Wham in a baited stage, right? Like, he's countering the siege situation, but if he tries to wait for clock down Nesta Beast, I think it's going to be too slow. What would be sick here is actually Ona Bagisha. Ona Bagisha to just mincemeat all that siege now is huge. Like, if you think about it, actually, there's a lot of value in Recon pivoting into Ona Bagisha. He has the food to maintain it, and on top of that, he's up against crossbows and barely any Palace Guard. Ona Bagisha thrive in this environment because when you start losing the siege as well, you're expecting Wham to add in 3, 4, 5 Nesta Bees. Dangerous if you run your Ona Bagisha in without microing at all. But, you know, I hear Recon's not bad at microing. He's not too bad at it. He knows how to split groups into, like, 3 different areas. I hope. Northside keep in trouble, though. Wham. Looks like he is going to lose his claim for the gold on the west side. East side has already been locked in. Recon might even consider going for Stone Gathering to get a second keep on the north. Hand cannons have been queued up by Wham, but here's another issue. I feel like I'm being negative about him, but this is a really big problem. It's the pyrotechnics as well. I mentioned all that gold. You then need the 350 on top of every other piece of gold I talked about. And then you need to pay 120 gold per hand cannoneer. That's what scares me. Your hand cannoneers are better than than the Ashigaru hand cannoneers, right? But you know, Yumi can buff them up a bit, but the issue is still the range difference, right? But the problem here is that Recon will be able to afford them almost indefinitely here. Recon, use those spring ults. There we go. Remember, sir, victory is a click. I mean, it's working. Mango's also now going to get pristine target here as the crossbows do walk in range. Castle is about to fall. No hopes of keeping that up, and that means that Wham is about to be gold starved. 2,000 left, and then he is out. Yeah, this is the thing. When you reach this deep into the game, you need to start thinking about big gold veins. I mean, Wham tried with that claim, but I like that Recon was always ready in the center to pivot either side. The moment he hits Imperial Age, that castle goes up on the south, and it guarantees all focus can be driven north side. Why is that so important? It means that you're actually denying your opponent's play while not surrendering your own, right? Because you're in a game where Wham, well, the issue is an age behind the side. He can't even afford, once he gets there, to get into bombards and send south, right? He doesn't have the military comp or strength to spread the map that thin. Recon. Now starting to open the base up as bombards have come out. Spring count still being maintained up at 6 now for Wham. Recon is making one boo-boo here, and that's this. Capture the sacred site, sir. Like, it's extra gold, and if not just extra gold, it's a win condition that forces Wham out of his base. Because let's be real, like, if this game goes an extra 30 minutes, Wham will be able to scale hand cannoneers off of taxation. You don't want him to do that. You shouldn't be able to do that, because this game shouldn't be going that deep. Yeah, the Japanese one's always an interesting one, actually. I think on more defensive maps, I favor China every day of the week, because they tend to get their farms online, and then once you get into Yuan Dynasty, you just have better Ona Bagisha, right? Via the Palace Guard because you're more tanky. But on a map like this, with how quickly it spirals and also how open that mid-map feels, you can definitely see the value in a Japanese pick. Palace Guard. Oh, wait. The Azutsu and the choke point, that's the new one. I mean, they're not really doing any damage is the problem. They're at least buying time for the army to get back. It's a crafty little play by Wham, actually getting in before the stone walls go up all the way around the base. This would be a great play on a land map. And this is why I said I favor China on land maps, right? It's like they hunker down, and then when they come raiding you, they flood the farms, and GG. What farms? Right, there's nothing really for these Palace Guard to target. The economy is close to the military or over on the gold veins, which are protected. Cannon placement being queued up. Oh, wow, buddy. He's about to find out the bad news. Yeah, you need to leave this area pretty quick. You can't even walk in now to try and burn down the outpost, as the castle will kill you. Yuumi also already moving in position. I love the fact, by the way, that Yuumi have remained an integral and helpful part of the comp, despite the fact they never even got elite tech. Army's massing here. Yeah, good luck with the springboard attack, buddy. Okay, it seems Wham is the one who's living in the wrong year now. Samurai moving in. Villagers going down. Wham, he hasn't even got enough stone to try for a keep drop right now. At this rate, I'm doubting he's even going to get enough. It's going to be tight. In fact, the way he's dying here before he can even drop off might just screw him over. He has got the Imperial Official, so last drop off should be... No. You've got to be kidding me. All that work, and he still doesn't have enough stone. Look at the reserves as well. This is getting out of control. Wham is going to be forced into a fight that should just lose him the game now. I mean, he's got 8 hand cannoneers, no surplus gold. He can't afford to just flail on into Palace Guard. He basically can only really build spears now. And reminder, folks, he hasn't built a single spearman or horseman in this age, which means I'm almost certain he doesn't have the techs. Doesn't have the castle either. He got denied out again. New keep attempt, but that's the mistake you make, right? You go and range the rocket launch, and the council comes out straight away, and it's doom o'clock. Bombard behind all this, the Sprinkles do trade out. Mango now also moving in. Follow-up wave looking much bigger for Recon, and this game is over. There's no doubt in my mind now. There's simply too much firepower. The only big to switch up was sick. We talked about this for Recon. An uncounted unit at this stage, and a counter to everything you face. GG called. Our Trash Panda flexing hard against one of the best players in AoE 4 right now and showing you why Japan... dude, I gotta stop doing that. Japan needs to be picked on 4 legs every day of the week. Dude, am I the only one who struggles with that every time? Because you're meant to say Japanese, but you want to say Japan. Oh, dude, it catches me every time. I called Crackety out for it on the broadcast the other day. One sec. Being asked about something. Give me a sec. Checking. Alright, there we go. Yes, they changed the Shinobi landmark a bit. It comes out much later now. Oh, yeah, no, I know, Recon. Like, that's what I was saying. That's why you weren't going for... So what you do against the clock down STB is you go in a Begisha, but that only works when they come out their base. If they stay in their base, you die. But once you're at the stage in the game where they have to come out their base, Ona Begisha destroy clock down STBs really, really easily. It's just, you know, you have to micro. Not sure if that's the words you want to hear, but you must micro them. You have to split them up in like 4 different groups. All right, one sec. Let me just name that one. Okay, so Let's see what other games we had that we can check in on. And hello, YouTubers. Dude, I've been noticing a lot of people started tuning in on the YouTube side. Hope they're not like tuning off the Twitch and we've just got like new people coming in. Oh. I've noticed it's a tough one when you're trying to pitch to sponsors because like, well, not even when you're trying to pitch, when you're reached out to. They look at Twitch numbers for live, but YouTube, so here's the interesting thing for you guys, I don't know if you knew this, but YouTube doesn't actually expose the live figures publicly. So like if you're a brand and you're reaching out to content creators, you don't know what their live viewership is on YouTube unless you watch their streams. It's very weird. Okay, should we do... What should we do? Kiljadi versus Recon, maybe? That could be good. Let me update that. Oh, actually, let's do what I love to do, which is quick check on the ladder to see if there's anyone we know playing live right now. Commie games? Dude, that's not going to happen. AoE4 is a scene. This viewership predominantly exists in NA and EU. Right now in the EU, it's midday. In America, people ain't even awake. There's no way there's enough people for community games. Oh, have we actually got anyone here? No. So we'll do a quick scroll through, and if there's no one here, we can do Kiljadi versus Recon. Who's huh? Huh? Imagine if you could filter. Dude, what are you on about? We're not going to have that tech for another 100 years. That's way too advanced. Can't do that until AI figures it out. Oh, dude, this is... Yeah, we're checking this out. This is Myriad versus... oh, God, it's Highview. All right. It's Myriad, though. I trust in him. It's Myriad versus Dimmu. Wait, my game just crashed. What? That's kind of cursed. All right. Let's reopen this baby. We can never know unless if we don't try. Well, we try many times, but you know, Rumpy, multiple issues. Every time, there's not enough people who are able to play, and also the other thing is genuinely, like lots of people tend to actually clock off the stream when it turns to community games, which then death spirals the experience because you have less people to play community games, right? So it's, yeah, it's kind of a weird relationship that I've noticed time and time again. It's a challenging element that I've still yet to find a solution to at the moment. Biddlin probably watching and terminate your game? Yeah, because you won't fix crappy Highview. I literally, like, I handed it to him on a platter. I'm like, dog, look what K-Value created. I'm like, all you have to do, add it in the game and call it Pigeons View. Nah, that's not required, but like, dude, the version that Kaivayu created legit is how you fix Highview. It's such a good version of Highview. Need to set up some more show matches on it, actually. Fix Highview by deleting tribos. Alright, I'm going to blow your mind. Fixing Highview is actually easy, because we've already done it. One of our map creators has created a version called Pigeons View. I invite everyone to go check it out. You take the trade posts, you place them here. You take the sacred sites, you delete one of them, and then you put one sacred site here and one sacred site here. Weigh all the value investment into the mid territory, which you can test, and all of a sudden Highview is an S tier map. You're welcome. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Now it's time to get to our meta check. That's right, Master of Realms main event kicking off in just a few days, and one of these players is going to be in there. Team Liquid's Dimmu on the grind, picks his fabled Roost on Highview. The other side, Huh? Who could this be? An aspiring player who slipped just short of the mark to make it to the main event, maybe? Could it be a guy who's also British and Hungarian? Could it be a guy who's actually not British? He's born in Hungary, but he sounds more British than me. It's Myriad, playing as the Byzantines. Yeah, he always plays Byzantines on this map. I swear, I don't know if I've seen Myriad recently play anything but Byzantines on high view. I'm wondering what exactly that's about. Actually, I think he's played a little bit of English as well. I do like the idea of these two civs for high view, and it's not just because it gets campy and can go late game. It's actually because of the early game. Think about it. You can go into Lombos. Lombos are incredible on a map like high view because they ambush so well. Now, it's a double-edged sword, right? If you walk into an ambush, you are 100% dead. But focus on the play and to win elements, right? Not the negatives. It's also why I think Cav civs are a little bit underrated on this map. We do see Rus, but I feel like French fell off hard, and I'm not entirely sure why. I guess it's probably because if you get unlucky and your opponent gets good spawns on the tree lines, they're pretty much impenetrable. Well, let's talk about this matchup a little bit instead of the particular map, because I think we are heading towards 2TC on 2TC. Interesting detail as well here. I'm not sure how I feel about it. What Myriad done here is technically inefficient, right? Because you moved 2 out into stone, you've dropped the cistern here. Would it not be better to drop the cistern here to buff the stone, and then you gather stone for the second cistern quicker? Because right now, the only difference is 2 on gold or 2 on stone. And the reality is you're going to keep people on stone longer than you're going to keep people on gold in the opening phase of the game, right? Because you should only be getting enough gold to get tech up, and then you want to get the second TC as quickly as possible. So I like the idea of this build from Myriad. I just don't like the starting system position. He should have enabled this first and then came for his level 2 system afterwards here. I mean, actually, like, I'm going to say something even wilder. You could even theoretically think about dropping a lumber camp here after pulling a lot of people to stone to drop a second TC here. I wonder... Oh, dude, I need someone to test that. I wonder if that's more efficient. The reason is, if you think about it, on the way, you'll build a system, right? And at that point, you're at 14% gathering speed. 14% gathering buff for, let's say, 10 workers. I think that makes up for spending 50 wood on a lumber camp. Whereas what you're seeing from Myriad here is he's trying to optimize the build to drop the TC with no lumber camp investment. This build, actually, it's quite funny he's pulling out this build because this build was first done by the guy on the other side. You guys remember, we cast some of those games. Dumu came up with a really cool build around 5 minutes, having a second TC online as the Byzantines. In fact, I believe on the YouTube side, there is a cool Burgrave Rush game between him and Core, where he pretty much is playing tower defense against Core's Burgrave Rush. Kremlin now coming up, and oh my god. Yeah, okay, actually, Myriad made the right choice. I'm glad he made that choice right away, because if he tried a 1TC all-in or even a fast castle, this would be atrocious. Dimu got the jackpot of all spawns. Stone and gold on the backside. I mean, the only negative here is the deer is very far forward, but he's got retracted deer, berries over here. I could see him easily dropping a TC here to lock the berries and the gold, and then it's not too crazy to sneak out for the deer. In fact, folks, this is absurd. I don't think I've ever seen such a juicy spawn here. Because if you just fortified wall here, across the gold, and then around the berries, you've locked in all this food in the corner. Now, admittedly, Byzantine should have a range unit to snipe you there if you do that. But let's say a cavalry raid comes by, they're never going to do anything. Damn, what a cool one. Alright, so I'm going to speed up the game a little bit so we can get closer to live. We are going to see the lumber camp after all. Yeah, so this just kind of like doubles down on my thought that the system would have been better. On this side. Well, TC's about to come through. He didn't do the optimal route, right? There is legit a way you can do this so that you can basically set up a TC without having to invest in a lumber camp or a second house. Because remember, when you drop a TC, it does give you increased population. And once you drop a TC, like this anyway on the wood, you have a lumber camp. So, you know, firm handshakes fixes everything, right? And we didn't do predictions because we're not perfectly live, so someone could theoretically, like, sneak a look in a certain other stream to see ahead of time. Ball play from Dimu. How are we looking on gold as well? Because it looks like Dimu done really, really well. Yeah. This is kind of wacky. Like, he must have... 260, 280? Maybe 290? Like, the numbers I'm seeing is kind of wild at this point in the stage, right? Like, he's got wheelbarrow, got the tech up. No, maybe not two. I'd say like 260-ish probably. So decent enough that you got wheelbarrow pretty much when you teched up, which is really important considering how far you went out for the second TC. So second TC online. Myriad, I guess the goal now is just fast castle, right? Is that a little bit dangerous turning this into a castle race though? Especially now with Dimmu playing out to boar, he has a superior gathering rate. So wouldn't be surprised if we see some potential aggro coming through. He has at least got the Merc House on the way. That's to be expected when you're olive oil gathering with the Grand Winery. And if the Longbows do find the second TC, which it should be able to, right? Like, it should be quite obvious there's a TC out here. As typically, if you don't see a TC at home, it must be on the boar. Then you can easily raid this area because TCs don't have great defense range anymore. Dimmu's putting the TC here for the boar gathering because he wants optimal fast castle. Because if you put the TC here on the deer instead, you do get slightly more food, but you get a worse gathering rate, but you also put yourself close to the enemy base, knowing that they'll go for the Western contract. The reason that they'll go for the Western contract is quite simple. Longbows beat Streltsy. When you get to the late game, Longbows annihilate Streltsy. Okay, we're going Eastern. What? But Tower Elephant... No, I don't... Okay, I don't get this. Is this about the Golem timing? I mean, he's getting Keshix, but Keshix won't raid this well. I'm a bit confused. I'm just going to sit here and drink my protein works. You could be drinking yours too if you use the Killer Pigeon code at checkout. But yeah, Sorry, I'm distracted by the 8% off. But I like being distracted because I don't know what the Keshix are about here. I mean... I guess that's a way that you could block relic gathering, but it's not a good way. It's better to strike the opponent's economy, and if you built Longbows, you do that, right? This is a little bit perplexing. Dude, I'm flummoxed. I like how I'm just using big words to say this is confusing. So Dimmu will be a high trade house. Ooh, high trade houses are kind of dirty on this map, right? You'd be surprised how much wood you get out of straggler trees. Like, I don't think he's going to go risky here because it's Keshix, but because of that wall he put up here, he's probably going to be dropping the high trade house right here, which should garner a pretty decent amount of gold. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at like 156. Which, remember, is basically 2 relics at that stage. Keshix numbers are ramping up, but notice no additional units being added in. This is a fast castle build out of the Byzantines as well. Level 2 system online. Level 3 about to be added in. And the high trade house, yep, where were you expecting here? So the reason he put it here instead of here is because this area is already blocked by the walls, so you've lost the stealth forest. This will reach deeper into the still stealth forested area. So get your numbers in, folks. What are we looking at? How rich is Dimmu going to be? And how dead is he? The Keshix. Getting a surprising freebie. Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Oh, no. Dimmu, he pulls the militia. Might cost him a few villages, though. What? Okay, that pathfinding was cursed. Keshix are going to kill a few before going down themselves, though. Remember, these militia do not hit very hard. They only have a +4 versus Cav. He's almost out-healing it right now. He needs to send additional militias in. A little bit suboptimal here. Myriad is now actually attacking the militia. He goes after the villagers again. Dude, this is an absolute disaster. And if Myriad had only attacked the villagers, it could have been 10 times worse there. Dimmu does just about hold. Oh my god. You know what? I wasn't convinced by the Keshix, but you almost had me there. I think if Myriad microed that correctly, he could have killed every villager on that, bar maybe one. So definitely a misplay towards the tail end of the engagement, but initial value found. Second wave of Keshix too late. And actually, now that I think about it, yeah, Myriad just lost an opportunity to 11-minute GG. Think about it, guys. There was a second group of Keshix coming. If that first group had slowed down the build speed to a snail's pace with one villager left over, and the second Keshix wave came in, by the time Dimmu gets the landmark up, he's probably 20 villagers behind. Oh, 15 at least. Instead, he makes it a more tolerable 10 eco deficit, but that tech up advantage isn't going to be big here. He's going into horse archers. I'm not surprised. Ben loves horse archers, man. Especially on a map like Highview, they're really good, right? They're hit and run type units, but it looks like Myriad was somewhat anticipating this. He already has wall ups on the east side of the map. Okay, that's actually kind of cool. Forward production. So for anyone who's been watching this channel for a while, they might know that one of my biggest criticisms quite often for civs is failure to forward produce. And I've said before that Byzantines especially suffer a lot with this because their civ relies on the system buffs to escalate production. And your systems are typically at the back of the base, right? On your economy. But this is really cool. And yeah, the archery range would have been more cost efficient, but the problem is if you go archery range and your opponent follows up like men at arms, you just lose, right? So I think his logic here is just get into horsemen. It's a little bit risky when it comes to food source because he doesn't actually have any farms whatsoever right now. Villagers in a little bit of a pickle will be able to back away. So horse archers reveal themselves. Dumu has seen the double stables. This is where he needs to pivot, probably into Spearman. Actually, Spearman makes a hell of a lot of sense here, right? His opponent went Keshiks, and now he went Horseman. But I'm wondering, does Dumu have a little bit of suspicion about what's happening here? We can see Varangian are being queued up, and the real play is happening behind this. This is cool. And this does have an interesting variance to it now, right? Because you can either go Keshiks plus Spearman, or you can go Gulems plus Horseman. Here's a full melee comp though, and the only issue with that is up against mass horse archers, you can just get kited. So it's really important that Myriad reaches a point where he's breaching the base, because kiting doesn't really count for anything when there's nowhere left to kite to. Dumu. Happy to clash with this. Brings in the scouts to buy a little bit of time. Saint's Blessing buff is going to come out. Unfortunately, the Warrior Monk was out of position there. But right now for Dumu, like, this is very important what he's doing. He's boxing down the fight here so that he can get all the relics. That high trade house is also helping a lot. No one had enough faith. Fablot was very close though. 192 gold a minute. Good lord. Stealth Forest, guys. They really are no joke. Relic from the center gets yoinked. Dumu. I can't believe this. He's got 3 relics on the way home right now. Surprisingly enough, he's not going for a wall low here whatsoever. That's sick, though. He comes back with the Saint's Blessing buff to make sure that the horse archers can defend him. That was incredible. So Dumu, a 4 relic game for him, and it could easily become a 5th. Well, it will. The final one's in his corner. Dude. Dumu is styling, man. It's crazy to think that Myriad played this early game so damn well to the point that he almost had the game entirely in his hands. But that small miss micro, I think, gave Dumu a way of surviving, and now he's thriving. Well, we're talking about a 12 eco lead. There is, of course, the System effect, which is buffing even further, but the farm count is pitiful here. Only 5 right now. That's why I'm a little bit hesitant to say the Horseman play is great. Horseman feels great when you've got enough food behind him, which means having farms. He doesn't. And he's playing against horse archers, so until he fully walls the map, playing out into pocket resources is way too dangerous. He's running out of things at home. Lord. So 5 relics completely offsets the eco difference. Systems are still going to be powerful. However, he's starting to move out to pocket economies where the buff isn't there, right? Like over here on the berries. There is a risk that Horsemen could just dominate and then flood to the back line, but we aren't there yet, right? Myriad needs to reach probably 15 Horsemen to feel confident about the fights. I'm not a great fan of Horse Archers, no. I think Dumu is just kind of outplaying. Like, it's good pacing as well. Horse Archers are super situational, but Highview is a really good map for it because of the way that resources spawn and the Stealth Forest, the Massacre approach. But like, for example, let's say you're on a map where your opponent can easily wall. Horse Archers are the literal worst thing you can build. Horse Archers can only really work on maps that are very wide, right? Like, and also what Dumu is doing really well that you have to do to make Horse Archers work is he's keeping pressure up. Because if he stops at any point and lets Myriad mass up 15 to 20 horsemen, he already loses. Gulem's now getting added in as well. Not sure that's the golden egg here. You need more mobility, not less. Archer starts stepping away. Saints is going to be left behind, so looks like the Warrior Monk does tank the wave, and that gets the space. Yeah, Dumu is just outplaying in these fights. The Horseman count never reaches critical mass, right? It always gets reduced before it gets there. So smart. Myriad has been sneaking some Varangi behind this, but I don't think that's good. It's tough, man. Like, you need to build so many farms to get into Horseman. He's almost there, though, right? Like, Olive Grove's ROP, if he gets up to 35, I think you just start flooding Horseman. And that's your win condition. Like, actually, another option here is just wall up and build Siege. Dumu has no way of breaking walls and no way of breaking through Triple Manga now. If a Horseman or a Warrior Monk, a Warrior Monk will definitely win that fight. Right? Because the Horseman has got pretty pitiful damage and less health. And the Warrior Monk has same attack speed and I think the same damage, right? Yeah. It's like same upgrades, definitely. Even without Boy's Fortitude. Like if you're stripping all upgrades from either side, a Warrior Monk will win. He has, was it 35 more health? And then on top of that, he buffs himself on the armor and damage. Myriad now switching into the archers. And oh, Myriad now turning up my chat. Yeah, Myriad, I was saying, actually, if you didn't miss micro your Keshik on the militia pull situation, you would have actually won the game straight away. Because you would have reduced him down to like one villager, and the second Keshiks would have came in to end the game. It's kind of wild, actually. You almost had him in under 10 minutes. Caught such a mass getting big. Myriad. Ooh, you are a dirty boy. You're a dirty, dirty, dirty boy. Dude, you could shower 3 times a day and you'd still be dirty. Manganel Tower comes in. Kobe's from afar as well. I mean, the Boy's Fortitude is at least going to offset how dirty this really gets, but this is how you hunker down, right? Like, Dumu, the problem I'm seeing is there's got to be an off point with this strat, right? It looks like he's starting to stockpile towards Imp. My only issue is his farm count is abysmal. He's only got 13 right now, and he's running out of food. Fragging now trying to sneak in. Just too many horse archers for you to get by, though. And wait, are they both thinking Imp? Because I'm seeing food stockpiling now for Myriad. He has got enough gold in the corner to get him there. He's going to have to break out quite quickly afterwards, though. Another kind of scary thing for Myriad in this game is where the gold's located. Like here, and even here. Unless you creep out outposts, you're going to be really paranoid. Because these horse archers could come out of nowhere. Tech up now on the way. High armory. I think that Myriad's Imp is a bit weak because of his contract choice. Actually, in this matchup, it's the worst Imp contract. Keshiks plus Gulems just do nothing against Master Elsie. You kind of wish you just went Western Contract, because Western Contract would have given you those fabled longbows, right? Even Silk Road, you know, jabs while keeping range with Mass Limitane is really good against Streltsy. I guess he has at least got No, I'm not going to finish that sentence. I refuse outright to finish that sentence. Never say at least they have elephants. So high armor in the way. Dumu should be ramping up production here, so I'm expecting additional archer rangers to be coming out. Ooh, what? Dude, is he going mass men at arms? Okay, that is very unexpected here. So, Horse Archers, Men at Arms. I don't feel like that beats Byzantines. Oh no, and once again the landmark gets scoured. Luckily this time Dumu is close to complete with it, so he will not be denied his tech up. Militia are going to be pulled for the reset and the defend. Remember, with the imp coming through, they just got upgraded against 155 health, and they wallop Cav for 33 damage per strike. We won't talk about those stats versus Varangian, though. Myriad needs damage right now. Going to try to reset the wave. Streltsy plus Men-at-Arms have now been queued up. Notice the Horse Archers are staying away. This is smart. Dumu, he's going to go into the economy. Oh, God, this is sick. He's expecting Myriad to go for a tech up himself. So he's trying to catch him in the middle of it. Reptiles begin to wallop. Villagers now in trouble. Olive groves need to be vacated. Villagers already shifting out the west side, though. Meanwhile, the dive continues. It's starting to reach the economy. So Dumu with the trade out here. Slipping behind a little. Needs to recover this fast. In fact, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to. The Horse Archers are just being eviscerated by the defenses. Mango, what is that range? Good God. Myriad refuses to be moved here. Dumu taking more than just a bit of chip damage here. Streltsy count only at 4. Everyone garrisoning up. That's more idle time, meaning less units as the minutes go on. By God, I think he's done it. Myriad, this type of damage is ridiculous at this stage in the game. Eco lead is nothing small. 35 ahead now. And for everyone thinking, oh yeah, but relics and high trade house, remember cistern buff is a thing. Remember olive oil is another cherry on top of your gathering rate. There ain't no way I'm backing Dumu's eco right now. Army's at least going to be able to clean up. Looks like a few Streltsy plus the Kremlin defense is going to push him back here. So Myriad gets good damage done. A key drop now coming in. What? Dude, Dumu was so distracted by that attack, he didn't notice the pings going on the wall that was being burnt down. This castle's huge because Dumu now needs a lot of gold for his tech and his comp. He has actually still got 8k at home. He's got 5 relics. I don't think it outright kills him, but it does screw with his longevity in this game. And Palatine School. Oh. I mean, in fairness, Foreign Engineering Company does nothing here. It's already difficult to go Foreign Engineering Company for the Siege because you're up against Banded Arms Springolds. And then to make matters worse, you've taken, I'd say, the single worst contract for Foreign Engineering Company. Because your Golems get a little bit extra health, your Keshiks basically get a little bit extra attack speed, and that's it. Like, it's why you never see Eastern. I actually think Eastern is really underwhelming in the late game. It just doesn't feel like it has any scalability, and it doesn't even feel like the best contract for early game. I do think the devs need to do something about Eastern contract. Hand Cannoneers queued up by Myriad. Another unit you don't see very often because usually people have Western contract on this stage. I actually think Archers makes a lot more sense at first. Archers plus Varangian. Because that way you can basically focus on clearing the front line and then your Archers will gradually whittle down the Streltsy. I do like Limitane though. Limitane can work as well instead of Varangian. The logic is that Limitane will just absorb a lot more damage than Varangian when you're up against Streltsy. Trickle of troops here from Dumu. Feels like an overextension actually from Ben. Way too many melee troops coming into his face here. He's trying to stand his ground to get his hands on the static deployment, but it's costing him more than he's gaining. The castle drop now coming out. Archers versus Streltsy goes exactly the opposite of how you'd expect. Did you use Limitane though? Because I've been watching a lot of players build Varangian against Streltsy, and that's why they lose. You should never, never build Varangian against Streltsy. It's the dumbest thing to do. Okay, you did try it with Limitane. Okay. Yeah, but, okay, Myriad, you know what would work? You just have to go back in time and actually get the good contract. Western contract here, Foreign Engineering Company, and volley longbows destroy Streltsy. Like, I was a little bit shocked by your Eastern contract choice, actually. I said this should definitely be Western, if not Western Silk. I just very much struggle to get on board with Eastern. You almost made it look good, actually. If you almost won the game in 10 minutes, but that's the problem I have with Eastern contract. It feels like the longer the game goes on, it gets worse, and even in the early game, things like the Western contract, even the Silk Road as well, actually compete very well. The only reason I say Eastern is better is when you don't want to build an army in Feudal, but you want to raid. They're coming in. Myriad has got a Mango that would be very helpful right now if it just... Nice wallop. Dude, this hand cannon in detail is kind of sick though. I mean, it is the premium backline, right? And you stripped all gold. Dimmu now moving in with the men-at-arms. Ram's also coming. Castle, outpost, are both going to be garrisoned here. I don't like the way Dimmu split his army here. He actually needs them home to defend because right now he's losing out. Mango is going down. Streltsy count also depleting. I think Dimmu got a bit too fixated on what happens 5 minutes from now instead of worrying what happens now. He still has got 8k gold to work with. And he's over here trying to block yours. Rams also starting to get targeted down. Looks like the castle should eventually fall, but a high price here. Dimmu's base continues to get dove. Dimmu now on free TC and still behind like this. Rangian did just get upgraded, so it looks like Myriad is going to double down on that sector. Interesting. You know, the ballsy thing is the fact he's building mangoes against the Rus, but if you think about it, it's smart. Dimmu is spending way too much gold on bio. Streltsy, men-at-arms, even these mangoes. So what he's not getting is Springolds and bandit-arms, let alone shot triggers. Like, he got ambushed by this. Because if you think about it, we said about 10 minutes ago plus that Myriad should consider mangoes to defend against horse archers. He did. So Dimmu had exactly 0 reasons to prep anti-siege in the Sage. Looks like Myriad is actually pivoting into the archers we talked about. The mango detail as well should be quite easy to bat back Streltsy. And are we getting trade set up? No, it's just the houses. Okay. Myriad has learned some vital lessons about how to play AoE4 from some of our gold and bronze level players. Oh, damn. Wait, what happened over it? Myriad didn't lose the castle. All right, I'm shocked, man. Like, that castle should have been dead, 100%. Dimmu still has some fundamental gold issues as this game goes on. Siege crew coming in. I mean, he is playing mangoes, right? So it kind of makes sense. I can't believe he's actually locking the Sacred Site. This is like one of the most obnoxious maps to try and get a Sacred Site victory on. Like, if you're in a position to capture 3 Sacred Sites and hold them, most players will just GG. Because they have nothing left, right? They can't trade. They can't block your Sacred Site win condition. Usually your big gold veins over in that area or your big stone. Angry Vikings on the way, by the way. We've got ferocious speed being researched. Balls. Very bold, Myriad, to think that you're going to press that button against Master Streltsy. I mean, you could, right? Like, there's loads of things you could do. You could challenge Tyson Fury to a fisty fight. You could run through a minefield. I wouldn't recommend these things. How is Dimmu still alive? I mean, he's not on the inside. At this point, he's numb. He's putting faith in the Streltsy, right? Like, the reality is, Myriad chose what feels like the worst contract. So that's where there's hope, right? Oh, no. I'm pretty sure that wasn't by choice. I knew it. I knew it straight away. All right. Dumbo the elephant's on the way soon. Vision. Lacking. Oh my god. Myriad saw him first. Dimmu standing his ground, waiting for the static deployment to come through. Mangoes are looking for a wallop, and we'll be able to find them. Deployment did just come through. Mangoes have been removed. Myriad now flooding through, though. He finds gaps in the line. On top of the Streltsy now. Just needs to stick to his target. Ferociousness has now been activated, so it looks like the Berserk mode is underway. Moves deeper and mops him up. It looks like the Streltsy mass is going to get cut down, but just as quickly as it looks like it's going to die, it wipes the front line. And I think we all just learned a valuable lesson as to why you do not press Berserk. That was absurd. So what went wrong there is because there was still half the men-at-arms left, he walks past them, the men-at-arms don't have to move to keep attacking, and he now has no melee armor whatsoever. Absolute insanity. Frontline is going to die again. I mean, this time, Dimu may need to consider a reset. Psych! But don't worry, guys. Gun beats elephant. Wait, that doesn't help him. I can't. Dude, I don't know what it was watching that fight that made it look like the meta-arms had all died. When the flood came through, I actually thought all of his men-at-arms just melted. They hadn't. They were just standing there, stabbing in the back. And by the way, this was all pre-chem. Yeah, you just heard me correctly. There was no chemistry here. Unfreaking believable. I think this is over. Dimu, master of the ruse when it comes to high view. I feel like I rarely ever see this guy lose on this map. Myriad, I feel like I rarely ever see this guy win on this map. I'm sorry. We do seem to find your losses with the Byzantines here. Wild. 5 relics and a high trade house. The wonders they can achieve. 253 gold, by the way, there. No wonder he's able to afford Streltsy and still have the 4k gold left over here. Right? This never mattered because Myriad couldn't survive deep enough. And now I don't think he's gonna. Is it 192 if it was 182? Pretty sure it's 182. Actually, no. Was it even lower? Anyway. Farms are being torched down. I think this is done. The Mango wallops as well. He's frontlining with Streltsy. Horseman backstab coming in, but the Streltsy should be able to take this down quick enough. Mango shots are less than ideal. Berserk has been activated, but the moment that static deployment comes in, this is going to get one-sided. And there it is. The Vikings should not be able to win this. The absurdity of just standing his ground like this. And remember, by the way, meleeing him is not a good option here, because that means he's using the Bardiche, where he Bardouches you out of the game. And I believe Myriad has been firmly bar-dunked in this one. Absolutely brutal game. Damn, Myriad, he looked so close to just winning this. I mean, the big problem really is, like, you know, to Mira's point around, like, Streltsy, I think part of it is you just didn't have Lombos. Like, you took away some of your best scaling late game. But, like, the bigger thing to kind of consider here, the issue with Streltsy, I think there is some warrant to maybe they're a bit overtuned. And the reason they're overtuned is because this Civ has better anti-siege. I think that's the problem. Like, if Banded Arms wasn't a thing, maybe you have an option, because then maybe you rely on Mangoes, but there's nothing to rely on here. GG cool. Dimu, on the edge of getting his ass kicked twice in this game, decides it ain't his day to die. Damn. Yeah, legit. You actually, like, I think you could have won that in 10. Like, no cap. It's actually wild how close you were to winning that without him even getting the tech up. Damn. What a cool game. Absolute pleasure. All right, should we see if we've got any more live games? I do love live games. What do we call that one? Longbow Varangian versus Streltsy MAA. You need to put exponentially more effort to even have a chance to beat the comp. I think you're underrating how powerful Volley is, actually. Volley is ridiculous. I've watched it beat Streltsy comps in late game. The only risk you run is on like choke pointy maps, is like the siege, right? I legit think like all issues start and end at the siege. It's the rubber banded arms. That's the problem. Because like a wise player on Roost to try and counter the mass longbows will go mangoes. I still think you can get an edge. Like your biggest issue is the relic situation, actually. Oh, no, but Myriad, you don't build Varangians. You just spam Limitane. Because Limitane can come out a lot quicker, right? I think you're just thinking in the wrong unit altogether. Because if you Limitane spam, and then you, with Teardrop Shields, they run so quickly to the front line. Right? And then you shield wall. They're just cannon fodder, dude. Unlimited cannon fodder. They don't have bonus damage versus Cav, but they have high base damage in melee. Don't know where you're reading that they have bonus damage versus Cav. They have 61 base damage, though, with Badish. It does attack slower than a gunshot, but not by much. Who else have we got that we can watch? Hum diddly I wonder. You know what I'm hearing, Myriad? I'm hearing you just didn't have enough meat, mate. You needed more muscle. Should check out that. Probably help you. The most random segue. Legit, though, guys, if you are thinking of trying this out, Protein Works, I was just saying at the start of the stream, they sponsored us for this month. Our sponsorship's going to get reviewed in 2 days. So, what I recommend is if you were consider, I don't want you to, like, if you don't, not interested, don't go do it. But why wouldn't you be interested, right? Think about it. If you shake and bake with one of these mother duckers, you can sit and game more because you don't have to go off and cook. Right? So that's extra games in. That's extra elo lost or gained. And more train time in. It's a win-win. But yeah, they actually have a huge promo right now going on with the summer. Huge discounts up to like 70-80% off. And then my discount code, Killer Pigeon at checkout, still works on top of that. So take advantage of it. Because like I said, in a day or two, I'm going to sit down with the agent who reps them. And we're going to look to negotiate another sponsorship for another month. And if the sales are better, they will offer your humble AoE pigeon more money to come back. And more product. Dude, I want to try the banana and salt caramel. See? Ufasa gets it. It's all about losing that elo quicker. Which is smart, because if you lose elo quicker, you get to a lower rank, and then you get those fun lobbies easier. Anyone else playing X Define right now is like, oh my god, all these noobs I get to kill? Come on. Alright, so let me have a look and see if we've got any Oovers queuing up right now that we know. I don't think so. So we can do the... Oh, wait, maybe? I think some people are scrimming. So what we do have... Yay! Sup, Voldy? How's it going, buddy? What we do have is we have... There was a Recon Kiljadi game, wasn't there? That we wanted to check in on. So let me... open Kiljadi's profile now. We'll have a look. First time you see me without a tie on? Really, Sickle? I don't always wear a tie here. Because you got to like balance it out, right? When it's tournament games or whatever, you put a tie on, you know? That's the reaction you want when you come home. Sorry, darling, I'm already taken. So, let's see. Kiljadi versus Feely. Ah, there we go. Byzantines versus Malians. Someone who buys these protein shakes is basically sort of in a way giving you money as well as getting delicious protein. Exactly. Yeah. Well, because like the way that it works for a lot of brands, whenever there's a code associated, and by the way, I'm trying to aim to same with my influencers. If there's a code associated, I'm aiming to get them a base rate and not just affiliate ships, because for any aspiring content creators, affiliate code only deals are a scam. So, you know, a lot of the time, these will involve a base rate, and that base rate will be calculated on, like, you know, the perceived buy power of your audience, right? And based on that, they'll come up with a figure, because companies will know what the average value of a customer is. And the base rate for conversion that gets used is 2% of the audience will convert. But based on, say, you know, after you've like done an integration, if you go back to them and then you're like, okay, I had a 5% conversion rate. Doesn't sound like a lot to you guys, but trust me, like for marketing agents, like, oh my God, the holy grail, right? That's an insane conversion rate. 5%, 10%, dude, you're in the golden numbers. And that's when they're like, okay, we're willing to give you more money to reintegrate. So yeah. But yeah, I like to point out the stuff about affiliate stuff, because I've definitely like been baited into it before, and I know lots of content creators have. Affiliate only deals are bad. Never do them. So that you can identify usually if there's an affiliate deal. Well, not always, but like what helps is, like, for example, with tournaments usually won't do affiliate deals. They'll just have brand integration. But a lot of companies right now are focused around sales and how they directly can track sales. So what they'll do, at least the ones that aren't ripping people off, is they'll offer you a flat fee, and then some will offer a flat fee plus a commission. I usually think flat fee plus commission are the reasonable ones right now, given the current like trends in marketing. The way those typically work is like, I can give you an example where, for example, with some brands that I've talked with, they'll be like, okay, so we'll give you, let's say they'll be like $300 for the month. And after you've had this many sales, you will earn this much per new sale. I'm okay with those ones. Those ones are reasonable. But yeah. The dream is to get the easy peasy ones where they just want brand exposure. All right, catching up with chat, and then we're going. AOE forecasters getting deals? Hell yeah, dude. Just got to keep scaling. If you guys can't afford to buy these things, by the way, do not worry. Like, you know, it definitely helps. If you're thinking, like, that's why I said, if you're thinking of grabbing these type of products, check them out. If not, no worries. You guys tuning in actually helps as well, because when brands are looking, they're looking for people that have big viewership. If someone doesn't like me talking about money so much, sorry, darling, but I like to be transparent about it. I do this career because I love it, but I also need to figure out a way of making money off of it. Oof. If it was all about the money, though, damn straight there's easier ways of making money, especially nowadays. Does French, if we don't go for College of Artillery, get no Culverin, like ever? No, you don't. You also do not get a... Not only do you not get a Culverin, you also do not get a Reboldequin if you do not go College of Artillery. Why are we talking about College of Artillery? Like, no one's going to build it. It's not even in the game. We've got Kiljadi versus Recon on Dry Arabia. Byzantines up against the Malians. One of these civs gets Culverin, one doesn't. Ergo, Byzantines are underpowered. Malians are overpowered. We've got a... No, I'm not even going to entertain that thought. I thought this would be a fun one, though, because Kiljadi plays a very aggressive style of Byzantines, because he plays an aggressive style of everything. And Recon plays a very aggressive Malians. The Trash Panda likes to play them as a trashy feudal civ. I don't know if you guys have been noticing this recently, Recon's games. But Costlage usually only happens because, the other person goes there. At the moment, Recon has been doing some really funky builds, most notably around Archer Mass and Warrior Scout Mass. And I wonder if he's going to try it here. Because it could actually work very well if, for example, Kiljadi doesn't go Hippodrome. I do wonder, though, has Kiljadi noted this build from Recon? Because if he knows about it, Hippodrome does seem like the most likely candidate to come out here. What will be the best mercenary unit for Biz here? In this matchup against Malians, I think I don't mind the idea of going Lombos. Lombos is really cool because defensively, Jabs can't really touch you because you're in your base, right? So they won't dive underneath your TC. It's very unlikely. And then, when you get to Castle Age, you actually get a super sick unit that counters a lot of what the Malians will try to do. The Lanzknecht. The Lanzknecht, great up against these mass scout strats we talked about Recon doing, great up against mass Donzos, great up against mass Musafadi. Even Sofas don't necessarily like going into a line of Lance mixed with Limitane. And then if you ever get to the hyper late game, you always have Streltsy, which can actually work here. You don't really want to go for the Eastern Contract. The Eastern Contract just doesn't have much value. You're up against a Civ that has premium Spearman, has a full range composite that can snipe down Keshiks quite quickly. Right, they scale to a point where they kill very fast. And Gulems, I just don't think you scale Gulems quick enough, right? Like, Gulems can actually work reasonably against Marlians when you're playing someone like the Abbasses, the Ibids, with a good economy, but the Byzantines that start Castle, you're not really scaling your mercs at an insane pace, right? And that's another reason why you usually see people stay on range mercs instead of switching immediately to melee mercs. It's easier to keep range mercs alive, ergo you can keep that number padded while throwing away the thing you can spam, which is food and gold units. Lancer up on one side, Grand Winery come the other. Looking at the spawn, not a great one for Recon if he plays defensive. But as I said, I don't expect him to be playing defensive here. It would be a nightmare though. Like, double gold, near base, obviously one of them forward, the other one really far on the back. Woodline's also not favorable for defending. Anything other than one gold vein here doesn't bode well if he does defend. And we at least don't see that Hippodrome detail we mentioned coming for Killjadi. It doesn't mean we couldn't be seeing Horseman here. Horseman Longbow, ironically a build that Recon really came up with, could smash him wide open here. It sounds really risky to do this against Javs, but when you consider how good Longbows can be at initiating onto Donzos, and the initial surge you get out of your mercenaries with the Grand Winery, I could see a world in which Killjadi just outnumbers and overwhelms Recon before he can even get out for that second pit mine. Little detail here from Recon, by the way. 4 months instead of 6. This is because he knows that the Byzantines can't come out hard and fast. If you're against a Civ like, for example, French, or if you're up against a Civ like Delhi, you probably consider 6 on the Mansa, so that you could actually get your first feudal units out fast enough to defend. But when you're up against the Byzantines, although they are a very aggressive Civ a few minutes into feudal age, the opening 2 minutes are fairly underwhelming from an aggressive standpoint. Like house immediately being dropped. Very early by Killjadi. Has he actually got enough gathering going on here? I think he's been a bit suboptimal, right? He's going to be idle for, is it 20 seconds? Dude, he's even investing 2 to build it up. I'm not sure what the process is here. Because he's only got 244 olive oil, right? Yeah. I mean, you've got 10 seconds extra research. He hasn't pulled the trigger yet. So this is starting to look like he's waiting until he's scoured for info, but then that makes it even worse that he just wasted that extra time, right? Because he did waste time. He missed out on extra gathering. Remember, the first villager is great for building, but then any additional villager is only worth 25%. And it is going to be the Eastern Contract. Yeah, but once again, like this early. So, overall, Killjadi, like, I don't think it's nitpicky because it's actually very important for your initiation here, especially with a Keshik contract. He built this Merc House, or he built into the Merc House prep, you know, get the building, get the research, probably about 35 to 40 seconds early, close to, right? Is that an exaggeration? I wasn't monitoring the clock 100%, but at least 30 seconds. They are on the way, though. Keshik's an interesting choice here. Is this because he's seen Recon's build before? Because here's the thing, if this was a standard Marlian build with Donzos and Javelins, Keshik's is really, really bad. You don't do anything, you just die. But against Recon's really, really weird Stables plus Archery range build, where he tends to build Warrior Scouts and Archers, Keshik's aren't a bad choice. And it looks like it is that fast castle afterwards. Okay, so Killjadi is in experimentation mode then. We saw this earlier. He keeps doing this type of build at the moment. Well, actually, it's not just him, right? Myriad done it earlier, just before this. Killjadi's now doing it. In Myriad's game, it was 2TC first, but it was the same kind of concept, right? Cav to draw attention, and then you tech up afterwards. Glory Scout's on the move. Recon. I think he's been bamboozled here, man. Could you stop Killjadi from doing this? I don't think so. I think the Keshiks, yeah. They scare him away. Oh, no. All right. So this is starting to look like a fairly cut and dry game, bar a big mistake being made. Because Killjardy is going to get a clean tech up now, and Recon only has Warrior Scouts to show for it. I mean, the good news is these Warrior Scouts can actually kill the Keshiks over time because of the extra movement speed. The bad news is, who cares about the Keshiks? Mongol's dead Civ. All their units dead Civ. Like, this is kind of an irrelevant thing now. Wow. I'm a Goomba from Super Mario? Is there a specific part of me you envision to be a Goomba? Huh? I mean, I'd say if anyone's Super Mario, it's Killjardy. Because his army's like very small. But he's about to eat a very big mushroom. And, well, here's the funny thing, guys. Keshiks will start beating these Warrior Scouts, but even if it wasn't for Keshiks, Golems will disintegrate these Warrior Scouts. So I'm just going to do the one appropriate thing the moment Killjardy hits the age up, and I'm going to have to do it for the entire age up. No, I'm not going to do that, dude. I'm not going to do that for several minutes. It's me, Farangian God. Yeah, I think Recon's about to get wahad out of the game here. He's nowhere near his tech up, and if he rushes it, dude, I think he'll just get flooded. There's still Keshiks in the field in the meantime. Luckily for him, it looks like Killjardy is being greedy. He's going for the relics first. I'm not sure what Recon's going to do with this army when it upgrades, though. Like, if this was a game where Killjardy went Lombos or Javelins, then the Warrior Scouts would do something. They do nothing. Remember, when they get upgraded, their movement speed increases, and then they get bonus damage against ranged. That's great. You can run away from the Varangian quicker, but you don't do anything extra to them. Oh my god, Killjardy's about to win with the most A-brain clicky comp I've seen in a while. I mean, that's not true. I see Varangian a lot, but you don't see Keshiks with them all the time. Musafadi now being built by Recon. Okay, so this can work, right? So you want to keep your opponent in his base with your Warrior Scouts. You gradually scale Musafadi while you're prepping the Fulani. And then you upgrade full Musafadi. And then you can actually wipe the entire army of the enemy. You got to be very quick about this, though. If Killjardy senses that you're weak, that you're teching up, and he times it right, he can just block it all out before it begins. I'm sorry, Julebeck. Are you judging someone for doing only scouts? Aren't you a Chuji main? Which means you only do Chuganu? That's like someone whose only hobby is football judging someone whose only hobby is basketball. Fulani now on the way. So Rax is getting laid in. We are just getting the full melee comp then from both sides. Okay, but hear me out. If you do start just Gulaming, you kind of win, right? It looks like he's going to stick to Keshik, so I guess gives him some sustain. So what, Varangian kind of tank and absorb between, but the Keshiks always sustain themselves up to full health again, right? Keshiks diving in on the eco now. Recon, he hasn't completed the tech up yet. The Varangians start hitting the economy. Keshiks, they're pinned against the edge, but it's scouts! There's barely any Musafadi here. Oh my god, this is such a bad trade for Recon. Second wave comes in, he's out and out. So the only way Warrior Scouts win this is if they can surround you. Killjardy, that was so Gigabrain. He ran into the tree line to hit the eco and then stood up against the trees for his last stand. And it's not even his last stand. Recon's dead. Oh my god. There's nothing left to defend with, man. I don't think Warrior Scouts only is the way. Dude, it's like Recon is building all the worst units he can in Feudal Age. Warrior Scouts and Musafadi. I feel like this is the only time I'm ever going to see this attempted by a top-level player. We said he was looking to prep some new strats for Master of Realms. I think this one will go in the maybe not pile. Oh my god. Alright, Recon, he's like, you know, moral victory if I can at least tech up. More villagers dead though. Dude, just Recon, please call the game. Recon, please. He's lost half of the people that lived in this empire now. Oh my god, he's lost more than half at this rate. This is wild. 19 worker kills and only 19 left. New wave of Keshiks coming in. Musafani upgrade has at least been queued. Okay, so a lot of you are probably going to like be in the comments later and be like, why does Recon not just call GG? The game is clearly over. Why is he being one of those people? Because Killjadi's one of those people. You guys still remember that game, right? That Beasty versus Killjadi game on Coastal Cliffs. Recon clearly does. He's like, well, I'll do it too. I mean, in fairness to him, he has got a wave of Musafadi together, right? So there's going to be a soft reset here. But behind this, Killjadi, it's only looking close because he hasn't put everything back into war yet. He's got a 4th relic on the way home. That means he can juice more mercs. It's probably going to just be mass Keshiks for better raid potential. Ghoulims could work here very well as well, though, with Varangian. Instead, why are we queuing up crossbows, dude? That's like you're borderline BMing here. Wait, why does he not have wheelbarrow at 13.5 minutes into the game? You don't have an excuse anymore. Grand Winery has this deck. Key bindings, right? Okay, so crossbows are going to come out. He could have just built archers, by the way. Archers would have been more cost efficient and better. But I guess he's like, I got food and gold. I don't want to be that hard on wood. I don't know. Maybe it just worked out perfectly because it looks like Recon is switching to sofas now. It's almost like Killjadi. Dude, I don't want to call this an efficient read by Killjadi. I legit think he just sees this as the only recourse for Recon, right? And yeah, dude. He's like, wait, there actually aren't any sofas coming? Okay, I'll just put archers. No, we are at least going to have sofas coming, but the problem is, when you're talking about a 21 villager deficit, I think there's some limitations on sofa massing. And those games that you guys are used to seeing, where like there's 20 plus sofas coming in the first few minutes castle, that's not going to happen here. And it's even worse still, actually, because Recon went into Imams, and there are no relics on the map anymore. They're all on the way home. In fact, they just got banked. Ouch. 5 relics pre-15. I don't remember the last time I saw a game where it was it 12 minutes? Someone had more dead villagers than alive villagers. So many Keshiks. I don't think I've ever seen a Keshik comp look so threatening. Recon is sneaking in on the flanks. Things have slowed down a little bit, but no. It's just Killjadi prepping the next wave, right? His eco at this point should be through the roof. Olive groves haven't been added in mass, but he has got enough berry patches to still get a decent amount of Keshiks out. And yeah, Recon's down 20 villagers, but his eco still looked better for a bit because congratulations, we'll meet Malians. Like, it still looks better, but that's because you're looking at these numbers. Always remember this number as well. Add the olive oil in. Yeah, Fulani is ridiculous. Like, this landmark just, I think it's one of the worst landmarks in the game. And by worse, I don't mean bad. I mean worse as in it's bad for the intricate designs and plays of AoE4. There's a reason every Malian player tries to rush it. And it's funny as well, because like Malians have a decent feudal age. If you took the Fulani away from them, I don't think they'd be a bad civ at all. Probably want to give them 1 or 2 other small buffs maybe, but yeah. This game is still going because Recon is living in anime mode. You want to know why Recon hasn't been playing as much Age of Empires 4 at the moment? He's been binging My Hero Academia. He's like, oh my god. If he can do it, so can I. Maybe I'm the one to inherit All Might's valor. Go, boys, go! No, I know that's a different anime. Don't at me in the comments. Surprise! You made it to the enemy base. Would you like to leave now? Ticks yes. I mean, that's the upside, right, of being Musafadi plus Sofa. You can run away. The downside is I think Killjardy, after seeing your army and not being impressed, might just go to your base. Stealth gets used. Ash comes in. Yeah, Musafadi backstabbing an archers doesn't feel great. The Sofas are at least a better unit to stick on the archers. Killjardy's just winning this fight though, man. Like, there's barely any Sofas left. This is over. Recon, you tried, buddy. Maybe in season 16 of My Hero Academia, you'll win a fight. But not tonight. Well, that was painful. Oh my god. Using a Trillian to dominate a fight. I kind of like that one for that element. That was a sick play, actually, that little detail. Maybe on the thumbnail it just says Nature's Nurture. Or Nature Protects. Alright. So that was a teensy bit one-sided. Biz the balance if. Wait, McRooster, are you... Dude, did you only clock in at the last few minutes? The Malian player lost half of his eco. Like, villagers. the issue isn't the Byzantine are OP there. It's that Malians are going a little bit light on the eco count. Yeah, okay. Just check. I'm just checking. Because I've had a person come at the end before like that. I'm like, No, the real lesson here is Malians are OP though, right? Can we all agree? Firm handshakes. Malians need enough. Yeah. All on board. That's because Malians are pretty absurd. It's so dumb. It's just bad design. Malians Cow Boom is the equivocal of like old school HRE with relics when they gave 300 gold. That's how I feel about Malian Cow Boom. Because it's just like, at least that situation, HRE player had to come out at some point to get that resource. It's wild to me. Wild. Alright, have you got any known pros queuing? Let's have a look quickly. If not, we got more replays. Myriad versus Lash. Reese versus Japanese. We can cook. One sec. Damn, it's stuck in my head now. It's a good thing to be stuck in my head. English needs 2,700 resources to complete the cow boom. Oh, Malians. Yeah, but you're talking about a Civ that immediately gets extra resources. Because they drop a pit mine, and then they build a Mansa. And congrats, they already have an extra 175 gold a minute. And then they go age 2, and add another one in. Do you see where the problems lie here? Right? I don't know, man. Maybe pit mine should scale based on age. Actually, no. It's probably same with the cow. Like, it's not the pit mine as much as the cows that are the problem. The former kings of Four Lakes versus the new king of Four Lake. Had to tune in for this one. Lash taking the field, the Japanese. Meanwhile, on the other side, this account, is none other than Myriad on the Ruskies. Yeah, kind of curious about this one, actually. I'm becoming increasingly convinced that Japan is an S-tier pick for this map, which is going to have some interesting implications now that I think about it. Because we are on the meta check here. We're checking in on what's going to be happening ahead of time in Master of Realms. And interesting thought for you guys about the Master of Realms AoE4 tournament. There is a categorization of maps, right? And Hybrid is one that includes Four Lakes, as well as Kawasan, where Japan has looked pretty hot on both. On top of that, Japan also has the merits of Holy Island being in a different category pool. Now, this is interesting to me because I think all of a sudden a Civ that I think most players would agree just feels really underwhelming right now on the ladder could look pretty sick. And it kind of shows you the difference that map selection makes, right? Like the maps that you run into on ranked ladder make Japan look pretty weak right now. But the maps that you're going to be seeing in upcoming tournament play actually made Japanese a fairly mid to upper echelon type Civ. So why are they so strong on this map? It's the ability to play extra pawns very freely, right? Like, I remember, and I don't know if I was alone in this, but when I first saw that the only perk that the Japanese got around water was the 30 wood saving per fishing boat, I thought they were going to be crazily weak because of it. But anything but, right? Like, if you think about each of these ponds and the fact that you got up to, like, let's say 8. Let's say you do 8 fishing boats. You save 30 wood each. That's pretty insane, right? That's 240 resources in the early game per pond. What do you do with that? Put it into extra docks to protect your investment, or put it into an aggro dock. Then the follow-up play into Coca Township with the Shinobi blocks out your opponent's aggro play. Also puts them under pressure, especially if they are relying heavily on water and don't have anything to defend on land. So there's a lot of reasons why Japanese can work very well on this map. I still stand by my statement that I think Coca Township is kind of underwhelming. In fact, I would argue that in some cases, Kura Storehouse just feels better even on this map. Would you like more new civs or existing civs to get better? So I like a mix. There are original civs that need some tweaks and revamps. I think Delhi is due a revamp. I think Roos absolutely needs this entire bounty system completely rethought. I've already provided entire solutions to the devs that are 10 times better than what we have right now. And then I think French needs some depth and separation from Jeu. But that doesn't mean we can't have new civs. What you need to be careful of is as you add in new civs, you need to introduce buffs to the existing civs. Because if you don't do that, you get power creep. It always happens, right? It's the beautiful way I like to describe power creep, so it's like just so obvious to people. Like power creep is basically when you just add new things, previous things become weaker. The clearest example I can ever think of is in a graphical form, actually. It's like when anyone who's played Dota will know what I'm talking about here. When you look at cosmetics that were released 10 years ago and compare them to ones now, there's a reason why you're buying the ones now, right? Like the ones 10 years ago, unless they were ultra rare, there's no reason you want them. So like it's kind of similar with civs, where if you don't give them the polishing every once in a while, then the beauty doesn't shine through. We aren't trading in silver here. We don't want to keep that natural patina, all right? We want to keep them looking sparkly. So they're our shoes, shall we say. When we buffer our shoes, when we give them a bit of polish, we want to wear them again. And I think that's how a lot of people right now feel with a lot of the older civs. Oh, new civs or new water work? That's actually... Okay, I got you now. I got you. I think water isn't drastically in need of a rework as much as people think. Like, all water actually needs is a tweaking and balancing. Fish just gives too much value. That's all it is. If you actually cut the fishing rates down again, because like what they're at right now, I think it's 1. Which, by the way, another little detail of the devs. Why is the rate not in the UI? It's so easy. But like it's about 1, right? With deep water fish. If you take it down by 0.05 or 0.1 and do a similar debuff to shoreline fish, all of a sudden, water maps aren't just you do water or you lose. There are timings and alternative options, right? Which I think is what is missing for a lot of people that's frustrating right now, especially people with lower ranks who don't even want to do fishing. And that's the beauty of AoE4, right? Like I think that's where we thrive, is when you're talking about a game where the early phases have 3 or 4 different options, all of a sudden it looks a lot more refreshing. But if you get to a stage where you have to make the same opening play over and over and over again, which when you're on 4 legs is you have to go fishing. I don't think I've yet to see a build that doesn't involve... Like Mongols maybe. Mongols are the one where they do the tower rush, right? But even when Mongol players do tower rushes on this map, they still fish. Lash. Going for the blocker to his fishing being harassed here. So what is more efficient, doing this or doing small clusters? Because remember, there's an initial cost whenever you set up pass tables of 21, right? So doing like a 2-segment one is 28 would, but doing one this long would be what? 6. So 6, so 7 in total, I think. So 28 compared to adding in an extra 28. But like you'd have to reset, right? So I actually think this is in some ways a bit better what Lash has done here. But mainly because of how he didn't continue, right? I think you do a segment here, a segment here, a segment here. I want to say the smaller segments are better, slightly. Because it saves you a bit more wood. The biggest mistake, I think, from Lash here is just build a farmhouse right now. You're idling this villager this entire time while you go castle. It's a really cool build we saw Recon doing, actually. I think Recon might have been the first person to start doing it with Japanese. At least that I've seen so far. So that's going to be an extra dock. Yeah, kind of crazy he didn't even gather shoreline fish while he waited. Because it's really suboptimal. Other side of this, we haven't really looked at what Myriad's been doing too much. Myriad did have to go for the archer ship. It looks like he did force a cancel on the dock. So Lash has to retreat home for a safety dock. What he's going to get is a very aggressive castle timing. In this matchup, I actually really like Japan. Rus has some big problems to answer. They cannot play into knights, even this early, because the Koka Township Shinobi can ruin you, right? Like, you can actually beat them, but in theory, if you invest in 1 knight, all you need to do with Shinobi is invest in 3, right? And you already get 1 by default. So you spend 240 resources to beat 240 resources. With a bit of micro. And it's even worse than that because your opponent has to build stables. And they don't want stables because if they build stables on the roofs, then you're going to be building knights into mounted samurai. Which is never, ever, ever a fight you win. Like, funny little detail for you guys. You'd think Boy's Fortitude would give an edge. It doesn't. If you have Boy's Fortitude against mounted samurai, you still lose. Because 25 extra health, but missing out on, what is it, I think 36 damage from a lance strike, while your opponent gets his damage going through, right? So even if we don't talk about the exchange of like them doing 36 damage and you missing out on it, just focus on the miss out. You get 25 more health, but you miss out on 36 damage in a trade. You'll always lose the fight against Mount Samurai. High trade house now on the way. Ooh, this is a juicy one. So Myriad gets the 14 gold hunting cabin. And this one's going to be so luxurious. Kind of unfortunate, actually. I think there wasn't quite enough room to drop it between the 3 tree lines. Otherwise, it would have been an absolute jackpot. Get your numbers in now. Whether you're watching live or watching later. Like, I don't see this enough. When we're on the YouTube side, when you're watching these, smash in the comments the number before you see it. So full pond protection coming. Lash, this should just be a very simple stables game. There's no reason not to. You could go for Onimusha, but then horse archers can beat you. Now, I haven't seen anyone try and do horse archers against mounted samurai yet. That might work better. This is the high trade house basement. I'm sorry, you trying to count trees? You can pause the video on me now. Tatara coming through, Daimyo as well, so good timing overall, actually. Like I said before, players are gotten a lot better at timing their Tatara now, so they have it when the tech up completes. So we're probably looking at Mountain Samurai into... What will be the follow-up here? Onabagisho? Probably. In theory, you can go Onimusha, but I don't see a world in which Rus do go for armor. And oh my god, we're right. Yeah, he's trying the archery range build. So horse archers plus what? Spearmen? Makes sense, right? You need a front line. That's kind of sick. That actually might work. The cost efficiency, though, is a bit worrying to me, right? Spending 120 and then spending 80. Meanwhile, it's 250. And this unit can... it almost feels like an Omni tool, right? It's so multifaceted in what it can do. But the other cool thing is this does give Myriad a way of blocking relics, which I think is what his primary goal is. Unfortunately, without a scout here, he doesn't notice the Shinto walking by. This is an egregious spawn, by the way. I've been noticing this a lot at the moment with Four Lakes. Four Lakes seems to have a heavy bias towards spawning 3 or 4 relics deep on one side of the map. In this case, you've got 4 relics on one side. So other problem with Myriad's build here, takes a lot more micro. Lash can just A-click brain his way through this, whereas when you go Horse Archers, the attack animation requires a lot of oversight. It just makes it easier for Lash to focus on doing other things. Harder for Myriad to find value. Looks like he's going to go for a raid instead. Wall is starting to come up. You can't even hang around for a villager kill, right? Like, not unless you want to die. Yeah, so he gets the villager kill, loses a Horse Archer. I'm not liking the look of this right now. Spimmin upgrades are coming through, but at this stage, your opponent can easily switch to Onabagisha. Like, you've actually given him the keys to the kingdom here. You went Spearman and Crossbows, but worse still, you revealed the fact you're going to go Crossbows by starting off with Horse Archers. Even if you stuck Horse Archers, by the way, Onabagisha can beat that. Because Onabagisha, when they charge, move quicker than Horse Archers. Even when they don't move much slower, right? And if you think about it, 1.5 movement speed compared to 1.62, because of how long it takes you to turn around fire and then turn around again, Onabagisha will always gain ground on Horse Archers. I'm sorry, is Myriad flaming people for playing Japan when he picks the old school OP Civ here? I mean, it's almost like Japan is actually really good on this map and kind of sucks on anything land-oriented, right? Looks like Warrior Monk was able to yoink one back here. This is probably the only relic you should be getting this game. Shunshin, cool idea. Unfortunately, Lash not going to be able to actually run him down. I swear the attack... Wait. What was that? What? He just double Shunshin, right? What? Dude, someone clip that and send it to me afterwards. I'm pretty sure I just saw... I'm not imagining that, right? That wasn't him... He didn't disguise. He double Shunshinned. What the hell? I mean, thank God Coca Township's trashed. Otherwise, we'd have a problem. I mean... It's sensible on water maps, but it's not overpowered. I think it's the bigger point to bring in. And here we go. This is going to look overpowered. Mad Samurai and Onabagisha. Myriad at risk of losing the entire army here. Mad Samurai cut off from the clump to cut off the reinforcements. Sick micro there. And Lash can now follow up the Katana Bannerman and the Onabagisha to mop up the main army. Dude, that was, yeah, it was 100% a double teleport. I was like, is there a second Shinobi we didn't see? It didn't matter, though. Like, what matters is just how powerful Onabagisha here are as a switch-up. I think Myriad's mistake was probably, like, the way he opened Horse Archers, he revealed his strat, and then got bogged down. Just sensible reaction by Lash as well, right? Like, when you go Horse Archers at opening like that, and you lay your follow-up, like, logically, if you're going Horse Archers, you need a front line. So you're either going Men-at-Arms or you're going Onabagisha. And if you're doing that, then dropping a Rax is the easy-peasy solution ahead of time. So, yeah. Kind of a tricky one. I wonder what else could Myriad have done here? I mean, the Horse Archer issue isn't an issue, right? Like, if you raid with them, but the walls do come up so quickly. Maybe you just have to hunker down. Which feels sad because of the relic situation. I mean, credit to him, Myriad actually did get 2 of the 5 relics on the map, which is more than I expected here. High Trade House, by the way, in the end, was 180 gold amount. So actually, with 2 relics, he's better off. Psych, Yoroshiros. 2-point fights now. It feels bad to choke point fight with a melee on melee against, like, in most cases, against Onabagisha, right? Because the attacks be different. And the fact that the second wave always attacks you as well. It's such a brutal unit to try and contest like this. I think this is over. Kind of wacky. 11 eco lead. It just doesn't matter. In fact, he's starting to hemorrhage, and that is going to be it. GG gets called. Lash. Another example in the arsenal of why Japan is S tier on 4 legs. Ooh, it's a spicy one. Wait, why did my game just crash? Dude, the game just keeps crashing at the moment. I need another word other than king. Like, because I'm going for like an old king versus new king. Old goat civ versus new goat civ? And then I'll call that, like, what was it? The ultimate answer. The final answer to the who rules. I'm trying to think what I call this one on YouTube. I'm not even sure if it's really that YouTubeable. Probably not. Number 1 civ on 4 legs. Alright, anyway, let's start the game again. Bloody game likes to crash. Relic, small indie company. Not sure trust. Ooh, actually, I still got some of this, haven't I? Sorry, just being sent text walls in the background. All right, let's get the game open again. I want some more live action, baby. Whoop, whoop. You're still waiting for community games? I mean, we had this discussion earlier. The tough part is getting enough people. It really is. And I'm still trying to find a solution for the other bigger issue that I've highlighted, which is whenever we switch over to community games, viewership plummets. Which is telling me that, like, there's not enough people. Or the audience isn't discovering the content. But my instinct is that it's the former because of the way that AoE4 has always been marketed as a 1v1 game first. And not much has been done to market it to the alternative, right? I'm still not sure entirely how to solve for that. Weren't they in this game before? Nope. Nope. Don't want a part of it. Alright. So what we'll do, I think we had, let me have a look. So we've done the Killjoy Recon game. There's Recon versus Voldemar. There's also the Ravane guy has climbed to like top 10 on the ladder. One on purist com games are only fun when you're in them. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to solve for that fully. I'm starting to wonder if, in a way, AoE4 has been like developed into a corner, which is not a good sign because I don't think 1v1s are the way it'll ever be able to become a big title. You know, a lot of people don't want to sweat it out like that. Okay, so I'm having a look here. Maybe Puppy Paws account? No, I think all the accounts has been up against are privated. So bloody hard to find intriguing games. Watching a lot more 1v1s? Yeah, you got a problem. So Lucifron hasn't played in 7 days. What? Vortex in 10. Haven't these guys got matches to play in a few days? I mean, I'm assuming that... No, they legit aren't playing customs or anything. I played in 10 days. Oh, wait, but these would be games we haven't seen then, because I was on holiday, right? Oh, what's that then? Hide that data from you. Don't want to ruin it. Oops. Let's have a look. You had some games against Avali. Check Lucifrons. No, Lucy, don't touch that account outside of tournament games. I don't know, man. Sometimes it's been feeling kind of harder to find a variety of players at the moment. Am I just imagining that, or does it really feel that way? Ooh, that'll do. Beasty versus Anat. I'll say yes to that. They were scrimming, and I'm fine to show this stuff because obviously Beasty would have been streaming it. In fact, I'm certain he was streaming it because I glanced some of it before. So let's check out some of these. Looks like they're going to be opening up with Water Drake. I'm a thirsty boy. I swear that Millionaire Shortbread gets better and better every time. Alright, should we get ready? Did someone say new maps? Wait, new maps? New maps? Yes, you heard me correctly. Welcome to Water Drake, one and all. But not just Water Drake like we've seen it once before. This is a new Water Drake. Cow updated the map in prep for the Master of Realms tournament by giving it a little bit of a haircut. A lot less wood, a lot less turtling, and a lot more aggro play with some additional fish on the lake. Now, this is going to be a fun one as well because these are scrims ahead of the main event for the EGC tournament that's upcoming. We've got Beasty playing his random account as the HRE, Anat of My Insanity to the east side of this map on the Ottomans. Really cool map and some interesting civ picks here, actually. I'm wondering, does Anat plan to try for trade later on? Because this is a map that allows for trade via the trade posts. Both land and sea trade, by the way. But the opening is going to be focused on the water. And I think another part of why Anat picked the Ottomans here is they can be Opomans in the right way via the cheaper production buildings. Raxes, docks, all these things only cost 100 wood. What surprises me, though, is he's yet to move out. We already see Beastie shifting out and setting up fishing boats, but it looks like Anat's hand instead is going for a fast feudal age. Was he expecting it to be fast feudal on both sides, though? And does this matchup actually work for Ottomans? I'm curious what the thought process is outside of the opening Rax type plays, because that's another thing. If Anatan's plan here was to go for a Dark Age Rax, I don't think that works against HRE. Remember, HRE get marching drills in the Dark Age now, so their spearmen will move quicker. If your idea is to rush feudal, what are you going for? Sipahi? Spearmen on the other side will beat you there as well. Archers, I feel like HRE archers beat you there as well. So I'm a little bit confused exactly what Anatan's win condition is on this particular map. I could see him doing long trade, but considering the distance here, I don't think it's deep enough across the map that going for an immediate plane to Sultani works. I mean, he's going to have it initially, right? But I mean, for active trading, I think it's too dangerous. And there's not enough return value, right? So we're probably going to be seeing passive traders sitting inside, generating gold. But with no fishing or anything like that going on, I'm a little bit worried as to how this hits. Sheep count is at least good. He has got, what, 13 sheep to work with? Other side, there's only 9 sheep. But remember, with Beasty already fishing, he's making up for it. And by the way, just to answer the question, I know this is going to be coming down the line. These are shoreline fish, not deep water fish. So not OP. And I think that's why Anat chose to just rush the feudal age, is that he felt, because it's not deep water, it wouldn't put him far behind. Beasty should be getting the final drop off of food shortly. In fact, if he just micros back now, he has it. Wait, was the UI delayed there? Looked like it for a second. I think we're good. So food and gold has been yoinked. Arkin's going to come in on a fat tree line. This tree line has been thinned, by the way. It used to be this thickness to here all the way through. Glad that Cal quickly listened to feedback and just kind of opened it up a bit, because I could see this map becoming very campy if it wasn't for those changes. And this map is Water Drake. It was actually created by Cal, the observer guy. Dock in the center from Anat. No boats coming out just yet, though. In fact, I don't think the boat's going to be quick enough now. Beasty was really calculated about this. He stopped at just 3 fishing boats. He didn't go over the top. Oh, I love that spawn, by the way. Wait, a cow. No. What? Was that meant to be his 8 stack? Oh my god, dude. That was meant to be his 8 stack of berries. That's so cursed. I'm going to have to mock him for that one. That's brilliant. So it turns out that berries can kind of get cut off by the shoreline, the shallow waters. Surprise, surprise. Dock north side. So it looks like BC is going to shift his economy away. Makes sense as well. Remember, these are shoreline fish. They aren't going to replace what is lost. So over time, you need to move out anyway. So having a second dock as an initial, as a secondary drop-off point, rather, is pretty good here. Anat. Now queuing up that galley. No reaction yet out of Beasty. He's going to go for the garrison now. So we'll get idled out temporarily, but you know, even with that in mind, his eco is better, right? Like, you've at least got this gold trickle to try and make up for some of it, but you're talking about a 40% buffer on practically the entire economy. Sultani Trade Network doesn't come close to touching that. Ganja bush? Nah, dude, this is the burning bush. You go talk to it and it tells you the ways. That's why Beasty came up here. He's like, how do I win this game? And the burning bush was like, you kick his ass. Okay. No demo ship follow-up play. A little bit surprised by that. The problem when you take this much of a predictive approach is you never really get ahead. But I guess the bigger issue of Anat is if he didn't go for a Springwood ship first, he wouldn't be able to get the Springwood low enough to kill, right? That's the other issue with demos, because they don't one-hit kill a Springwood immediately. We've all been there before, where we thought we had it in the bag, and then all of a sudden your opponent just floats away on 50 HP. Siege of the Central Dot begins, though. Anat. No sort of land aggro coming out, which is also very surprising. He did go for the meta point. Okay, now I see the picture, and that's kind of cool. We don't see it on maps like Canal often, because it's usually about the Iman points, because it's all about melee spam. But he's buffing the attack speed of his boats, which is great for the demo ship. That really benefits... Okay, I'm not going to finish that. Wow, look, down to 0.12 seconds to attack. What's the usual attack speed on these? It was 15%, right? So is it usually 0.14? Or 0.15, right? I don't even know why I'm figuring this out. It's so dumb. Looks like we have got the Naval Aris that's coming in. Makes sense. Anat did take the Central Island, so he has kind of the pin point here, right? This is your Feudal Age Seagate Castle. Demo. Dodge attempt by Anat is off the mark. Dog did at least go down. This should be enough to push him away. The other issue with this meta play is, like, it seems Giga Brain until you realize Springle Ships hurt. Right? Can you put in... Wait, but can you put them in formation is what I'm wondering. Because that could be cool. The meta movements... Please tell me it works. I mean, this is the type of thing I'd expect Anat to have tested. Right? That would make a bit more sense this play. Because remember, when you use the Vizier points to get the meta out, the added benefit is not just you've got a meta, congrats, it's that you have the movement speed as well. So that's a substantial increase on these boats, right? And if that also stacks with Man the Sails, it would give you insane chase down potential. I'm just not sure if it works because you have to be in formation and like I'm not sure if the behavior that boats take technically counts as formation. Because you don't have a formation to put them in, right? Nuts if it does, though. Extra docks coming on the north side. Beasty's economy still looking better here. And the wall up on the way. Anat's hand, this is the thing. Great initial play, but now what do you do? I guess he's going to try to scale fishing. There is some value, right? Like, because you can now go in and raid and always fall back behind your walls. It's very far off to reach these walls, though. I had to wonder if you needed to posture yourself like here to build walls across so that you could get close enough to the fishing to idle it out and come back. Both players stockpile a lot of resources, by the way, so I think we are going to be heading into castle. Now, that is an interesting detail, actually, because this map is kind of sucky for HRE from that perspective. There's only 4 relics on the map. Delhi seem like they'd be a good pick here, though, right? Like, the fishing boats can double as an aggro unit, and then on top of that, there are 3 sacred sites, which you can wall in, by the way. Beasty's going to try to bust him. Oh, wow, that's crazy. So Anno thought this was a castle rush now. But Beasty just wants full walk control. He's moving in now. 4 demos already, 2 more coming. Springle ship count has eclipsed Anno, and is he going to have to reinvest now? I think if you reinvest now, you lose the game anyway, right? So he's probably going to just look for a tech up. A tech up could end up feeling quite weak here, though. He has no military schools whatsoever. He doesn't even have a blacksmiths. I just don't see the value in this play for Anno. He 100% thought this was a tech on both sides. There it is. Mehmed Imperial Armory now on the way. Blacksmith being dropped alongside it. Beasty beginning to siege through. Now, Beasty is investing in more boats, but that's because he can't see, right? Like, he doesn't have a fishing boat here, so he can't scout the size of the army. What the f... Only in an Anatan game. Dude, we wanted to know what the play was. We just found out. The double proxy racks right next to the enemy base. This is sick. Beasty has no clue either. Remember, he was blocked out. This is the smart thing about what Anatan done. He knew he was masked when he made this move. It's going to come at price, though. Demos moving in. Anatan has to lead the walls to try and move away, but one archer ship has its work cut out for it here. Does clear up half of it. Demos are going to mop up most of the Springle ships here. Dock is already down, so tech up complete, but no waterfront to hold. And if Beasty just goes south now, Anatan is going to lack the food to make this push work. Remember, he did not go for the Madrasa. And he has been scouted. Oh, no. Dude, no, come on. I need this to work. I want to believe in the proxies. First Man at Arms heads in. He needs to get under mesh right now. It's on the way. A little bit surprised he didn't have the tech coming already. More docks crept up north. I mean, it looks like one Springel's going to go in to try and harass the eco. It's just not going to work out. Fishing has been removed from the table, and Anatan now heavily limited in terms of what he can do with his play. I have to wonder if maybe Lancers would have made more sense as well than Men at Arms. I mean, I guess the Men at Arms can't be counted, right? Like, Lancers can from an age behind. Beasty. It's like, what the hell is this game? Is Anno going to win this? he has nothing to defend with on land whatsoever. He has nothing to attack with on land whatsoever. Beasty, he moves all the villagers to where they can work. Oh, this is absolutely fantastic. What a fun map. Anat starting to return relics as well. I mean, this looks weirdly bad for Beasty right now, actually. Anat controls all land, Beasty controls all water, but that means where the hell are you going to build your landmarks, right? I guess maybe you could build them here. The other problem is Beasty can only get wood. Gathering golden mass on the right side now. Wait, is he legit going for the lamb? Oh, please. Please, I need this so much. Landmark rushing the HRE is not something you ever get to say often as a caster. Anat has discovered the fleet on the north side. If he just gets a Spearwood out, he can start clearing this up though, right? Because remember, he's got the extra range over all of the Navy. DC's down by 2k HP. Oh, this is absolutely brilliant. I mean, E-Repairs is going to delay this, but the men-at-arms just aren't dying. Remember, there's no garrison in the TC, and that is it! Anat with the Proxy Racks Ottoman strat gets the win. Oh my god. That was incredible. What do we call that one? That was so good. Is that another one of my just new map videos on it? All right, there we go. BCQ encounters. Yeah, let's go with that. That was brilliant. That was fantastic. All right, guys, we got more coming though. We're going to be checking out Moving Out next. Japanese versus Juji. Japanese versus Juji. What do I favor there? I think Juji do pretty well there. Yeah, oh yeah, it's this map. Yeah, I don't know why. Why do I think it was migration? Yeah, no. This is gonna be a Juji slacking. Oh. Welcome back to Meta Check. We are checking in on two absolute chads of AoE4 ahead of the upcoming EGC tournament. And a new map again. Welcome one and all to Moving Out, a creation of Kaivayu's design. You might remember Kaivayu, the guy who created a lot of the small maps, the ones where we make them smaller by pushing the cliffs in. This particular map is very intriguing. You both start on the same island, just a small tree line to separate you. But your goal is to leave it as quickly as possible. Gold on the outskirts, none on the island. But there are certain civs that break that law. One of them being on the east side here, in the hands of Beasty Cutie. It is, of course, the Cook the Bookers, the Taxmen themselves, the Juji. On the other side, Anat with the Japanese, a civ that can get fishing boats, but basically nothing else of value here, because if you want to generate gold, you can gather stone or gather gold, but both of those things do not exist on the starting island. Yeah, so I was kind of looking at the map pool and thinking about which civs would be best here. I think kind of top civs in my minds for moving out are probably going to be Juji, Malians, Chinese, and Mongols will be really good. Because Mongols can outpost rush you, right? Like, that's going to be insanely powerful here. You do not have the Uvu, admittedly, so no double stone generation, but an outpost rush could prove quite potent. An early Khan can play quite a ferocious role. Another kind of crazy thought to you on why Mongol could be really annoying here is you don't even have to see round, right? The Falcon will allow you... Or is it a Hawk? Pretty sure it's Falcon. Falcon will allow you to scout over the tree line to snipe with, right? I think that's going to be a very potent player on this map. So keep an eye out for those picks in the upcoming tournament. But Juji versus Japanese, I'm trying to figure out what Japan's meant to do here. You can move a lot of your economy out quickly. That's going to be a very big goal for a lot of players here, by the way. Because you can only gather wood at home, you're going to look for transport ship plays pretty quick. In fact, they're already now coming through on one side. And a little bit more delayed for Beasty. But you're going to want to pull probably 8 or 9 villagers, which is a lot of idle time, but consider what you get on the other side, right? The berries, the deer. You also want the scout out here ASAP, because although sheep shouldn't matter, it might give you a burst point that becomes vital later on in the game. Okay, so Anat only going with 3 right now. And yes, YT, that's exactly why I mentioned Marlians as one of the top picks. The transport ship play is kind of insane. For those that don't know, because we very rarely see it, Marlians with a transport ship, when they garrison inside their transpose, it throws javelins. This was a strat that was theorized to be ridiculous in the early days of Marlians' release, and discovered to be terrible because of how much time you spend idling yourself out, right? Like, I remember talking to Doom about this. He's like, yep, I've heard that strat. But here's the thing, don't panic, right? Because if you don't panic, you realize that idling eco to try and idle yours. But, you know, on most of the maps, it didn't seem viable due to the distance. This map is an exception, and here's why. Transport ship Marlians, send it round, mirror the move on the other side. Wherever they go, you go, right? Because when they land, they're going to have to go far inland, and you can just try to outpost rush. And if they try to contest you, you go back into the transport ship. And at all times, you just leave the scout in the transport ship to attack with javs. So there's only one gold vein you can actually get safely, right? That's it. And that one isn't always guaranteed to be far enough away that you can block an outpost rush. Delhi fishing boats? Yeah, but Delhi fishing boats is a bit different. The impact is weaker, in my opinion. I just don't see it being as viable of a strat, especially on a map that only has 2 sacred sites that are very much split. I don't think they're going to be a high-value pick. I could be wrong. Maybe what we end up seeing is a Delhi outpost rush with the Scholar to heal. But I'm dubious to say it's going to be popular. Love that as well. That's really cool. So Beasty didn't scout his opponent's fishing state or anything like that. Meanwhile, Anat walks around and scouts this out. And, oh, yes. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Oh, that's sick. Dude, the body blocks? He's wasting so much of Beasty's time right now. And he's got nothing else to focus on because he's already started his tech up. Coco Township now on the way. So he will get the drop-off for 3 villages. And the tech timing isn't going to be atrocious for Beasty, right? Because he needs a bit of gold, but he has a lot of gold already via taxation. That's the thing that makes Chinese and Juji OP on this map. Is the fact that technically they don't even need to go out onto the outlands to gather gold. So it looks like Beastie should be setting up a Medigut. Ooh. That's cool. Because actually, if you think about it, a lot of the times you should get pretty decent meditation garden spawns here. Like, even if he was on the opposite side, that would be insane. He'd be getting 72 food and, like, 30 wood, right? This one's going to be 25 gold, 25 stone, and probably about, like, 22 wood. Not a crazy one, in my opinion. The stone isn't very valuable here. Actually, it could be, because if you outpost drop the center and then hand cannon slits, right? That's further down the line. In the meantime, Anat moving more villagers out and a shinobi. Ooh, this could get crafty. Because he could go after the villagers on the outlands, right? There's no protection for them. The villager is an interesting detail, though. I was not expecting that. Archer ship arrives early. Anna had a much quicker tech up timing here. Beastie has problems. He has got quite a few docks, so he should be able to protect, but very greedy opening actually out of the Serbian. I know. Ooh, even get some kills for his troubles. So Beastie has got a spring ship on the way, but remember the problem now is although you now protect your fleet, you're not going to punish the archer ship at all. Damn, Anno's hitting full solid. Was that the 4th? Sorry, 3rd. Yeah, might soon be a 4th though. So, little tip, by the way, to people who are trying to kill fishing boats, it's actually better to find solo ships like this. Because when you find solo ships, all your shots go in and you kill like 4 shots. If you hit clusters, it takes like 5 shots. Because the idea is that the archer arrows, like they hit a different boat because the hitboxes overlap, right? Transport ship is also going to be flopping. So 2 boats out. Anno, is he going to fast castle? Okay, he's going for Arax. Wait, what? That's such a funky play. Anno has been revealed. Beasty's like, what the hell are you doing on my land, bro? And we've got Samurai on the way. Really? Against hand cannon slits? Really? I'm not entirely convinced by this strategy by Anat. I mean, I guess he can eventually overwhelm, burn down the defenses. Maybe that's the thought process. It's very expensive, though. Like, for example, what's to stop Beasty from just focus firing your eco now? Because I think that's what you do here, right? Oh, that's cool as well. I haven't seen a player do that yet. Anat, he goes north side to set up the docks. Which is funny because, well, technically that wasn't his side, right? Like the way it spawned, the south is meant to be his. So he's yoinking eco away from Beasty down the line. And also simultaneously getting a better attack point because not only does he have a closer production point, but he now has healing on the front line. Shinobi going down, not a good sign. Am I the only one watching this that's underwhelmed? Let me close that door. The negatives of living next to a train track. You can't even let some nice air in. So, I think Anatan's risking losing water entirely here. Just a few samurai puts you behind by 2 free ships, right? Like, that's huge. On top of that, these samurai haven't done anything. Well, that's not true. They died. But equivalent of just running at a Gatling gun, really. It's wild as well, because if Anatan just focused on water, I think he could have maybe won. I mean, I guess counter-argument is your opponent did invest a lot here, right? He had to build double outposts. He had to upgrade hand can slit. He had to build wall. So expenses kind of evened up a little bit. But Anatan had a clear edge at one stage, right? Like the early opening, he took out 4 boats, I think it was in total. If he had a follow-up wave coming in, he could have just basically shot Beasty out entirely. Now we get into Spring of Warfare. Arrowslit's coming through. Cool detail about the Japanese. Remember, they do generate stone when they gather gold. So his defenses should be able to help out a lot here. And what, he's got 3 workers on this, so it's not an insane gathering rate, but it's enough to gradually get into these Arrowslits. Remember, they cost 125 stone each. So basically every, what, 5 minutes, I think it is? About roughly every 5 minutes, he'll get enough stone for an Arrowslits placement. And Beasty, check this move. Fishing completely unguarded. This could do some serious damage if Anatan doesn't immediately see it as well. And Anatan looks like he's going to be distracted. Starts to move into snipe the docks down. Beasty reacting now. Archer ship does come in. Anatan. He only has 1 dock here. This could be big. Could be pulled back. But I know, like, there's no way to hide with this many fishing boats, right? You have to idle them all the way north side. It's a good initial strike there. Beasty, a little bit neglectful with his boats moving in on the east side. But I am noticing a big problem for Anna right now. No demo ship play whatsoever. Beasty's prepping for that big maneuver. And it's dangerous on a map like this because it's so claustrophobic, right? Like, the downside is archer ships should be able to clean you up easier. But the upside is your opponent doesn't really have many places to retreat to either. Archers. Ooh, he finds the wood line. I mean, it'd be nice if you could kill some of the wood line. Shots are now coming in. The potato aim is really hurting him here. Spear ship follow up now on the south side. More wolves coming up from Beasty, so he's starting to starve the map out here. Starve and carve, baby. Love to see it. Hand can slits also now coming in. I believe that is actually just going to be... Wait, is he set up an outpost right up? Yeah. He's almost in range of the wood line. So this is kind of cool. Beasty's trying to bully the tree line on the north so that Anatan pulls south, and then would be in range of the hand cannon slit. In fact, with this lumber camp, he's at risk of doing exactly that. I know. Needs to get more of these docks down ASAP. Starts to push in. So difficult though, right? If you look away for a second, those demos get anywhere near you, it's all over. I don't know, man. I think Beasty's just in a very confident position right now. Like, long term, he has a lot more wood to work with. In fact, okay, that's sick. Is he intentionally rushing through the tree line at the center? Because then that'll open the pass and give vision so that the hand cannon slit can snipe. In fact, I'd love to see Beasty set up another outpost right now. Instead, he's doing that on the north side. In vision of Anatan, by the way. Anno can see this, he just can't react to it. He's trying to mash Shinobi to do so, actually. This is not going to be that impressive, though. Double hand cannon slit versus Shinobi will get the kills. Because you'll have to Shunshin in and die, right? So you need to, what, invest 5, 6 Shinobi total to burn them down? Because you get in, get a sabotage, and then die, basically. Archer ship back again. He's really trying to frustrate the man. Anatan has started to gain some ground inwards, but now he's in range of the TC. And also, although docks have been lost here, remember, Beasty is set up more on the south side. And is in the process of setting them up for efficient fishing. Beasty needs to be a bit careful with his fishing boats in the front line, though. Anatan moving in. Demos have been added in by Anatan here. Archer ship not reacting quick enough. Demo does get a bit of it. Return fire comes out from Beasty. Good micro by Anatan, though. Denies every single one. Land is what's worrying me, though. I think Anatan is kind of outplaying on the water a bit, but Beasty's playing a different game right now. Shinobi moving in. Hand cannon slits will be able to take them out. In fact, he doesn't even realize he's not even using the sabotage. Finally, a shot comes out. He forgets to Shunshin away, though. That's expensive. 240 down the drain. Beasty with more demos on the way. Anatan only has one archer ship here, but will be good enough. Beasty starting to frustrate the mana, and there it is. The outpost spam comes through. The worst case situation. Anatan, look at the worker kills. Oh my god. Anatan, he just lost the game. There's no way. Double eco now for Beasty. What a trade out. Is at least an advantage there for Anno, but I don't think it's going to be big enough here. What an insane timing. Dude, this map is wild. I did say Zhuji China OP, right? And you're seeing exactly why. Those hand cannon slits, the outpost spam, all these details. Taxation along the way. Anno needs serious damage done right now. Moving around with the fleet. Beasty, is he just going for a tech up? Guys, this is actually a big problem here. Because Beasty realistically could just win on land, right? Like, if he builds a blacksmith over here, gets siege engineering, builds 1 Rax, builds 4 rams, he can just end the game. Because Anatan can't do anything. Look at where his landmarks are. What's your out here? I guess he could try to play his final landmark out onto the flank when he sees that reaction. But the other big problem is this. With the way he's moving in, if Beasty just preps 2 demos now, the entire fleet goes down. Instead, Beasty. What? Southside base. He's going to try to block off all gold, isn't he? Anatan's shifting more of his economy to the safety of the outward belt here, but it's not going to feel safe for very long. Early Palace Guard now on the way. Beasty shifting more villages off the central island. Fishing boats are about to be sunk. I love this, though. Check what Beasty's doing. He's dragging them all the way around. If Anatan doesn't realize and lets this transport ship get back in again... Okay, there we go. The bigger problems now on the way. Shaolin Monastery being built on the outskirts. Palace Guard soon to arrive. What a wild game. I mean, I don't know. Do people think this is memey? Because I actually think this is really cool. I feel like quite often maps that just don't look like your orderly Dry Arabia people call Mimi. I don't feel like this was ultra Mimi. It just seems Mimi because it's early days and different strategy styles, right? Anat now has to run back to the island. Yeah, but the island isn't safe, guys. Like this, he has to go north, right? Because if he goes back to the island, there's hand cannon slits everywhere. Oh my god, has he got too many villagers here? No, perfect amount. So Anat can get most of them back home safely. I'm just not really sure what there is to do at home. All the relics spawn on the outskirts, so that shallow monastery drop is kind of smart. Because Beasty should be able to get all 4 relics now pretty safely. The amount of pings coming out. Springle ships can't even reach in to try and snipe out the outposts. Not that they'd win that. Yeah, I do often feel that people are just afraid of different map styles. There's almost like this elitism that can occur when it's like, I spend 50 hours a week practicing Dry Arabia. Why is Dry Arabia annoying? It's like, because I don't care what anyone says, Dry Arabia is starting to get boring. I want some variety. What a cool map. I do think that some civs are just not even going to be semi-viable. That's the only, that's the positive Dry Arabia, right? Almost any civ can play it, but still, even that logic, almost any civ can play it. Within that, there are certain civs that are just outright better, right? These maps are cool. Well done, Kai Vayu. I did recommend him creating a variety map, version of this map, where like there's stone cliffs from here to here, so that you have a play out and then play round. I'd still love to see that, because then it's like it's a giga juiced wood wall, right? So I love that as an alternative map. This is definitely a fun looking one right now. I mean, this, and if Anat somehow gets back into this. At this stage, there we go. We asked about sieging down the landmarks. Beasty's now prepping it. Beasty, love the fact he already got Springles. This is kind of funny, actually, because he can play Age of Springles. Good for the Rams as well. Looks like outposts on the north side are going to get sniped out. Center base is a bigger problem, though. So Ram does get his value, but immediately gets dropped. Treb's now setting up for Coca Township, and Anat, this is the problem. He has nowhere else to place the landmark, and Beasty is ensuring it. He's locking him on that island. This is just a slow death. I mean, Anat has no gold, guys. He snuck north side, but remember, there's Palace Guard here as well, right? Like, there's no getting off here. And he's guaranteeing it with the walls on the sides. Yeah, I think Anatan's lost this, man. I just don't see a way. You have no gold. Japan with no gold is one of the most depressing sights you'll see in AoE 4. Love the fact he goes to the TC first. Coca Township has no value now. Might as well stop your opponent from building more villages. Anat is desperately buying more and more gold, but at a diminishing rate here. It's down to 100 wood, getting you 66 gold, and he's running out of safe wood as well. Beasty needs to be a little bit more careful with his villagers. They are slightly in range here. Dude, the most important detail in this game was when Beasty snuck out that group of villagers, by the way. If it wasn't for that, I think he's in trouble. But that was a pristine read. He knew he was going to lose water. He had the foresight to reposition his economy, understanding where this game was going. Spring's just creeping in. No solution to them either, right? They can actually just dive the TC and snipe villages. So we've got a Yorishiro play, so Anat is going to get ready for a dive, but yeah, a few Springles, some hand cannon slits. I feel like that should be able to hold back a handful of Samurai here. In fact, crazy thought here, guys. Just get textiles and frontline with your villagers, right? This is so expensive. Anna just trying to keep this TC up like this. It's 4 trebuchets now. No escape onto the mainland for Anat. TC down. 2 landmarks to go. Ooh, is Anat going to have enough time for this play? Interesting that Beasty has not gone Nesta Bees, by the way. And Anat has villager parity because of the fishing, remember. He has full control of the water, which means he has 31 fishing boats. Beasty has none. Here we go. Springs the attack. Samurai move into action. Villagers with the Seek Shelter. Shunshin in, looking on the trebuchets. Anat, like the best part is Beasty isn't even frontlining with the villagers, he just ignores it. He just outposts up. Springles get rid of the south side boats. Oh my god, are you kidding me? He's creeping back underwater. Anat moving past the static defenses now. Maybe able to mop up a lot of what remains here. I'm just not convinced entirely yet. Springles are having to pull away. Villager count holding pretty healthy. Springles are actually going after the fleet again. A little bit surprised he just doesn't try to mop up the last of the samurai to stay alive. Now, surely you just go back into trebuchets. Back towards the TC. A little bit of a miss micro coming in. Beasty, I don't know why he's given these over, but Springles are going to go down. However, a bigger problem here. With that wall in, Beasty now has captured the sacred sites. And Anatan's ability to break through is lowering because of the worse and worse rates he's getting off of selling for gold. Dude, how is this game still up? I mean, surely Beasty just rebooms into siege here, right? I mean, it's 12 samurai. I think he made a mistake there, not protecting the siege a bit better. Walking away from the outpost, I think, was a critical error by Beasty. If he stayed on these outposts, I actually think Anat just dies. Right? You just garrison these up. You have the hand cannon slip, the archer shots coming out. Your opponent doesn't have any blacksmith techs whatsoever. So his samurai are not very tanky. What is his plan here? Is he legit just going Imperial Age? Because it feels like he's just going Imperial Age. Rams committed into by Anno. We talked about him running out of gold, and there's your confirmation. He's filling the ranks with spears. Dark Age spears. Villagers do have textiles. Beasty moving in. Seek Shell comes out. What is this game? Everyone finds their way to safety here. Anat's wasting time burning down a lumber camp. Not ideal. Rams are starting to mop this up though. Beasty, he's vacating the area, dude. He's leaving. He just wants a transport ship and an out here. He's like, I know, bro, you want the island? You can have the island, okay? Turns out that it was built on shaky foundation. I have not paid my rent for 15 months. It's all yours. You inherit the debt. I'm out of here. Oh my god, and just in time before he would have arrived. If he gets the demo on top of this though, this could be big. Beastie, is he going to try to outplay it? No! No, Anno! The one way you don't get the kills. That's insane, man. He just needed to wait. He needed to wait for the moment that the villagers came out, because with 85 damage, you'd insta-kill all of them. And remember, because he had a Sprill ship coming, BC would have had to have ungarrisoned them. Mistake made. I know. In the end, not able to stop all this. He's losing his TC, and he's going into Imperial Age. The villager's like, oh, we heard there was one more transport ship to get out. No, you missed the call. If you're late, we ain't coming back for you. This looks so depressing. It's like when you're like, we won! And then you look across the nuclear wasteland and you're like, but what did we win? Castles up to stop him even trying to make an assault here. Units guarding the other sides. I'm expecting another keep up here near the Temple of the Sun. Oh my god. Hey, he has no gold, but he has a lot of spears, okay? Triple transport ship. He doesn't even bother. The moment Imperial comes out, Anna's like, just get me out. Leave me alone. Oh my god, dude, that was freaking hilarious. What do we call that one? I don't even know. What do I call that one? We need more maps like this. Can Anna win that by hitting from 4 sides? The problem is he doesn't know which sides are being guarded and which aren't, right? And like in fairness to Beasty, Beasty kept a lot of his economy alive. Like he actually really wasn't that bad off, right? There's so much food outside as well. I just think Beasty played that really, really well. So, let's have a look, because they had more games. You guys want to see some migration? Coastal cliffs? Who cares about that? King of the Hill is a little bit tempting. Strokey chin. Oh, actually, we should probably quickly check the live ladder in case. You need more maps where you can still win after losing water? Yeah. I think you could open up a bit more to allow for that, right? Alright, let's get into another one. So many funny maps, dude. Someone get these guys a swimming pool because they seem to light the ocean a bit too much. Welcome back to the meta check, folks. It's time for Beasty versus Anat again. Only this time on a brand spanking new map. We never, ever get to see this. We featured it in so many free-for-alls because it's so incredible for free-for-alls and team games. But we never get to see migration in 1v1s. That's right. We're bringing it out. Map that is being prepped for the upcoming EDC tournament. This is a really fun one, actually. I love the idea of it. The idea of moving out, migration rather, is that your starting island does not have much. It's very small, very humble. The mainland is your goal. So many things exist here. Massive relics, sacred site win conditions, even a trade post. So you're looking to play a nice balance of water, but also get some land presence in the center ASAP. Beasty is going to be taking to this map with Order of the Dragon. Meanwhile, on the other side, Anat has opted for the Abbasids. What is the thought process behind Abbasids here? Is it the military wing? Because that does give you immediate military units to transport ship across with villages, right? Because your end goal really should be to reach this mainland. Which, by the way, I think Bitterlin made this, and I've got to have a talk with him. Because I don't know why you have so many deer. I mean, they are 5, right? So, Is it 5 on starting? That's 40 deer. And a normal map is 28. That's a lot of deer. That's a bit deer. Okay, I'm sorry, that was terrible. Yeah, that is a bit over the top. A Roost play could get a lot of value on this map. I would honestly say the Roost play, and I think Roost might be a top tier pick here. You transport ship straight away, you send one across, you send your scout across, you kill all the deer, and then convert your transport ship to a fishing boat, right? Because remember, that's something that the Roost can do. So yeah, mark my words. Like Roost, I know it's an OP pick everywhere, but they tend to be underwhelming a lot of water maps. I think this might be the one that will be shock and awe for people. So, Order the Dragon, though, a different beast, and a very scary beast on water maps, actually. It's Recon recently that showed us the power of them on water hybrid maps with his Holy Island games. When you get that type of economy on Order the Dragon, they actually can be a force to be reckoned with, especially if they're able to sneak some aggressive units early on. So, wouldn't be surprised if BC's strategy here is to try and get on the central island and just drop a rack straight away, or drop an archery range, right? Just get 1 or 2 units and then camp the central map. I think that's why Anna is likely going military wing here, though, to try and beat him to the punchline. And yes, there is an absurd amount of fish on this map. I might argue a bit too much fish, actually. I feel like you could decrease the amount of fish by half and it would still be bloody good. But it is absolutely everywhere. If you guys haven't seen this map in an 8-player format, by the way, it looks incredible. It's basically a central island with everyone dotted around the outskirts. Seriously fun. I recommend, if you've never played it in free-for-all at least, treat yourself. You'll thank me. And yes. Well, the other thing is Roost can basically walk out like here. What you'll see is if Roost comes out a lot, the popular play will be to walk over to these stealth seas and hide in them. Because where Roost sucks is actually playing water. We've seen it, right? Like Juji, China, HRE. These are all civs that can beat the crap out of Roost if you can't beat them in the opening minutes, right? Like for Roost, it's literally that opening play. What do they do with it? Do they manage to kill enough units in the first 2 minutes of water? And if no, then they're in trouble, right? Maps like Boulder Bay are where Roost can thrive because they can get an initial edge on water and then they can drop a stables, build a knight, and then raid you on land, right? It's all about forcing your opponent to be 1 step behind in transitions. So like if you do see Roost here, they will definitely use these stealth ponds a lot and then just play land. Arkan Chapel now coming up from Beasty. I wondered if he would go for this, actually. Considering long-term, like, the Arkan doesn't have much value, right? I wonder if Minework could be better on this particular map. You are at least buffing that initial wood line, but after that, it's a no-no. It's completely worthless. And, well, that is surprising. Culture Wing coming out from Anat. So is this a fast castle build? I don't think there's any other reason you want to go for this, right? Maybe he didn't think there was going to be a threat on the mainland too quickly, so he didn't see any value in going for the melee wing. Oh, and I just remembered someone actually redeemed the changed necktie, so I'll have that done for when we come back. What do you guys think? 1s if you favor Order the Dragon here, 2s if you favor Abbasids. I'm actually curious. See what kind of split we got. Because I'm kind of struggling to see what this Abbasid pick is about now. You get cheaper dogs, but that's kind of it. And the Culture Wing play, like, it used to be good. The idea with the Culture Wing play used to be that you would get Preservation Knowledge, and that made arrow slits cheaper. Now, that makes sense on certain maps. For example, if you're playing, if you guys remember, was it Volcanic Island or whatever the hell it was called? That was a really cool strat that people came up with, is that you'd sneak docks onto your enemy area, and then you just get very cheap arrow slits and placements. Which was insane, because not only were you getting cheap arrow slits and placements, but you have to remember that the Abbasids only pay 75 wood for a dock in the first place. So, crazy savings overall. But on a map like this, there's no way you're going to be arrow slits rushing your enemy's island. They're too far away. There's no way you're going to be contesting their fishing, because it's too far away and too many options. And Order of the Dragon do have some naval bonuses, so I'm not even going to mention fire stations because it's a meme. But the other cool one is the relics, is if you garrison relics, you get attack speed buffer. And it looks like that's where Beasty's heading here. So this is a Carthage race. Yeah, Pock has already been prepped. Extra docks getting added in, but I don't think that's for aggro play. Oh, okay, we've got a transport ship coming. So there is a claim upon the center island coming out. Beast, in the meantime, is going to be opening that archer ship. Unfortunately, he gambled and looked the wrong way. Yeah, kind of sucks for him. If he got it on the right side, he could have done some decent damage idling out his opponent here, but instead Anat should be fairly safe. And after presentation knowledge comes in, looks like we have got the eco-text now being queued up by Anat. So is Beasty going to Regnitz the central island? Makes the most sense, right? Yep. Alright, so the reason why you want to Regnitz the central island is because there's 3 relics there. There's only 1 here. You could transpo ship prelates over and bring them back, but it's just more efficient to do it in the center. And the end goal should be to set up a base in the center anyway. It's why I'm not a crazy fan of civs like the Abbasids, because they just don't have a landmark to strong arm onto the start of the island, right? Because your only other landmark is being placed straight away in the game. And ooh, okay, so it's a Burgrave play. Now that does surprise me. I think this is because he believes that Anat is coming to the central island as well. If you thought you had it for free, you do Regnitz. And although Anat is on the central island, it's not for land. It's just for more sea. Oh nice, Teak Mask just came in. You don't actually... I feel like you rarely see Teak Mask come in. It's the extra movement speed tech. Oh wait, sorry, not movement speed. Extra health, right? I think it's extra 10%. It's basically like having military boot camp on water. God, can you imagine if you could just have an extra movement speed tech on water for all your ships? I mean, clearly the HRE would have that. It'd be marching drills, right? How does that work? Just like the ship lifts up and the guy's little legs come out and they start walking faster. They start paddling. And arms queued up. Anna, in the meantime, has gone for the military wing. So is his plan archery? Yeah, okay. That's kind of cool. That could work. If you're quick enough. My only issue is you're now a minute and 10 seconds out. And the minute arms are already coming out. There's a very big risk that you get discovered and blocked before you get your first archer out. You know what I'd love to see here right now from Beasty? Siege Workshop. Siege Workshop would be really smart. Because think about it. Your opponent is going to only be able to hold this area because of the fleet. If you get 2 springers out, they will die, right? And then the men-at-arms can flood onto the archers. Triple archery range now. Beasty prepping for aggro on C. Looks like we've got Armored Hull on the way. Monastery in the center is really smart here. 3 relics in this area, only 1 at home. It's a no-brain choice, right? Like, you're obviously going to go for the central ones first. Question is, does Beasty know? Because Anat has been very creative about this. He's playing right up against the edge to limit the likelihood he gets spotted. It looks like Beasty doesn't know exactly what he's up against here. Which is bad, because actually Anno could just make these crossbows. Trip crossbows plus what, knights here? Could just eviscerate this opening from Beasty. Here we go, yeah, crossbows immediately get queued up. Beasty did just get the info. And that's bad news, right? Because he's just got a Burgrave here. He's at least prepping Spearmen to deal with the Lancers, but I think he's got bigger problems than that. Is this over? This actually might just be over. Beasty doesn't have an answer in the center of the map right now. Like, the Burgrave on its own, plus a Monastery? You need a real base here, right? You actually need Gilded Archers. And then more stables coming in as well. Camel Riders have arrived on the central island. Remember at this stage, another nice thing for Anat is he should be up to Golden Age 1 with the extra gathering rate by now, as we can see. On top of that, he's got cheap attacks, right? Because of Preservation of Knowledge, he's not paying as much to get all these eco upgrades. Answer. Okay. Freest kill imaginable coming in. Well, on the other flank isn't going to work out. So expensive losses there. Beasty loses both of his prelates. And they haven't even done anything, right? So 200 gold down the drain. He hasn't got a single relic home yet. Finally one's coming in, but something else is coming in now. Crossbows reveal themselves. Beasty, bad news, my friend. The spearmen aren't going to fare much better either. This many crossbowmen will easily dispatch this. No, this hurts. I mean, Beasty... I don't know, man. I'm still not convinced the Burgrave made sense unless you saw the proxy base straight away and then head for it. If the first 2 men-at-arms don't camp the production, it's already over. Regnants would have been tough as well, but at least Regnants wouldn't have anchored you to a unit type like you have been here. Let's go. Crossbowman comes out. Well, once again, a whiff. This is so expensive. Lance is now free to go in on top of the Gilded Crossbowman as well. Anat even Stalin just microing away from him, goes off the villagers instead. And that means crossbows against crossbows. Camera Riders coming afterwards. And that is it. Anat makes it look so simple. Beasty plays a Burgrave build that just didn't feel like a rush at all. Yeah, that was kind of weird. Definitely felt misplayed by Beasty. I would have been behind the play if the first few men-at-arms just go and sit on the production, but that never happened. We did mention why it'd be a difficulty, right? Because he's going to be raided. Well, not raided. He's going to have the issue of, like, the enemy had boats nearby, right? But I think you just make that Burgrave play, you drop a Siege Workshop straight away, and easy peasy, Bob's your uncle, right? Like, you push the ships away with the Springald, and then the men-at-arms camp the production, but never came to fruition there. So there is a King of the Hill game, but what I want to do first, I want to check if there's any live from the ladder games. You guys know how I am. I do like my live games. Burgrave medium? Dude, I think that's an insult to mediums. Burgrave small. Very small PP energy. Let's have a look. Lash versus Gully. Myriad versus Sassy. Wait, French versus Delhi? What? I don't know who Alienator is. What do you think, guys? The other Beasty Anat game or one of those live games? I think it would be either Lash versus Gully or... What's the other one? Myriad versus Sassy. Gully versus Lash, always nice. Could be. If you had H3 Burgrave, we would have won. Yeah, but I mean, like... It's not how it works, right? Lash versus Gully. I wonder why you want Lash versus Gully. You want to see if he's learnt your ways, don't you, Dragavan? You see Iobid, you're like, is he doing it? Has he been conscripted to the cause? The one true way? God, I'm getting text ward in the background. Alright, let's have a look. I'm a sucker for it. I don't know, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually enjoy watching GG Legacy at the moment. Maybe it's because I like them losing. No, it's kind of refreshing, right? A Civ that seemingly just looked dead, no one was touching it. And I don't know if people just got bored of winning with Byzantine and H3 all the time, but it seems more experimentation is coming out. Lash With this Juji's legacy going up against Gully Deckle, who apparently is not bored of the easy wins, we've got Ayabids on the other side. So this surely puts pressure on Lash to do something then, because in this matchup, Gully should just be able to play a pretty standard fast castle build. It poses the question, what's the answer for Juji? I mean, they have an interesting fast castle themselves. It just doesn't work in this matchup. The reason why you can't just fast castle as the Juji here is your fast castle opening is going to be into, what, Lancers and Shallow Monks. That's very food intense. You can't afford to do anything else. If you do that, the Ibids will just win with Camel Lancers, because Camel Lancers beat both. So I imagine whatever Lash has in mind is more feudal focused here. Otherwise, his chances of winning this game go down heavily. Gully. Well, I wasn't expecting that. We are already off to a spicy beginning in this game, as it's not even going to be a Desert Raider play. It's straight up Advancement Wing. A little bit surprised. I mean, Reinforcement Wing's not bad here. Your enemy's got to afford gold. You can force them to invest in defenses. And the hand cannon slits are kind of deceptive. They seem very strong, but their attack speed is very low, right? So you can kind of hang around a little bit longer to make up for the damage done to you. It's also just the fact that, like, Lash did go out onto the mills. I'm a little bit perplexed. Because a Desert Raider here would force you away, and you've clubbed the sheep already, which is really bad for Lash. And if you don't walk away, it's not just your eco in trouble, it's the Imperial Official. But, oh my god, dude, he's doing it. Dragavan, what have you done? What? Why must you corrupt the young minds? I mean, you're a young mind yourself, but why? We've got a proxy base play on the way. So this is archery range first, right? It has to be. Juji. Ooh, that's dangerous, though. Okay, I don't like that. I think that's a misstep by Gully. You don't play west side, you play east side. You've already scouted east side, so you know your opponent wasn't in the east side of the map, right? I can't believe he's getting away with this. He's so lucky. No! No! Gully! Okay, so little tip for anyone who wants to make this play work at a high level. You need to be dropping your production buildings on the side that your opponent has not scoured. Oh, sorry, has scoured, right. Because the logic here... Yeah, the ships are out. Yes, to leave. The logic here is, like, there's no reason he's going to come back on the same location, right? There's no reason for Lash to come back and scout where he's already been. And I'm wondering, did Gully even see his scout originally? Like, he should have been suspicious when he saw that the sheep count was low. I'm a bit shocked he didn't react to that and then choose the east side. Because if he had, this could have been like a 10-minute GG. Instead, Lash, he moves out for his greedy meditation garden. Which is going to be, what, garnering him... Is that going to be 54 food? Probably about 20 wood or so? So pretty decent here. And Gully, just wasted effort now. He backs up. He goes for his stables. And wait, did he build an archery range at home? Villager in the meantime is still going to be chasing. Scout should be able to kill this, right? If Gully just walks north now, he doesn't die. It seems Lash is paranoid. I'm a little bit surprised, actually, because I think Lash might have been able to subtly yoink a kill there. He doesn't want to risk getting clubbed on the sheep, though, right? And yeah, I did think this was going to be a fast castle build. But apparently Gully really isn't that eager to get back into the top 20. Outpost now following up. Yeah, Lash on point with the reaction, though. He understands what's coming. These horsemen need to dive right now. In fact, I think Gully is misplaying this entirely. He's going to go for an outpost on the west side instead. Wait, so you're literally going to build it in front of him? I have so many questions. It might work, actually, because the archers are now arriving. Normally, Lash would, like, what, just pull villagers to stab this down? There we go. Oh, no, Gully. Oh, no, he hasn't got wheelbarrow. Wait. Lash, dude, Lash could have just killed him there. I don't think he realized it. There's no wheelbarrow, so Gully could easily lose his villager. Good micro back to the injured. Does get the kill. We'll look to back away, and it looks like he is going to lose a villager in return. But, I mean, dude, that's a doubt post, right? Like, just don't do anything with this. So now we get rams, right? Gully just needs to start building up with at least one person on a ram. Probably double ram here. It has to be double. I think one ram is too slow. Your opponent's about to run out of food as well, right? Like, I think Lash has clubbed everything here. Yeah, he's got 8 sheep total, and 5 of them have already been clubbed down. So, if you get this timing right, he should be out of food. Dragadeckle? Yeah, Dragadeckle's the one. Gullivan sounds like Gullivan's Drabbles, right? Wrong vibes. Sorry. Chuganu now coming. So this is why I didn't think Gully was going to try this. Is like Chuganu realistically is the easy solution to all the problems, right? That's why the Desert Raider play maybe seems a bit weak here as well. What is this usually build? This is the oh god I need to survive build. Try it sometime. This is the why did he proxy racks me as the Irobids build? Outpost up. The problem is Lash needs another outpost to really feel secure in this area. You kind of need an outpost past the berries, not before the berries, right? Another issue is he doesn't have any stone gathering, so he has no hand cannon slits. This is why Medi Gardens on stone usually feels pretty damn good. Like, actually, for real, if he just dropped a Medi Garden here, 10 times better. Double stone, berries, and the wood. Like, right now, look at what he's generating. 48 food, 11 wood. He would have generated, what, more? The same. I'm pretty sure that's the 8 stack, yeah? Maybe -1? So let's assume it's -1. So he would be generating, what, 42 food? 50 stone, and probably about 25 wood. No, the board doesn't count. The way you can tell what affects a meditation garden is you're looking at anything that isn't meat. Meats don't count. Relics also don't count. Typically, it's dynamic things do not count. And then the other thing on top of dynamics is fish do not count. I don't know, man. Like, what does Gully do with this? He's got Undermesh on the way. Lash does need to sort the gold issue. Because he needs to get into Steeled Arrow here. These outposts are kind of a folly as well, remember. They don't have hand cannon slits, so they're not very threatening. In a weird way, it kind of feels like Gully's got him, because I think Lash is mis-macroing here. There's a small gap where you can go out to gather some gold, and it's worth taking here. Your blacksmith techs are critical to what you're trying to scale. Does Gully have to worry? A little bit? I think he needs more full production. He's also not non-stop pumping archers, which to me is a mistake. Like, you've got Undermesh, just get Steeled Arrow and keep pumping archers. Your opponent doesn't have any blacksmith techs, right? It's good to add in spears, but you should be adding in spears and archers equally now. Because if you rely just wholly on spearmen, you're going to lose to Chuganu. You need archers to address that. Horsemen could be the reasonable mid-ground if you think you have enough food. You should have enough food, right? There's no pressure coming his way. Despite the fact Lash has built 8 horsemen, they don't really leave the base. They're full Call of Duty camper boys right now. Lash now with the blacksmiths. This is what was missing, by the way. Whenever you play Chuganu, blacksmith techs are critical. There's 2 units in the game that to me are like kings of blacksmith techs, and those are Chuganu and Lombos. The edge you get out of being ahead on tech is phenomenal with those 2 unit types. What do you guys think? 1's for Irobids, 2's for Juji here. Because I am really curious as to how this one's going to play out. I'm not sure right now. I think it's very close, actually. I don't think Onabagisha benefit as much from Blacksmith Text as the 2 units I mentioned. Because Onabagisha, like in Feudal Age, it's not as impactful, right? Like you think it would be because it's a bigger percentile number, but you know, Feudal Age is all about range units. They're easy to scale, easy to hold on to, and easy to win fights with. So Chuginu, Lombos are kings of Blacksmith upgrades, at least in the early game. The Chuginu mass is getting big. Horseman count is about to eclipse Lashes. I think he has a problem here with resources. Yeah, and he's trying to fix it. So he sneaks out onto the ball. Gold gathering on the south side as well. Gully, unfortunately, is a bit late here. I feel like this ram should have been going in much earlier. Remember, a long time ago when he had about 8 or 9 units, there was a proper, obvious opportunity there to get into a ram. He never took it. And yeah, this does get more and more challenging for Ayu. The reason is that the Chuginu mass will reach critical the longer this goes. And Ayu bids don't really have any upside in playing along Feudal, right? So like Gully needs damage and then he needs a solution quick. Oh my god, these horsemen just getting thrown away. Chuginu just basically standing their ground right now. Spearman moving in. This is a bad fight. Gully overextends. Horseman baiting back the spears. Barely any left over here. Chuginu just winning this, dude. I think this might be over. Gully, the problem right now is this is deceptive. His full military might isn't here. Lash's is. Gully's missing about, what, like 7 or 8 units from this mass? Horseman just kind of A-click it in. Spearman need to be targeted down. Chuginu are going to start backing off again. But Lash now with the military lead. And I don't think there's any coming back for Gully. Gully, remember, he has no eco upside other than this pitiful 10% gathering rate. He didn't get the growth wing. He went for the advancement wing. There's nothing else here. Meanwhile, Lash, the Medigarden may not be great, but it's good enough. On top of that, he's got the Imperial Official. He's gathering off a boar, something that Ibis can't match because they can't do boar at all. And even if they could, they'd be 20% behind. Yeah, Gully kind of in the hole now, right? Like, you can't just go for a tech up. Because you're up against Mass Chuginu. So, if Lash suspects that you're teching up, if he thinks you're being disingenuous to the idea of Feudal Age, he'll just rush your base. Damn. Hard game. How's the toddler going to find his way out of this? I mean, the fact he's massing Spearman makes me want to vomit already. Spearman doesn't solve your problem here at all. You just need more archers. That's the only hope. If you want to play it all in Feudal, you have to just mass archers. But like that feels like a loss as well against Mass Chuginu, right? It's like, I want him to just find a way into Castle. I just don't know if there is time now. Lash, 37 Chuginu and climbing. What a diverse and variant civ we have here. Never seen this unit before in all my time casting Zhu games. The Zhu build, as we like to call it. By we, I mean me. Let me have this. Marching in. Spearmen are all pretty much gone. Only a few horsemen left over. Backstab does come in from Gully. I don't like the way Lash is kind of micro this, actually. More losses than it feels necessary. But still, should be fine at the end of the day, right? I mean, it is Chuginu after all. What a fun unit. Gully does get a state of execution here. Slightly resetting the numbers, but with how many horsemen he's burning at this stage, this isn't sustainable long term, right? The berries are almost gone. He's moved on the east side patch. Lash is going to soft reset this, but looks like he's fixing the mistake. More horsemen now coming through. God, the deer are so messy here as well. If he eventually has to move out for that, it's going to be an awkward way to have to leverage the map. Bold. Bold to build a horseman out of this building. Like, actually, Lash should be moving a bit deeper. That's a little bit of a mistake there, because if you move deeper, then Gully can't get away with the unit, right? Instead, he just gets out, which should just simply never be happening. Gully is starting to save up resources, actually. Like, credit where credit is due. He's starting to find a way to try and sliver out of this. And it's because Lash slowed down, right? Like, he made that mistake going a bit too soon. He anticipated his opponents playing more feudal. Or rather, going castle, rather, and he was playing more feudal, right? Now it feels like Lash is making the opposite mistake, where he's assuming his opponent is building more feudal when he's actually looking to go castle. Still, I think the problem with Ibids here is this is the point where you need advanced wing, right? Because like masking and hiding your intent here for 3 minutes is difficult. And it is at least 3 minutes, right? Because we're talking about you getting the resources even when you have advanced wing, and then we're talking about you waiting a minute and 45 or 2 seconds, 2 minutes rather, for the tech. That's just way too long, even against Chuganu. Horsemen seem to be scaring Lash a bit, but I'm not sure why. Well, looks like he's just going to tech up. So Shaolin Monastery now on the way for the Zhuji. It's interesting as well, because at this stage, he could just build a few spearmen at home and go on the offensive. Gully, meanwhile. Tech up about to start. So this should be growth, right? Yeah. Every day of the week. Growth in Castle is just far too good. I feel like you only ever make an alternative choice when your hand is forced, right? Like Advanced Wing when you're in a rush, but any other game, Growth is pretty much your bread and butter. Tech up complete. Gully gets the bad news. And he can't really punish because he teched up himself as well, right? Shaolin Monastery complete. Should be an immediate race to the relics. One that Gully is now already behind in. And I'm not going to delude you guys. Looking at the layout of the map, there should at least be 3 relics for Zhuji, the way things are pacing. The only hope that Gully has is to cut the Shaolin monks when they're unguarded. He might not have that luxury though. Lash now moving up, and with veteran Chuganu, Gully needs to either completely dodge the fight or put mind, body, and soul on the line here. In fact, this is kind of a crazy idea. If Lash just camps the House of Wisdom, he could kill the 8 villagers as they come out. He's got enough to dive past the TC as well. The timing might perfectly align here. Growth Wing, 48 seconds away. Who needs Rams, guys? Just build Chuganu. What a fun and not dumb unit. And these guys hit hard as well. 7 damage per strike. 21 damage if you hit something without ranged armor. Like these villagers, perhaps. Gully trying to shift further away. Lash wrapping towards the location. Outpost just getting sieged down. Yeah, this is what makes Chuganu look really stupid. Like, it's just so silly to watch. Horsemen, in the meantime, do spot the villagers. Horsemen from Gully are going to cut reinforcements. Got 18 of them waiting to be upgraded. What he really needs here, though, is siege. Tech up in, 8 villagers pop out. And they are committed to burning down the lamp. I don't know where these guys are going. Wait, what? Gully, But there's Chuganu here, you just die. Meanwhile, dive through the base continues. Lash trying to just hunt any eco he can before the counters come out. Gully Deco now prepping into the camel lances. Guys, what is this? This is such an expensive misclick. Gully's like, I don't see the problem. We start this game by attempting a proxy base. I just want a bigger proxy base. Oh, no. So you basically didn't get anything from going Castle Age, is what I read that as. Now Chuganu hunting. Horseman upgrade is coming through soon, but remember the blacksmith tech's still not quite there, so may have to give way. Villagers trying to rush up the defenses. But Lash gonna jump on top of them. Textiles not helping out too much here. The outpost taking so long to build, and the horseman already dead! Just a few seconds short of the upgrades. That's it. Zhuji Chuganu is all they ever need. I keep saying this Civ needs to be buffed, but I worry what my games are going to look like if they are. Well, that was vile. What do we call that one? Proxy IBID base, maybe? inches from success. IB proxy base rush. Is IBID proxy base rush build? I'm trying to think what I call that one. IBID proxy base rush. The build we've all wanted. He did it. Like, he just needs to do the opposite side. Like, Gully really screwed up there. He should have been proxying the right side of the map. There's no reason to start left. Start makes no sense. Agreed. Like, you don't build towers quickly, right? And you're already on the clock. There's a plethora of issues with what he done there. But, like, little tip to people. You can quite often very easily tell if someone has scouted right side or left side based on how many sheep you're getting, roughly. And a high likelihood you see them. If they scout right side, and you're going for a proxy or an outpost rush, you take right side. Because they won't be back on the right side for at least the next 2 minutes, which means you will sneak your play. If you go left side, they're going to see you. There's a high probability that they will see you. So yeah, a little bit of a major misstep there, actually, out of Gully. Cute idea, though. Just needs some work. I hear Dragavan would have pulled that one off. Let's have a look at who else we've got. Who's Spoon? Is that a high-ranking account? I'm curious. Got to check. Spoon. Nah, they're ranked 600. Is Gully against Ravane there? Let me have a look. Ravane's like ranked 9th right now. Guy's been fiending Juji, I think. When you and Diamond Dragavan going to show match? Oh, Jesus Christ. I just need one of you to beat Beasty like 5 times so that people want to click on you. Oof. That's kind of a tough one. I feel like a lot of people are anchored in what they will or won't view based on literally name. So, there is Gully versus Ravane. That's an option. Hey! Hell yeah, Camian. Get in there. Well, Camian, I think the thing with Protein Works is they very often have sales on. It just varies in price a bit. Or in savings. So I was talking to my friend on this, like, and they said that they don't think it often comes in at full price. I think they always have something on sale that they're trying to push. That's cool. What did you get, Camin? Let me know. What do you grab? Dude, I kind of want them to send me some of the breakfast next time as well. The superfood breakfast bowls do sound pretty dope. Like, I'm a sucker for some berry feast, actually. Salt caramel, everything, by the way. You can never go wrong with salt caramel. But then, what do we have? So we're on the replacement extremes. I might try and work out more, which is why I'm tempted to... I don't mind the idea of actually trying their 360 meals, but I'm kind of tempted to ask about some of the whey protein things. Because they're different flavors, right? Yeah, banoffee? Bruh. You can't get that in the meal replacement form. Sage. Got some French vanilla as well. Yeah, I definitely want the sort of caramel banana milkshake. Oh. These ones are pretty cool, though. So, like, for the whey protein stuff, it works out a lot better. So, like, because it's different roles, right? Like, if you're a working out person, this is really cool. Paying let me zoom in on that so you can see that. It's 76p per shake. That's insanely cheap, right now. Whereas for the ones that I'm having right now, the meal replacements, a little bit more pricey, but it's a meal replacement, right? So it's not just for your workout, it's replacing a whole meal. That's still bloody good, though. down to £13 right now for the 500 grams. Go up to 1 kilo. Obviously gets a bit cheaper. But like under £2, so like what, $2, $2.50 per meal. It's pretty cool. By the way, remember, when you do this, you go check out, you can use my code, and you will still get extra monies off. So take advantage of that, guys. All right. 2 of the meals and a few bars. Not a shake person. What do you mean the meals? What, do you mean these meals we're talking about now, or do you mean someone else? Savory? Do you mean the savory meals? I want to try these, actually. These do look cool. Dude, some of them... Thai curry sensation, especially. Bangin' burritos, actually, I think might be the one that, like... Ooh, cheeky. Spaghetti bolognese. Jesus Christ, these guys are worse than me for puns. That's why we get along so well. Age of Noob, the link doesn't work? Are you sure? It should link through... When you link through, it should take you to your respective country, right? I'm pretty sure that's the way it should work. I checked about the US. I think Canada's the same. You can order these. The way it works is that it's a little bit pricey on the delivery if you don't order a decent amount. So between $1 and $50, it will be $30 delivery. Between $50 and $150, it's $20 delivery. And then anything past that, it goes down to $10 delivery. Europe is a lot cheaper. UK, if you spend £60, it's free delivery. I'm pretty sure EU has a scaling thing where it can get pretty cheap as well. But yeah. Yeah, so it's like in terms of tracking it to me, Noob, my code will still work for you. So if you have to go through, like, click for that link. If it doesn't take you through and redirect you, go to the website anyway. At checkout, Killer Pigeon code will work for the 10% off anyway. But yeah, some of these are really cool. I think the other, like, I haven't got along with the Super Greens. I'm going to ask them for a different one because they gave me the apple and lemon twist. I wasn't that impressed. I might ask about the summer berry burst, which I think I could get along with. But outside that, I don't think there's anything else I want to check out. Maybe Gut Love's something I should look into. Might ask about that, actually. Growing up, I struggled with stomach cramps really badly. So I'm always intrigued by things that can always help with that. Yeah. Considering I'm starting to go bouldering, I might ask about getting some whey protein sent over as well. What do you think, guys? Like, what flavor should I try of the whey protein? Dude, it has to be Banoffee Deluxe, right? Like, can I get 1.2 kilos of that? It's pretty cheap, actually. Like, that... Like, anyone who does whey, is this really cheap? I'm curious. That is cheap, right? Like, I'm pretty sure it's cheap. Chocolate mint brownie. Wait, where's that? Oh, yeah, you're right. It's right. Wait, dude, it's because it like, looks like just the chocolate, right? Yeah, chocolate mint brownie actually does sound pretty dope. Chocolate coconut? I'm not crazy about coconut. I know a lot of people do love their coconut, though. Yeah, you're right. Good eyes, man. That's a good one. Yeah, like 71p per shake's pretty cheap, I think. All right, guys, we got another game. Y'all ready for this? Wait, who's classic? I actually should have checked if this is like a decent matchup first, right? That's probably a good idea. Who is classic? They're not showing up when I search them. Let me have a look. See if this is worthwhile. Map creation contest sponsored by Protein Works when? I mean, I don't know. If the community... Like, this is the thing. I can pitch these type of things if the community's buying and investing, right? Always easier that way. This person's ranked 838. And they have a Age of Empires 3 icon on their profile, which means they're definitely going to lose. Whoa. All right. Hold on a sec. I've got some other replays we can check in on. Sorry, AoE 3. But are you a real game? Just asking for a friend. So we could have a look at maybe... Ooh. English versus China, maybe? Byzantines versus Juji? That could be interesting. So between Blige and Wham? I think Blige's data shows. AoE free is the best? I don't know about that one, dog. I played some. It's calling it the best is a stretch. You may have overplayed your hand slightly there, my friend. It has some quirky elements, but the best. You know, that's like someone finishing a three-course meal and be like, I'm the champion of all-you-can-eat buffets in the world! AoE free was ahead of its time? I don't know about that. Dude, Total Annihilation was ahead of its time. Supreme Commander was ahead of its time. AoE free, I don't think it was necessarily ahead of its time. Dude, it came out at a time, like, it was leaning hero units at a time when Warcraft came out. I don't think it's fair to say it was ahead of its time. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Like, yeah, the physics, agreed. The engine ahead of its time, yes, but the gameplay I wouldn't say was. I think that's where they lost out, as they came out at a time around Warcraft, and in fairness, their gameplay felt worse. I think anyone who's played both Warcraft 3 and played AoE 3 will admit that. The gameplay did feel worse. It has some cool ideas. I like, for example, the batch production. I think that's really cool. I don't know why that never came back. But, like, yeah, other elements let it down big time. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll do Blige versus Wham. Oh yeah, Age of Mythology is incredible. I want to do a playthrough of the campaign. I don't know if anyone would care to watch me do that, though. Hardest difficulty playthrough on campaign would be pretty bog. AoE 2 gates you can open and close and kill units. Woo! Dude, my favorite gates to open and close are strongholds, man. They're fun. Best part is when you forget to open them again. Dude, Stronghold was tilting, because like with Stronghold, when you opened a gate and then closed the gate, like it wouldn't auto-toggle, right? The original Stronghold, like once you started like intentionally opening or closing, you had to remember to always manually open them, or you couldn't put them back to auto. That was so tilting. Vizier point system for every civ? Yeah, I don't mind the idea of that. So like my original idea on where variant civs end, by the way, I love the idea of variant civs eventually being indoctrinated into the primaries again, and then you having options, right? It kind of reminds me of, and it would actually fit for Relic, kind of like what Dawn of War had, where you choose a hero type and it would offer you certain perks. Same with company heroes, right? Like, I always envision the end goal, like when the years go on and you try to compact some of these civs back into their originals, that would be a cool way to go. Because I think there is value in having more options, right? And while there'll always be a meta that people lean into, it just gives more options overall to take the game in for players, which is cool to see. We kind of already have that in a way if you think about it with landmarks, but I'm talking about expanding that whole concept. Why are we talking about variant civs? Oh look, there's one in the game. In the hands of Wham over here on the Gigi's Legacy. Other side of this person you guys might notice by a different name. This is Blige. We've cast Blige in the past, actually. They're a pretty damn competent player. They may not be making deep runs in tournaments, but I feel like every season, every time I look at them, they're in the top 100. In fact, right now, at the time of recording, Shapeshifter here is ranked 28th on the ladder. I'm picking the Byzantines. No surprise why. They come from Russia, and they have been consistent. Ever since Season 3, they have always been in the top 100. In fact, since inception of Season 1, they've always ranked top 200. So definitely should be a decent opponent for Wham, especially considering that he's playing one of the civs perceived to be the most OP, and Wham apparently likes losing. Let's pick the Jushi. I do like the people trying to find ways with the Jushi, though. It's definitely a civ that's overdue for some sort of buff. The tough part for me is similar to how we began this cast. The issue with Jushi is they lack options. In some very brain-dead ways, actually. Right? Like, the most obvious one is that they can't build archers. So the Feudal Age feels very predictable, and as a result can feel very weak. Late game, they lack some very clear options, like hand cannoneers. Right? We're very quickly seeing when the meta does reach into the late game, if you don't have hand cannoneers, it's very difficult to win a lot of matchups. So definitely hope they kind of revamp that a little bit. It's definitely tough because I know what they're trying to do with Zhuji, by the way. By not giving them hand cannoneers, the goal is to make them a cavalry civ. If you think about it, it makes a lot of sense. What might be good enough to solve Zhuji, give them archers and feudal, but don't let them upgrade them. That sounds kind of wild, but hear me out and I'll continue. For the late game, do you know how they actually do become a good cav civ? Just fix cav. I make it sound so simple, but like think about it. Like cavalry feels very clunky. Like the hitboxes are a bit too big and it takes too long. They clamber over each other. You fix that, all of a sudden I could actually see Zhuji having a viable late game strategy. And with the archer buff, the early game has some flexibility. Until that happens, I think they are just going to be a civ that more often than not gets stomped on pubs and only really features in competitive scenes where on water right now, they are busted. Because, you know, every time you get into a game versus them, they obviously just feel out of your league. And you feel like you're wasting your time. Because the win will never be yours. Anyone whose brain went, hold on, he's singing a Busted song, right? Thank you. Thank you. I hate myself. Rax is coming in is a little bit surprising here. What? Wait, why is Blige building a rack straight away? I guess he's going to go longbows plus Limitane? Against Chuganu. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? But he did go Grand Winery. Timing isn't going to be too delayed. He should be fine to hit this. For what Wham is doing, this is one of those rare situations where actually I think the play is Jiangnan. Because Jiangnan and then the archer range, like the ramp timing you get here from double archer range, double the firepower already, right? I think he's going to arrive a little bit too late. We'll have to see Blige rushing on the gathering. Scout reveals what's here. Now, funnily enough, Blige could have made this very easy to defend with a single outpost. He took a greedy approach, just gathering on the berries, but he should get enough here for the longbow contract. Wham. It's going to be a villager pull. There we go. Okay, dude. No way. Once again, this Jiangnan detail, right? A Jiangnan would have gotten the extra Chiganu here in time. Instead, outpost going up. Oof. Plan already falling apart for Wham. Now, Medi-Garden isn't too bad, right? So you can supplement it into a different play. But it feels like from here, if you have to go do something else, you're behind, right? Especially when you know what's coming the other way. Because now you don't have defenses. Lombo should be able to come out. I just don't like the look of this. Crackerty's backing me up on the Jiangnan tower play. That's all the authentication I need. He's a vile Chuganu spammer. Another outpost attempt. These guys do not die fast, by the way. Remember, the way that this is working is like, I think damage reduct rounds up, if I'm not mistaken. Which means technically you're doing 2 damage per shot when you should be doing 3, right? Oh my god, dude! The arrow slits timing! I cannot believe that. That was vile. Alright, you might be saying this Jiannan's trash in this matchup, Crackety, but that would have looked a hell of a lot better than what I'm seeing now. Wow. Then again, just sticking my eyeballs in bleach would have looked a lot better than what I'm seeing now. But yeah, from my understanding, the way that the damage reduct works is, and maybe I've got a nerd that can correct me on this, because damage reduct is a recent thing. Damage reduct, as in damage reduction, that's why I just call it because it's shorter, rounds up. So in the case of Limitane shield wall reducing by 30%, that means they actually reduce by 50%. Because you hit for 4 damage, right? I'm pretty sure that's correct. Which is why those Limitane took practically no damage from Chuganu. I don't know why it works that way, by the way. There's a lot of stats that are actually tracked in integers on the front end, but they're actually floats behind the scenes. That means that, like, basically they can do decimals behind the scenes, but the UI doesn't show it. But from what I've been seeing recently, I'm being led more and more to believe that Limitane are actually rounding the numbers up, so the damage reduction is higher than intended. Lombo's on the way. Wham in quite a pickle now. But all these Chuganu, and he has no easy way in due to the outpost. He also can't stick on the gold, right? So we should be seeing a quick move into Steeled Arrow here. And don't get me started on Undermesh. Because if what I just said is right on the damage reduction calculations, that means the Chuganu will do 1 damage per shot to Spimmin. So 3 damage each, which is wild. That can't be right, man. Dude. I think there's just something bugged about Limitane. I've noticed that when we used to see Mongol outpost rushes, and Limitane would just take no damage whatsoever. They'd be reduced to 1, essentially. Chuganu. Alright, this is the most darkest move I've seen. Longbow's are here, though, and if Wham has to dive, it's all over. Love this. Blige is just waiting. Like, you see he's hesitant. He's like, he's going to dive me. He has to dive me here. There it is. Starts to move in. Second longbows are on the way, though, and Wham is wasting way too much time on this outpost. I do think Blige misplayed that, by the way. Line formation and stick there, attacking. Wait until you see him try to move. It's not like Blige has anything else to really track right now, so definitely a missed opportunity. A little bit surprised by this as well. Undermesh first before Steeled Arrow doesn't make much sense to me. You're turtling already. Your opponent should be able to dive you without just dying to your TC. So the fact that he doesn't go Steeled Arrow first to just kill quicker is a bit weird to me. I guess he wants it for the Limitane though, right? Like, his front line is going to be ridiculously tanky now. Wow, I'm very much in for a penny, in for a pound. Is he looking for an out into castle? Quite possibly with this build. It's a lot of food being floated right now. He has stopped all Chuganu production. Limitane do get revealed though. Okay, Blige needs to read what's happening here. It should be apparent to Blige that this is a castle build. Horsemen are being prepped. He's going to wait. Chicken on the backside. Nice little snipe there. Only gets 1. Little bit of a misplay there, by the way. If Blige activated Akrotoy straight away, I'm pretty sure that villager would have lived. With the undermesh plus the extra 2 armor, the Chuganu would be tickling, right? I feel like people forget Akrotoy a lot. Akrotoy defense isn't... Like, I don't see Akrotoy defense as a defensive tool. It's a defensive tool. You legit simply use it to ensure something doesn't die. That's all I see it as. If you find value in damage, great, but that's like that's an offset detail. It's not the main value. Horseman gonna chase down the few Chuganu on the flank. Tech up now coming through. Blige, it's kind of crazy, right? This Horseman choice has definitely kept him away from castle. I do think Blige is being overly defensive here. You should be marching out pretty aggressively at this stage, right? Because at this point, it should be alarm bells going off that your opponent's teching up, and there you go. Yeah, game sense was off from Green in this game. Veterancy queued up straight away. He can still win these early fights, though, with the longbow range. And yeah, sorry, I don't think it's floats. It's a different type of... I think they use doubles, which is basically like floats. Basically, doubles and floats, in programming terms, are things that can store decimal values. Integers always have to be rounded up or rounded down. The UI has integers. That's why sometimes you'll see units with 0 health still alive. You have to see if Wham's still alive after this. He didn't supervise the veterancy either. This is bad, actually, because a good fight can be taken before the upgrades come through. Chuganu starting to back away. And yeah, look at the damage Limitane take. They get tickled down. It's not a quick death. Especially considering you're meant to be doing 7 damage per shot. He was doing like 2 there. Wild. Chuganu upgrade is at least in, though. Blige now stockpiling, so it looks like he's getting ready for his own tech up. Decent eco damage returned there, right? Like, he actually got 3 worker kills out of that dive. And idled the area. Which is important because it means a lack of gold equaling a lack of scaling into Palace Guard. Horseman on the hunt. Unfortunately, too late. It looks like the timing did not align. Wham makes his way back with the first relic. And Lombo Limitane goes shift south side. Yeah, so to Zuby0T's point, I'm pretty sure, like, I was talking to Cal about this before. I'm pretty sure AoE4 does use doubles. which is just, in my opinion, very space inefficient, right? Second relic being picked up. Oh, Blige, buddy, pal. Wait, Blige? What? What was that? I can't believe that. That was so wasteful. I mean, the good news at least is there's still relics to grab on the field, right? And you've got your tech up. And also, you know, like you've got Varangian. That's your win condition. But Lombos are fantastic support units here. I don't... That was such a misplay by Blige. She just gave Wham hope. This game should have been over. So I haven't really looked into doubles recently, but if I had to guess why doubles have made floats obsolete, I imagine doubles are able to store in either 4 or 8-bit, right? Whereas floats would have to be 8-bit. Because I think doubles are they can store themselves to either integer or float, integer or decimal, right? There's a fight going on. We're just nerding out like this. Kind of. What? I'm sorry. Come again for this bird. Why am I seeing Cataphract queued up? I guess maybe he's worried about Nesta Bees in trade points. It's definitely not for Chuganu. You get shredded there. Little fun detail. Chuganu perform better against Varangian than Men-at-Arms, remember. Because you'll always have enough ranged armor, but the difference is you have 15 less health. However, Chuganu just gets stomped by Lombos, which is why usually struggle at this point in this matchup. Wham's doing well in other places, though. He has at least got 3 relics home. What worries me is he has no other big upside right now, right? You haven't got Song setting up farms yet. He has gone for it, but hasn't got the farm transition. And you're up against the best farms in the game. Like, I don't want to hear any argument against this. The best farms in the game, full stop, are Olive Groves. There's nothing that can test them. Especially with Grand Winery builds. Right? Even without Grand Winery, you're getting 20% more resources off your farms. You're paying 15 resource less, then you're getting an 8 resource rebate because you get stone when you place buildings. Then on top of that, system buff. We're at level 3 is already at 18%. When you cap this out, it eclipses English farm buffs. Hello? He'll come back in for the kill. I think this is why he went Cataphracts, by the way. It's why when you're against Shallow Monks, you always go Knights, right? It's a great unit to take them out. So at least starves off the 4th relic from being taken away. Other one is safely behind his walls, right? So there should be a 2-3 relic split. In a game where now Blige is 5 villages ahead. Sorry, man, that's 6. Fully upgraded Abbasid farms? I don't think fully upgraded Abbasid farms even contest it. Because Golden Age gives you 15, you can go up to 20%, right? So 20% plus the agriculture gives you another 15, so you're at 35. And then you get 8% extra on processing, so 43. Versus, what's the cap on System level 5? It goes up to, is it 26%? So you're at 46%. Because you get 20% as olive. But remember, then the Grand Winery buffs a decent amount of your farms to bring them up to 32% instead of the 20%. Like, it's not even close. Also, on top of that, man, like, we're talking about one buff that just gets access stupidly early, and the other one requires you to scale into the late game. It's absurd. Absolutely absurd. Mountain Academy now on the way. 2nd TC, 3rd TC. Okay, so we've got an eco boom to try and recover his game. Not a bad idea, but he's in trouble here. This Western contract is really strong against both Gigi and China. For the same reason. It's the 1-2 punch. You do Lombos, and look at this, you do Landsnecht. Why? Because Lombos beat Chuganu, and Landsnecht annihilate Palace Guard and Spearman. And from that position, this is even worse for Zhuji than it is for China, because China at least has very strong Nesta Bees that can stand a hit of 2, right? Zhuji do not smoothly move into Siege. When they do, they're not even strong. Aye. Horseman at least going to be erased, but Wham has bigger problems. Free TC is a heavy strain here, folks. Sure, he has gone up to Yuan Dynasty to save a bit of resources here, but you're still spending per minute, what, 135 resources? So overall, you're spending 405 food a minute. We may have a problem. Oh no, Wham, not like this. He needs food, but he got found out. Landskin as well. A wipe of the villagers out on the eco. Blocked on both the deer as well as the boar. The other deer close to the front side of his base. I think Wham's dead. He just doesn't have economy. He's going to try for a mass farm transition now, but he needs 3 minutes, and he isn't getting it. Olive groves are already here. They're already online. Permanent income. And look at the count here. Landsnack Varangian as it stands. The fight is going to commence in probably the next 2 minutes, and I mean, Wham just doesn't have a leg to stand on here. Huh. Interesting Blitzkrieg mentioned that path. That's literally what we said at the start of the game, buddy. Yeah, I like the idea of eventually the variant civs getting folded into primaries again and being choices you make. It's kind of cool. And it also fits this nice path of options opening up. Like, I think the best games are designed from an elegancy standpoint, where they're simple to pick up, and then it's almost like this umbrella opening up, right? It's almost like this branch extending as you go down. Option after option opening as you trend down a path. Wow. Looking starved right now. Castle has been rushed up to defend the granaries on the backside. And we have got pagodas. But I think this is less of a pagoda and more of a pagodniet. I done that joke because Shapeshifter, aka Blige, is Russian. Because he's about to say niet to this entire game. Moves in now. Wham. At a weak point here. Half of his army plus is Chuginu. Wallow is going to slow it down a little bit, but not enough. Shaolin Monastery immediately gets targeted down. He's going to have to fight. Osman just distracting. Gold about to be stripped. That commences. Wham. In trouble as the Lombos do move in. Varangian, Landsneck looking to follow this up, and this is going to get ugly fast. He needs Nest of Bees, but now he doesn't have the space. He doesn't have the front line to protect them. A little bit of a misclick here. Blige, wait, what? Get the army in there. He needs to be on the farms right now. That's how you end this game. Varangian baits the pass guard out of position. Here we go. Comes in for the cleave. Lombo's Landsneck should be enough to clean this up. Varangian absorbing way too much fire here. There's 6 Landsneck cleaving through this. And that's the end of the road. Wham. Army's going to get wiped. No food income behind this. You may not hear the name Blige very often, but he's here to remind you why you should. I mean, good reactions in the early game. Definitely a case of the Canadian playing an underwhelming Civ right now, but can't take anything away from the Russian. Cool execution here to get the dub. Okay, so just having a look. How long have I got left until food? Because we're going to come back and keep going afterwards anyway. Just double checking now. I haven't had a message through yet. Let me have a look. Variants representing more nations, Burgundy and Wales. I mean, but like the point is you'd make it a choice within those, right? So you start out as English, and then you could become Wales or whatever, right? Grilled soft tacos. I don't know, man. I'm not crazy about tacos. I prefer fajitas. I think fajitas are better. Which is weird because I've been enjoying crunchiness more and more. I just think the annoyance for me is like consuming tacos without them going messy, right? That's the problem compared to fajitas. Nice wrap, just keeps it all in. No worry, no trouble. If you call different nations a variant civ, some of them will get very offended. I mean, get over yourself. Like, every civ has been folded into every civ at this point, historically, to a great degree. Like, oh my god, dude. Imagine if, like, you started out as Romans, and then you became, like, the French or the English or whatever, and people are like, I'm offended. It's like, no, you were Roman. Shut up. Get over it. Oh god, that game's still going. Like, I think people just forget that history isn't 100 years old. Imagine Spain having Aragon, Castile, Leon. Yeah, you know? Like, here's one for you guys. Technically, you could start Spain off as... Nah, I'm not going to finish it. They'll get offended. Like, technically, what is Spain? You could kind of start off as a Muslim civilization. Because they were originally Moorish. Right? Well, I guess in Spain's case they were lessish. Anyone who gets history gets that. Because they were reduced to a very small province on the north of Spain at their worst, and then recovered. Alright, so let's have a look-see. Umayyads from Abbasids? Yeah, like, there's loads you can spin off of, right? Like, Ayyubids is close to being the Mamluks, but they're not. Actually, they are meant to be. Like, that's the weird part to me. I don't know why they didn't just call them Mamluks, because I feel like the Mamluks is the more known name than the Ayyubid name. Because they basically are the Mamluks. They're very camel-focused, aren't they? Right? Okay, let's have a look. Let's see if we've got some fellas queuing. Oh, let me check on the YouTube chat. I think it's been mostly quiet there. Ayyubids are Saladin Civ? Yeah. And admittedly Saladin was, well, but they're not just Saladin based, right? They span several hundred years because they're different. Like, the campaign takes place across different points, right? And the Mamluks, I'm trying to remember when they were. The problem is, like, the Mamluk Sultanate, yeah, so it's 13th to the 16th century, right? Yeah, because they overthrew the Ayyubid dynasty. But I'm pretty sure, like, they are towards the end of that campaign. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm trying to remember the exact dates. I'm pretty sure they are basically the Mamluks. Or maybe that was literally right at the end. Alright, so let me have a look at my list here. Alright. My partner sucks. She literally went out for the day and didn't get some milk. Genius. So, got about 20-25 minutes until I eat. Let's do another game. Yeah, Squirtus Love, you're missing the entire point, though. My point is, like, it literally, as you go back, different areas completely occupied, etc., by different civs, right? That's the point. As I said, you could technically start... You could literally start a civ off as Roman and then have them expand into being either French, Italian, so on, right? That's my point. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like, yes, Spain is Spain, but my point is when you go back through history, what were they, right? It's like you could start English off as Celtic, right? And then you become either English, Scottish, or Irish. Oh, see? That now we're cooking, right? No, someone who's Welsh is now deeply offended I didn't mention Wales as an option. Everyone is a precursor civ is what we need. Just some alien civ. Like, we're Battlestar Galactica-ing it. We were all just actually Cylons. Alright, just having a look at Beastie's data. I had a game against the Duck a few days ago. I think no, that account from Killjoy is hidden though. But what we might have, there was a game between Recon and Beasty, which we might be able to watch. Let's do that one. What, Otto's versus Yuji? I can cook with that. Let's do that one. All right, one sec. Let me get the data up. Recon was, like, when I got on today, he was ranked, like, 9th in the world, by the way. So, boy's been grinding. Photo Crescent makes you pick a civ in the middle of the game. There you go, boom. Whew. Oh, no, what, dude? Recon was unprivated at the start of the day. He's just gone private. I'm pretty sure he's unprivated because I could see his data very clearly. Alright, scrap that idea then. My Trash Panda played some people. Let's have a look. Who's Recon been up against? Oh, we had like some Voldy games, right? Wait, who was Chaos? I remember this guy. Someone from Finland. Is that a Killjoy account? I don't think it is. You're still playing? Wait, is it still that same game? Because if it is, I'm passing hard. Because that game has been an hour long, if that's the case. Oh, thank God, Jesus. Yeah, that game was a honker downer. Alright, let's have a look. What have we got? Trackle? I've seen that name before. 193rd in the world? That's not too bad. The French player. Oui, oui. Oh god, it's high view though. You guys want it? Better be a quick one. I got to eat in 20 minutes. Outraged. I was meant to have tuna pasta, and now I've just got pizza. I feel scammed. I never late game? Yeah, but it's high view. Sometimes you don't have a choice. You go, don't eat this and just GG out at 25 minutes because you don't like it. Oh, I guess I'll put some music on while we wait for a minute or two. Get rid of that ominous silence. High view, French and Chamber of Commerce. Okay. Oh, God. No, you do. You don't get your coat. You get your luggage. You're leaving for good. High view is trash. That is all. I think we need to start organizing some mid-week show matches and whatever. I want some fresh content. I need to find the time to sort out the Patreon stuff and whatnot. I think we said we just use... Wait, was it? I was going to use coffee for funding tournaments and Patreon for different stuff. I don't know. Really need to figure that stuff out. Your 5th game on H3 this year. Wow, look at you avoiding being a dirty boy. I mean, then again, you clown car people, so I don't know if you're fully clean. Ivy has worse sheep spawns? Who cares? Just go eat the boar. You know where it is. It's in that stealth forest, dude. Don't you feel safe in that stealth forest? Because in the stealth forest, like, you can't see, but they can't see if you can't see. So get in there. Go on. God, I'm like an inspirational talker, aren't I? Go on, just shimmy on into the darkness. You'll be fine. It's safe out there. You're fine. Oh, I think I tweaked my back. yesterday. I was like sitting on the bus home, and then just my ass felt really uncomfortable, and then my lower spine was like, no! And now I've been feeling it all day. Shut up, I'm not getting old. Stretching my leg right now, and then it feels weird. My partner's brother asked me if I want to do bouldering tomorrow. And because I work so tirelessly for you guys, I was going to say no today. For tomorrow. That's probably a good thing. I was going to say no. Oh, I think I'll look to go bouldering next week, though. Predictions? Ugh. But dude, what? Like, I'm giving you the freest points ever. It's literally Mongols versus HRE. Why do I even let you do this? Alright, let's get ready to go. I don't even know why I turned predictions on for this one. It's Mongols versus HRE. Busted Civ versus busted all of its teeth trying to actually walk upstairs. Trackle versus Dragavan. We all know Dragavan, but Trackle is definitely no pushover either. They're ranked 189th in the world right now, which puts them at a respectable elo of 1,654 after 345 games. So they tend to rank, I'd say, like on average, probably like top 300. They're from France. I think they're like, at that point, considered like the top 6, top 7 player in France. Dragavan, on the other hand, has been blitzing up, right? We've got this 16-year-old Norwegian kid who's trying to prove himself. He will actually be present at the LAN coming up in just over a month, right? The Bergen LAN. He was the invited party for Norway, clearly because Magical Cow fanboys him. And we're kind of fanboying him too. If you guys have not seen Dragavan before, you need to be watching more videos on my YouTube channel. This guy has even managed to use his nefarious strategies to beat the likes of Wham when Wham was on the HRE. So, curious to see what Dragavan himself is going to do on the HRE. He said it's his 5th game on HRE in 2024, which I know this guy is a filthy clown car, but can we just show a little bit of respect for that, right? Like, the amount of players that are cheesing off of HRE right now, and this kid has only touched them a handful of times. I respect that. And hopefully, he's going to use them for a good old clown car rush. Because if you think about it, marching drills means that you get in position to build a ram much quicker. Someone's very confident Dragon will throw. I mean, they're just being a sensible gambler, if that is such a thing. You know that person is like, oh, wow, look at this random guy off the streets. He's going to be fighting Mike Tyson. Wow, the odds say 100 to 1? I mean, he's probably not going to win, but statistically, if he does, whew. The Mongol player cannot outpost rush, by the way. Before that discussion point even comes up, you legit can't outpost rush the HRE anymore. The reason is that they can just put a racks, and then they can spam out. Because with 7 villagers being buffed, they'll be able to eclipse the extra stone you gather to put into unit pump, right? And the problem is then, if you're kind of on equal footing in economy, once they have the racks and they have Spearmen coming out, the advantage they have is marching drills. They'll just always be able to chase you down. So, like, your Mongols usually can fare reasonably with the Spearman spam in a lot of matchups because they can just kind of pivot away from bad fights. You can't do that against HRE. If you start to get into a bad fight and you try to pull away, they will run you down. It's so one-sided, it's insane. Wait, what's the sheep count at? So we've got 10 on one side, 9 on the other. Yeah, Dragavan's absolutely fine for sheep. He's just got to get the rest of them home. In fact, it looks like that may be practically all the sheep removed from the map. So, fairly balanced exchange here, actually. Silvertree coming straight away out of Trackle, so he's trying to play greedy. That's dangerous, man. I actually think Silvertree is really hard to pull off against HRE now. The March Drills build has really changed the tempo on the Civ. They full send it. And by full sending it, they block out trade, right? Like, do you guys know what the best unit is to stop trade? Of course you do. You guys have got 50,000 elo between you, right? Like, if you guys, like, pulled your brains into a connect point, you know, like in Invincible, there's that guy who, like, pulls the versions of him from all the different universes and then compiles their brain power. If you guys do that, you can make Beasty look like a bronze level player. It's archers. Archers are the best way of killing traders. Cav may seem like the best way to raid trade, but the best way to flat out kill off trade is archers. Because all of them are able to attack a trade that comes in range. Spearmen are terrible because they don't get bonus damage, right? Even Cav are a melee unit. Ranged is the king of feudal age. Facts. Well, what is the #1 build that H3 plays in feudal age, folks? I think you all know the answer to this because you probably experienced it or watched it enough. Archery range spam is very strong. Dragoman so far a little bit slow getting into it. He has got the wood now to drop an archery range. I'm a bit shocked we haven't already got that on the way. Instead, he goes for a triple farm opener and he's going into stables. What? On a list of unnecessary things to do to win. Okay, there we go. Racks makes a lot more sense. So yeah, he's reacting to the stables opening, so we should be getting racks into archery range. Dude, I was about to say, if he done stables, you're choosing the hardest way to try and win this game. This build makes a lot more sense. Double trader pump already in the way. Like the Tracker started off with that. Remember, you build the silver tree here, you might as well double pump and then move. Because by the time your traders drop off, it's going to calculate based on the distance. Like, look at that number. You can see it going up. So it's a really smart read. I've seen a lot of players just not bother doing that. In fact, Dragoman, like, you know, body blocking actually gives him more gold there. Because you're delaying him longer, right? So silver tree is about to pack into the corner. And maximize. Dragoman, in the meantime, already getting the spears. Oh... What? Why is Dragoman going full spear? He's floating way too much food as well. There's a really big mismacro by Dragoman here. The build is racks. I can see like double racks here and then like archery range afterwards maybe. But you need to be getting towards archers. And the reason why the trade is ticking up is because the other end is moving further away, remember. Silver Tree's moving, so it recalculates on the go. But Tracker was making a big mistake there. Finally realizes that took a long time, though. There was no reason to not unpack. He missed out on like half a trade there. Which is a lot considering you're trying to spam into Keshiks. It's Dragoman. Spearman on the way. We'd love to see just a short wall here, by the way. That would push Keshiks underneath the TC. Which first Keshiks should be on the way now. So difficult to play Keshiks here against mass spears. He needs to find a way quickly into archery ranges. Almost like that is now on the way. So this is the point where Dragoman should just be going double archery range. He goes stables instead though. Okay, so Dragoman is just playing a click brain. And funnily enough, because his economy is so much stronger than Mongols, it will work. I guess the logic here is it gives them flexi to raid on the trade, whereas if you go archers, you need to be convinced that you are winning the game straight away. Otherwise, archers just end up out of position and dead. Yeah, a little bit surprised he didn't go towards archers, though. It's just so easy to maneuver, right? And easy to outmass your opponent. But I guess because he added in the extra farms early, it's not terrible. It's just my worry is whenever I see someone do spear plus horseman, you need to have a lot of food. He's got 6 sheep left over. That's not a lot of food. And you're not going to be able to move out into deer freely either, right? Love that wall, by the way. He's stripping options away from Trackle. But this is why, like, going archers, because if you went archers here, right? If you think about it, there's plenty of wood. There's not plenty of food. So if you go archers, that allows you to just spam surplus spears and then definitely afford, like, 3 archery ranges worth of production, right? Compared to, like, maybe 2 stables at the same time. Actually, not even 2. I'd say 1 at the moment is stretching it. But the cool thing as well is then when you have to pivot into men-at-arms, which is your end goal here, that is how you absolutely destroy your opponent. Your archer line holds while your men-at-arms line builds. And then your men-at-arms are actually affordable, and they need to be because you're spending a lot more food per unit. And Tractor is... Well, he's chugging along at the speed of a tractor right now. I don't know what the plan is here. There's a lot of idle time. Walking out the wheelbarrow at least makes it a bit more efficient, but he has at least got the justification of coming out for the outpost drop. Don't like that he's building this up for so many villagers right now. I think you build this up with 1 villager, gather the deer. This is so inefficient. He also seems to have some gold issues. Guys, he's about to have very big gold issues. This is way too many traders. He's up to 8 already. Dude, he went way too greedy here. Dragon's army is so big. There's no trade now to be had on either side because of what's happening over here. By the time you get over here, Dragovan will fully wall in the trade. Oh, both ends are looking cursed here. Villagers need to get some outposts up in the stealth forest because he doesn't know what he's running into. Look at how blind Tracker is here. Free trade is down just like that. HRE is one hell of a surf. The dualities of trying to trade on this map as the Mongol player now. One end blocked entirely, the other just spears everywhere. There's more pointy sticks here than there are on the Palisades. Tracker, so few archers. Dragovan definitely overcommitted in the spears, by the way. Like, this is out of control. Like, 27 spears? You don't get why Tracker isn't building spears? Because they're worse than HREs, right? He's trying to play into his Civ strength, right? Which is Keshiks. And then archers to counter the spears. Oh my god, no. You have a gun! I can't. Dude, this game's over. Tracker is so small. It's like me walking into a gym. All these buff guys, and I'm just like, I haven't been in a few months, guys. What do you think of my dad bod? Whoop. Oy, oy, oy. Versus Spearman Horseman, you always need spears. Yeah, but like, I think if he raided, it wouldn't have been too bad. But he never raided, really, right? Like, this is the problem because he builds this trade. That's the other reason why he went Keshiks, actually. Whenever you go trade, you want to go Keshiks, not spears, because you have lots of gold, not much food. On top of that, you need to roam the map to defend. This is why I always say that like, Silver Tree feels like a bait compared to Deerstone. Deerstone, you'd actually have this feeling that like spears could work and you could gradually trade. But this just doesn't work. Spearman finally coming through from Trackle. Versus 30 spears you can't raid. I don't think you expected 30 spears. Who the hell who expects 30 spears in this matchup when HRE is meant to play archers, right? Oh man, the fact, like, this is absurd. He even went into the blacksmith just to get bloomery. Like, whoever bothers to get bloomery for spears this quick? You just don't. Charge from spearman should be removed. Disagree. It should be shorter, but it should not be removed. Tracker, I think he's in trouble here. Dragovan refuses to build the OP archer units. He's like that person in my chat the other day is like, building archers as HRE just sounds wrong. I'm like, is gaining Elo wrong? Oy. So what's the way out now for Tracker? I think he's going to he's over-leveraging his spears. So that's what Dragovan was waiting for, right? He wanted to see spears before he went archers, and now you're dead. You should be here. Remember, economically, Dragovan is far superior, and now he's going to look to flex it into men-at-arms, right? The farm count isn't insanely out of control. I think Dragovan does need to recalibrate that element, or he's going to run out of food. Tracker could try to just scale archers and go for castle. It sounds really greedy, but with Kurtai, there is a way you clean up here. Like, your opponent's army is 80% spears, right? So if you can sneak castle with Kurtai buff, you just tear him a new one. Remember that Kurtai is one of the few buffs that actually affects bonus damage as well. So you will just erase Spearman, even without your veterancy. Yeah, I don't know why Dragon's playing so reluctant now. His opponent has 30 spears. Like, if you wanted to play this deep in the game, you switch archers sooner. I'm a little bit perplexed. And there is actually a growing risk that Tracker holds and even techs up first. Food is a slight problem here. He's got the deer for the time being. He's playing the second pack, but after that is Boar on the far right. He hasn't got any pastures, right? So there is a weak point there. However, Tracker is at a stage where he can reboom trade. He's up to 13 already. Horsemen are going to wrap in. So Dragavan trying to hunt for that trade. It's just difficult to get an early in here. The vision is kind of everywhere. Dive towards the main. Tracker! What? Horseman able to envelop. A little bit of a miss micro though. Dragavan, he hit A-clicks too soon there. If he waited an extra half a second on the dive, he would have pinched from behind, right? And then all villagers die. Mistakes made. Dragavan now trying to switch into the Men-at-Arms, but notice the Tracker is now adding in additional Keshiks, courtesy of that trade. Yeah, this is where Men-at-Arms will fail you. Like, brutally so. Keshiks. I love that they both went Bloomery in such a rush. Like, they both, their first Blacksmith techs were Bloomery, which is just kind of unheard of in the current meta. A lot of wood being gathered to Dragavan. More farms, probably? I mean, if he wants a Men-at-Arms transition, he needs to be up to 20 plus farms. So food is about to be an issue for Tracker. They will have to drop multiple pastures here, but dude, there it is, boom. Yeah, I actually think Dragavan's lost this game. Oh, man. Well, he said he's only played 5 games at HRE in 2024. I think he needs to practice it a bit more because this is about to turn into an absolute slapping. Oi, oi, oi. And remember, there won't be any punish point. This is why I like Kurotai so much for Mongols. It's sick because of this. Against a lot of civs, when they tech up like this, you go, okay, I go in and punish. I actually think Mongols, when you play along feudal like this, is one of the few civs you can't do that to. They're going to have a veterancy in a different form. Boom. Look at the buff. Extra damage for all the units. And thank you very much, Fat Blut, for the gifted sub. While you're gifting subs to people in my chat, so they can watch ad-free, Dragavan is gifting Elo to Tracker so that he can get easier opponents to try and do TC rushes against. Well, the one good news is Tracker failed to get his upgrade in. He doesn't have pack-up tech, which is a big mistake here. Pack-up tech is critical for your Kurotai to even be there. Dive coming in. Underneath the TC, and there's the buff. This is a bad fight for Dragavan. Leaks into the villagers, but big mistake made hanging around here now. If Tracker just moves the army one tile over. No attack speed arrow either. Tracker's getting overwhelmed. Dude, he's not paying attention. There's villagers in the mix here as well. Are you freaking kidding me right now? Veterancy's coming through soon. He unpacks. What was that? Unbelievable. Veterancy does kick in at the tail end of the fight, but Dragavan just given a fight he never should have been given. Dude, Dragavan should, right now, he should be checking himself for bullet holes, right? Yeah. Guy took more hits than 50 Cent and still walks. I cannot believe that. That's absurd. He should be dead. He has no right to still be in this game. But Tracker, multiple mistakes here. He doesn't activate the attack speed arrow. He doesn't move in range of the Kurotai. He needs to be walking into his opponent with the army there. Dragavan now with a state of execution starts to save up. He's looking for castle. Unbelievable. Tracker moving in though. He still has an opportunity to end this game now because Dragavan has yet to even start the tech up. Okay, this is an overreaction. I don't like this. Tracker, if you run to react to this army, you're going to allow him to get castle. Oh, this is no... Guys, I'm getting a bad feeling. This is how you lose games against HRE. Marching drills, remember. Dragavan does get pinched by reinforcements. Trade is getting cut slightly, but at 19, I just don't see how he stays here long term. All Dragavan needs to do is just keep running. Just run, run, and run. Be like a tap that never gets turned off. A little bit of a miss micro here, because Dragavan should be sniping these as he goes. Oh no, he runs back into him. This is how I did not envision him using the Raiders. Dragovan. I think this is the wrong play. I mean, this could be it. If Tracker realizes it and just pushes now, Dragovan has no recourse. He's also mismacroing. Just so much food, not enough gold. Try to fix it now. More Keshiks also on the way. Relic's also being played into. So Dragovan, Regnitz is about to look a lot uglier. Dude, this game has so many swings to it. Both of these players have had ample opportunities to end this game. I don't know if I'm watching a game of Age of Empires 4 or watching a tennis rally. Are we sure that these guys are European and not just Canadians? They seem so nice that they want the other player to win every time. Burgrave now coming. I mean, in fairness, he has no other option. Archer's now diving on the farms. This could get ugly, though. If the farms get out, you don't have any Burgrave play here. Oh, my God. Kurultai now moving in. A little bit reserved. It needs to be here. This is the winning point. If he sticks to Kurultai here, it's over. Archer's going in deeper. More out of time. No E-repairs either. Dragoman big... Oh, my God. Well, Dragoman did tell me he doesn't have long games. I'm starting to believe that. Because I don't see this game going longer than 2 or 3 minutes in Castle Age for him. Rams on the way. Tracker sitting on 1,500 wood right now. Trade is ridiculous. Up at 21 already. You just can't pump units out of these buildings either. They just die. Kurultai on the move. Okay, this should have been moving this whole time. Tracker, definitely not ideal in his timing there. Level 2 melee tech coming. I love how these guys just fixate melee tech so much. Kurultai about to unpack. Tracker needs to not back up here. Here we go. Dragovan immediately says nope. However, the big problem now is his archery ranges. Like, Tracker should not be backing away. He should be going in. Okay, he's going to back off for the Rams, I guess. Yeah, but you can with archers here, folks. The reason why is these 4 archery ranges can't produce anything if you do that. And that's like, what, half of Dragovan's active production? I mean, Burgrave adds a lot more, right? Still, not many farms active right now for Dragovan. He's desperate. He's playing berries on the flanks. Turn's starting to come through. So payday for the Mongols. Outpost coming up on the forward. We have Yam, by the way. So this is going to buff the infantry as well. Oh, boy. Dragovan just trying to get veterancy on archers now, but correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, dude, he could actually lose the racks. If Dragovan doesn't get that veterancy, he's in trouble. And Tracker has 3 Rams coming now. Oh, no. He's not going to get the upgrade. I can't believe this. Tracker, as long as he isn't a chicken about this, like, right now, Tracker is overwhelmingly powerful. He just needs to send it. Rams moving in. This is going to be close. 20 seconds to go. Rams, plus the Keshiks. No way, he's not getting it. That's it. No veterancy. Dragovan has to fight with a feudal army. I mean, at least the front line is tanky, but the back line is underwhelming, and the pushing commences. Rams onto the farms. It's payday. Tracker even queues up the raid bounty. Kurultai. No, Tracker, please. Please. Don't do this to yourself. The Kurultai buff isn't there. And arms Keshik spread out. Front line is starting to fold. Please just back up the Kurultai. No way. My brain. My brain. My brain cells are dying quicker than units are in this game. I can't believe this. Dude, the Kurultai still isn't unbacked! It doesn't even matter. How does he still win that fight? I freaking can't. I just can't. So many things. They threw the game so many times. Game thrown. Wait, how many times was that game thrown? Was it 8? Wait, is 8 too high? What do you think, guys? Like, give me the number. Game thrown 6 times. Watching this match was like watching a tennis rally. There we go. 4 at least. Yeah, dude, I felt like it was 6 times, man. What the hell, dude, my brain. Sup, Cthulhu. You think you could spectate with blue and red colors? It's quite hard. So I think we had an issue with blue and red before, did we not? I mean, I can see if they fixed it, but I'm pretty sure the issue is like when you do that, it doesn't let you... It does something in the UI. We'll try it again. Maybe it should be different if I reset the entire game. But guys, I'm going to eat now, but we will be coming back for more AoE4 action, so stay tuned. So what I'll do now, I always put a game up for you guys to watch, so don't need to go anywhere. There's still going to be more to watch here. So let me get a game ready for you guys to watch while I go and eat. I'm going to have some pizza, some chips. And then when I'm back, a few more hours of AoE. So let me have a look, see what we've got for you. So I think we should have some cool replayers here. Oh, that one was funny.
Yeah, can you...
Yeah, who was this? Puppy Paw fan was Wham, right? Yeah, dude, this one was hilarious. So this was Voldemar versus Wham. I really enjoyed this game. I think you guys will like it too. So... Like, it's actually a really funny game. It is the most non-HRE HRE game I think I've seen in, like, 3 months. So, enjoy this game. And then afterwards, I'll be back for more live action. And maybe we even do some Bronze League Legends games. I've had a few replays come through. We'll see how it goes. I'll let you guys vote on that. But for now, enjoy Voldemar versus Wham.
Yeah, can you guys actually believe that? I went a whole week without caffeine. I'm shocked as well, dude. I was over in a different country. I was eyeballing the fridge full of energy drinks. I was like, man, I gotta get some. But no, I waited. I waited so I could slap that high when I got back, so I could hype this matchup as it rightly deserves. We have got the loser. Of course he is. Got to pick HRE. Got to get wins somehow. Going up against Puppy Paw's biggest fan. It's Wham. Going up against Voldemar. That's right. Voldemar in the yellow here on his loser count. Playing as the HRE, going up against Puppy Paw fan, aka Wham. The Canadian bros really have been on fire with the English right now, actually. I think if there's anyone who received the biggest buff from the recent patch, everyone thinks it was England or HRE or Byzantines. Dude, it was the Canadian bros. You go before the patch, you know, you already have people like Puppy Paw rocking out on his Chinese, both bros rocking out on the Byzantines. Then you come through on this patch, and straight away, the biggest innovators of the English, the people that whip out that Abbey of Kings build, they discover the 2TC fast castle, they discover the fast Imperial, Wingard, Raider spam builds, all these different approaches. It was the Canadians, man. These guys were on it like a car bonnet. So, has me curious to see what it's going to be like later this month when we kick off another EGC tournament, where I think they're expected to do really well, especially considering that still, even after all this time, you know, just before I was going on holiday, I felt like they were the ones that still had the clearest and biggest grip on the English. Like, they were the scary people. If I had to choose anyone who had banned English against, it was those two, which kind of surprises me when you consider their roots are in things like China, Mongols, you know, Byzantines, and, well, another kind of clear one would be Abbasids, right? But it just shows you how broad these two talented bros have become. Now, let's not discredit our lad on the other side. Voldemar... Wait, okay, what? Okay, let's discredit our boy on the other side. Kid, what's up? I'm just curious. Did no one teach you the difference between left and right, between Q and W? Did we not do your alphabet correctly? I think someone needs to go back to preschool here, because it seems like you've mistaken a W for a Q. It must be a misclick. There's no other reason you do this. A Minework Palace. You know, they really need to change the name of the thing because it should be Mine Does Not Work. I feel like I've very rarely ever seen a game where mine work feels good, unless it goes completely off the rails. And we're talking usually Donati levels of off the rails. So, Voldemar, I hope you've been taking notes from our Clownster. I hope the Donster has been coaching you, because I want to see something special here. Interesting, actually, because you're at, what, 15 villages, and you've got 11 of them working? At what point do you consider going the extra prelate here? Because I feel like, you can buff, if I remember correctly, 7. 7 because it sounds like it's going to be 8, but it's 7 because of the wind-up animation, the cooldown. So you can buff about 7 here, and you're already now up to 16. So I imagine you should have a second prelate coming the moment the mine work completes, but got a little bit of a gold issue here. Hope he's going to fix that quickly. But wait, hold on a sec. What the Did he scout you? Okay, he must have scouted you. He rotated early, right? We've got a council hall build on the way, which is kind of funky. Sheep split is quite similar, right? We've got 11 over here compared to the 9. Love the fact that Puppet fan, aka Wham, done the early 2 farms here to keep Scout longer. In fact, at the start of the game, he ran across the field and then rotated right around the back to get a feel for what the spawn was from the HRE. It's intriguing to me that knowing that it was a back spawn gold like this, Pink chose to not go for the Abbey of Kings. So I feel like Council Hall's a lot better when your opponent has a forward-facing gold. So Horseman Archer's coming out. I'm wondering, like, did he expect the Council Hall here? That's where my thought process is right now. But then again, like, so here's the funny thing. I think, like, genuinely, even if you think it's Council Hall, surely Archon's just better because you can simply drop an Archon on the tree line and then you spam archers, right? Wait. Am I hearing Voldemar saying that mine work is insane? Isn't this the same guy that has, like, the alternate thought to Beasty about English, where, like, Beasty's like, you need your blacksmith text really quickly, and Voldemar's like, no, you need more lombos. Pew pew. And yet, here you are now. Wait, have you been converted to the ways? Having all upgrades 8 minutes is insane? Sure, but you're sacrificing size, right? Do you not think it's better value to just get more archers? Because, like, I remember this game, this matchup, right? Even before marching drills buff, you would just get Archon, and you would get Blacksmith for marching drills, and then you spam archers, and it was GG. Like, there was literally nothing your opponent could do. So you think that the mine work is worth it? I think the mine work is worth it if you can find value out of something like Riveted Chainmail. So, like, you know what? I'm going to give you, like, a weird kind of sample situation where I think it could work here. Where I like it. It's like the longer feudal goes on, the more likely English are to switch from spearmen to men-at-arms. So then horsemen feel a bit better, right? Because then you have, because like if you're scaling mass archers, they don't want to keep moving spearmen, they're just going to die. So naturally, English players go archers plus men-at-arms. So if you have horsemen with the riveted chainmail, you have an insanely chunky front line if you think about it, right? Like, in fact, your front line is almost as tanky as the English men-at-arms. Of course. No, I agree you want the value straight away. Like, because it makes sense, like, over time, the Archon, as you count out the minutes, the savings you get on mine work versus the losses of not having Archon are huge, right? But I'm saying if this does go deep enough that you're stuck in feudal, at least one upside there is, like, horsemen plus archers versus archers men-at-arms. HRE should win that. Spin this horseman. Nice dive to the backside here. Spearman trying to count this out, but Archer's just nothing left over to tickle away at this. This fight doesn't look too bad, actually, for Voldemar right now. It feels like one that Pinks have to back away from, so Wham. This is the tricky part. The moment you have to retreat like this, you lose so much. This is the weakness of longbows, right? For all the upsides and, oh my god, they're OP. I can't believe this. I need to make a Reddit thread about how longbows beat me. They have a lot of downsides, right? Like, the reality is they are very expensive and very immobile. If you misread, misposition, I can't think of a unit that gets punished harder than longbows. Oh, you think you would have had a bad Archon Chapel placement? Dude, are you sure about that? All right, Gully, I think we know why you're almost diamond free now, buddy. I don't think it would have been a bad Archon, right? You could Archon the tree line, and then you shove the deer in.
which is a very popular play right now. I don't think it's that bad. Okay, so we're up to 8 minutes now. Like, this is the point where it's kind of like crap will get off the pot, right? Like, you're only on one prelate. If you don't start taking up soon, I think that's where you start to be at a big disadvantage. Because now, you're talking about an economy that's 30 fat. With a prelate that can only buff a quarter of that. So you're losing out. You're basically just getting a 10% buff gather rate. And the longer this feudal now goes, the better it gets for English because they're adding more and more farms in, which gives this 20% gathering buff, right? So it's very important for you to now shift away from this point in the game. So let's have a look. Horseman count is not scaling anymore. I'm fine if he just stops with that many horsemen. Just keep a few to raid, right? Like, remember, the thing is, reality, after losing that fight, Wham's not going to come out of his base in a rush. It's a suicide mission to do so, right? So, like, what you want to do if you're Voldemar here is act like you're still threatening, but be greedy behind this. Is Arkan the best feudal landmark? I actually think so. The thing about Arkan, compared to any other feudal landmark, really, is it has so much versatility because you can use it to buff anything if you think about it, right? There's not many landmarks that have that same effect. Okay, that was interesting from both players. Wham just walking past the horseman and Voldemar being like, yeah, I can take on that army. These pussies ain't even got horses. Yeah, I think Arkan, like, definitely top 3 landmark, if not best. Because what you're doing is sacrificing one population to scale you for the rest of the game. It's insanely powerful. You guys remember when Regnets used to be more absurd? Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I think about this recently. Like, there's a lot of things that, looking back, are huge face palmers that we question how it ever was that way, right? Like, remember the gold generation you used to get from relics? It was out of this world, right? Remember just how good the Golden Gate used to be, right? How ridiculous Pro Scouts used to be. So many things. Now we question Ing, Biz, and Ayu. Don't worry, dude. Eventually we'll get there. Eventually we'll get back to questioning French. Wait, do you remember those days? French Knights OP? Ah, such a long time ago. God, that's starting to make me feel old. So here we go. We talked about this. The skip out of Feudal Age was happening. Voldemar. He only added in about 4 or 5 extra archers. And this is kind of the cool thing, right? Like, archers... H3 archers are just so insane because of their raid potential more than anything else. Positioning is key. It's why I've always rated horsemen as almost an S tier unit, especially in Feudal Age. Because they are a unit that can choose where and how they fight, right? H3 archers are just like that. In fact, if you think about it, Yuumi aren't far off being an OP unit. And now I'm already expecting Faye to appear in chat. But just think about this for a second. Why do Yuumi seem like they could be an OP unit? They're borderline there. The movement speed. They're a raiding unit, right? They can't fight directly is their big problem right now, and the economy of the Japanese just isn't good enough in feudal. But, like, in theory, this idea of mobility, this type of mobility on a ranged unit is insane. And the insanity continues to ensue. Dude, is Voldemar just trying to prove a point that HRE, nerfing their economy won't be enough? Crackly, if he puts his little furry tail on right now, it's gonna be wagging. He's like, yes, let's not just kill their economy, let's kill more. The fact that he is now 12 minutes into the game, he's about to go for a tech up, he's still not gonna have an extra prelate at all. If he pulls this off, man, I mean, this is kind of crazy. Burgrave also with limited food, like, it's a big question mark to me, but I think the issue in the mind of Voldemar here is because Wham isn't looking to tech up. If he goes Regnets, it's GG, right? Like, that's the difference. When you choose Mindwork over Arkan, you don't have this huge buffed economy at the start of Castle Age to get you online quickly. You're just kind of like a normie Sith, right? So the issue from Voldemar's perspective, he can't afford to now afford 2 to 3 Raxes to just build in straight away. He can't afford to wait that long to get his burst of troops out. He just needs defenses now. Make H3 normie again? Dude, like, this... being abnormie is normie here, I guess. Yeah, like, you pretty much not played HRE. Congratulations. I don't know if you read the manual on how the Civ works, but they have this thing called an inspiration buff. It's very, very good. I would recommend checking it out. You'll mold.
What's up, Hymenea? Thank you for the resub, buddy. Horseman now stabbing in the back. Like the way he split this, actually. Like, I think Wham made a big mistake. Way too many archers and not enough of anything else. Yeah, he's going to get pushed all the way home. And not just that, remember, he's going to lose troops on the way home. The marching drills, like, this movement speed is the single best stat in the game. Fact. It is so damn strong. It's a reason why I've been a big Japanese fan since their release. Like, Ona Big Isha, crazy, right? Like, the only reason you haven't noticed them being more crazy is because of what we mentioned about Japan's economy being a bit shaky. But anytime you look at movement speed, like, it's why I always am baffled when I watch Delhi games that go to Castle Age, how delayed forced marches are coming out and how little it gets used. Because every time I watch it get used, it looks like it breaks a fight. This is the power you wield, right? Like, it's why I've highlighted before that Cataphracts may be a meme right now, but just a small buff in the right place, they're going to feel broken because of the trample to get wherever they want, right? This is the reality of all the stats in the game. Mobility is king. That's why so many people took to Reddit when the game first came out and cried about French Knights. That's why I imagine so many more people have still been crying about Knights all these months after. Wow, just trying to scale those men-at-arms we talked about before, right? But you can see he's starting to save up for a tech up. Behind this, relics are slowly starting to be pulled home. Now, the nice thing about actually going for these relics, remember, is you actually need these additional relics now, not to heal your army, but to actually buff your economy. So they have kind of an offset advantage as time goes on here. And no heavy maces, just the two-handeds right now. Which makes sense, right? Like, you need enough men-at-arms to justify the heavy maces. You actually also need to see enough men-at-arms to want heavy maces. One big problem here, I feel like a Mango would do a world of wonder here for Voldemar. Strong Techs also coming on the outpost, so we'll give him a strong point defense. Gold gathering is a little bit awkward on the front line, but the reality is he's got plenty left at home, right? 2.5k gold. So it looks like he's taking risks here now, so he doesn't have to take them later. And yes, the HRE have normal relic income. Like I said, this is the most non-HRE build I've seen. Like, bar the fact he has heavy maces and two-handed tech, he is not playing HRE. Oh, wait. What's that? You get marching drills by default. Okay, he is playing HRE. That's kind of like the crazy thing. He's just sampled a certain element of this Civ and be like, yeah, this piece is busted. White Tower now on the way. You have to let this happen. You haven't got enough troops here to dive. If you dive this, you just lose them. And you won't idle them at all. That being said, he's going to start marching in. And all you need to do is pull these villagers back, hold the choke point with men-at-arms. There you go. Yeah, Voldemar makes the right choice here. Taking a fight there is... It's the equivalent of now taking your PC, unplugging it while you're winning a game, and then throwing it out of the window into the river. Why? Right? So it would make no sense. He made the right choice. Because meanwhile, look what's happening elsewhere. 2 more relics on the way home. And now he knows he's going to get chased down, so turn around for a fight. This is outside the range of the attack speed, and the reason he's doing this as well is these upgrades are going to be coming through soon anyway, right? So you might as well get a good trade while you can, before these guys get substantially more health and damage to trade with. Lombo's at least being kept on their toes in the meantime as well. Farm cluster count isn't crazy. You have to remember at the end of the day, this was a white tower build. Wait, I just realized I don't know if this is Voldemar's fault, but both of these guys are not playing the meta Civ right now. We've got Council Hall into White Tower, which you can't get. Like, you're kind of, like, right now you can't get less English than that. And then on the other side, you've got Minework into Burgrave. I think I'm just going to dub this one the most un-HRE HRE ever. Actually, that's not true. He could have built, like, what, spears instead? Although, you know, you're against Lombos. So, Wolves now going up. I think Voldemar's going to play for a later phase of the game. It makes a lot of sense, right? Like, he's got practically all the relics off the map bar 1. He could probably try to snatch that final one. In fact, he's already moving out for it. So 5 relic game. When you know your opponent went for white tower and not an additional TC. Like, your goal right now is to survive and then eventually just move forward, right? You don't need to attack. You're going to hunker down. And look at that. We've got Riveted Chainmail now on the way. Is he going for a Horseman transition? That's going to be expensive for a guy who has no farms. I guess it works, right? Because your opponent's into men-at-arms. In fairness, like we talked about the extra armor making you kind of a good defensive unit against MAA. But this is all about just sniping out the Lombos. And he sees crossbows coming, right? So it makes a lot of sense. My only worry right now for Voldemar is, where is this food coming from, man? You know, are we sending anemic horses out into the battlefield? Because, like, food-wise, a lot of your food's on the south side. And that's exactly where Wham is looking to camp. Wham? Wait, did he? There's no way he didn't see that. Running hard, boys. Running hard. Wait, does Voldemar think he can get it around the... Wait, what? Nah. I mean, you can just wallow that. Wallow? Wallow? There we go. I mean, I don't think it would have ever worked unless he'd done it before it reached him. But that relic is as far away from the enemy base as you can get, right? So unlikely we're going to see a retrieval there. The Valness is also coming in. Really? After you didn't go Arc. This is what I mean, though. It's a very funky build, but he needs that devoutness, right? Because you basically, because you can't just freely buff all your eco with an Archon, like 50 eco straight away, you need to make sure your prelates are being more efficient. Now more so than ever. This does also give you a cool play around like rushing a landmark a little bit later. I think that's an underrated play is when you get past the Swabio, the buffed construction speed is kind of nuts, but usually it doesn't feel great because you might not be next to the Archon when you use it. But now, wherever the Archon's being built, you can run prelates over there to buff it. Voldemar has found the counter. It is one horseman. So it looks like he agrees with what we're talking about, right? Like that food blocker means he can't play into mass horseman now. He has to switch the script. So mangoes it is. Not the worst of ideas here. You know what? I think Voldemar wouldn't be struggling with food if he took advantage of that banner that just popped up. Like these food issues, he'd be able to actually afford these horsemen if he just trimmed his own diet a little bit by using those nice meal supplements we've got over at Protein Works. Go kill a pigeon and check out. Puppy Paw, meanwhile, or Puppy Paw's fan rather, looking a bit more meaty because he clearly did check out those shakes. A very bulky army. 22 men-at-arms, 22 longbows, close to 22 crossbows. Count is going up to 3. Now the interesting part is Voldemar is not revealing his hand right now. He doesn't want his opponent to know what he's up to yet. It's a subtle secret. Prelate? Wait. How are we now going further away to try and get home? So remember, we have God Vision. Voldemar doesn't. He thinks there's a meta-arms camping here or a Lombo. Because it makes sense, right? Like when you see there's a relic down there against HRE, typically you camp 1 or 2 units. But it seems the Puppy Ball fan is actually a bigger Select All Army fan. He doesn't want to have to deal with the small groups microing everywhere. Key drop on the north side coming in. This is getting closer and closer to the castle timing. I think Puppy Ball fan may have made a critical blunder here. He's going towards an Imperial Age, but the issue with you both going Imp is really, on a 1 TC build, what is your advantage as English here versus giving Imp to the HRE that will add a Swabia and be at 4 TC? There really isn't an advantage, right? So kind of wild to see him with this much military, not looking to go in. Might be that he's worried about those mangoes and knows they're coming. Looks like we have got a 2nd TC up, though, so at least that's making things a bit better about this play, a bit more justifiable. I do think that mistakes have been made here, though, by Wham. Giving this over to Voldemar, like, I think, in a way, Wham kind of had Voldemar over the barrel. Like, this army wasn't ready. Like, you could see without the farm transition, because it was never coming through efficient with Narkin Chapel, there was no clean hold point for Voldemar. You even saw him commit into the Veteran Horseman upgrade, as well as the extra armor from the Minework,
And then he built a grand total of 1 horseman. But that horseman scared him. But this is the problem, right? Like, you just can't really do horseman comps without insane amounts of food at your disposal. But weirdly enough, Wham just didn't read it. And now Pasta Swabia is on the way. So tech up coming in through quicker for the HRE in this situation. And I'll update that tournament command in a sec, folks. Can Wham do anything now? I think it's going to be a little bit tough. My feelings is that these choke points are quite holdable. Right? Like, if you have to commit into these choke points in the base, a handful of men-at-arms just stand there, 3 mangoes a pound down the backline straight away. And what makes it worse is whenever you rush into choke points like that, you're crowding, right? You're clumping, which means the mangoes get even more value. Now, the good news is Wham has made the correct choice in landmark. I will hear nothing to the alternative. If you're not building a Wingard Palace and you're not being goaded by your opponent, what the hell is wrong with you? This is the landmark right now. This thing is insane. It gives you men-at-arms that are statistically comparative almost to gilded men-at-arms. Dive in. Wham. Just going to burn for you a little bit of this infrastructure, but I mean, the problem here is, like, it's not doing anything that forces Voldemar to fight him, right? Like, you need to find economy right now. Mangoes. Shifting off to the side. Now, remember, Wham doesn't know about these yet. Instead of going in, though, he's going to back away. So, tech up completely a freebie for Voldemar. Remember, now that he is up at 4 TC effective, he's going to be building an eco lead here. On top of that, he has got some prelates that are buffing up some clumps of his economy, some over in the farm, some over in the wood line. So overall, just a much better state of the game right now for the HRE, especially with the 5th relic now finding its way home into the base of Voldy. Wingard not even being operational yet. Like, you know, it's kind of wild to see it not immediately being used here. It's almost like Wham's not really sure what to do with it, which I can kind of see where it's coming from, right? Like, he doesn't have any info yet. I mean, realistically, you need to get your techs first. You're going to be delayed, but Footman should be your go-to move. It's always a bit tough when you're against the HRE, though, right? Like, the Footmen are really good against range comps because they have extra ranged armor. They have weaker melee armor, which means it feels like it's really bad to build them against HRE. But I think you just need them to kind of defend your backline of archers here, right? Scale archers, build Footmen. Instead, it looks like going for Raiders. Not a bad idea if you can keep the walls open, but with the way the map's been carved up, the fact that we've already got keep drops on the north side protecting, I think it's going to be very difficult to find great value out of these Raiders. Why does he hesitate to go in? Because everyone's been there against HRE, right? Like, you dive and die to static defenses. You have to also remember this is a point in the game where the HRE could have cannon emplacements. So if you dive into this base and you run into cannon emplacements with a clumped army like this, you're just losing because it's scorched earth tactics, right? Ironically, from the Germans. All you have to do is back up and let them kill themselves. Everyone can see it, that was also on the way. So we're probably going to be looking at a raid comp just coming from Wham, if the Wingard Raiders detail wasn't already obvious of it. The issue now is just going to be the amount of time you've given over, right? Like, you are talking about a game where your opponent is now almost 20 villages up. The only upside right now is, of course, Voldemar hasn't built stone walls. I mean, he probably would benefit from securing his flanks with those, right over here and then over here. And you create a funnel point in the center. But you have to remember that Voldy doesn't see the cav yet. He's at least going to have his own cav to match, which is good. Mango count is also getting insanely scary here, folks. 5 mangoes. Make that 4. About to reveal. Wolf's coming out. Good tracking shot. Takes out a handful of the crossbows. In fact, Wham has to be happy with that. That could have been a lot worse. If he got caught not looking, that would have been 20 plus units going down. However, what has gone down is his lead. The military difference is nigh on non-existent at this stage. Horsemen are starting to raid around the sides. We have got elite upgrades coming in, but no uni techs just yet. That still gives hope for Wham. Attack speed aura is going to be impossible to deal with. The network of Citadel is just too strong, so that's going to be a back away coming out. This is one of the things that really makes it annoying both ways, right? Like we mentioned outposts for the HRE, outposts for the English are just as bloody frustrating. Cav's been revealed though. Oh no, that's not what Wham wanted. This was a masked move. He wasn't meant to be seen until it was too late. So getting scouted this early is really bad news. Even worse still when he clicks and he doesn't realize. Oh, Wham! What a blunder. He didn't know about the wall. He clicked to go around and that was going to take him all the way down to come in. He finally realizes that walls are here, but that gives additional time to react to Voldemar. I'm going to try to march in on the south side at the same time simultaneously. Voldemar about to be unleashed like a beast. Horsemen, in the meantime, trying to hold their ground here. Up against the men-at-arms. Villagers are repairing from the other side. Count is still decent here, right? We're talking about 20 cav units to break through. More men-at-arms on the way to try and defend. Meanwhile, a backstab coming in, but the keep drop from Voldemar on the farms to protect his flank. Cannon placements in as well. And now the dives come in on the other side. Wow, this is getting a bit shaky. I mean, this Wingard Raider strategy is all about outmassing your opponent, outsurging them right now, but I'm not really seeing that. It took so long to hit this cavalry battalion. He's at least going to idle up the farms for a bit. If he can hang out here for, say, a minute or two, the eco ramifications will be huge. But Voldemar already on point with the correct reaction. Veteran Spearman being queued up. I remember killing 10 villagers here is not good enough, right? You need to kill 20, 30 and idle it. Because that's the power of House of Swabi. The Love Hotel just too damn good. Dive coming in towards the mangoes though. Repairs are going to be good enough. So it looks like the cavalry, for all their effort, found what? 5, 6 villager kills? And a mangonel. That's nowhere near good enough. Especially the mango detail. If he cleared them up, it would have been better because it looks like we're now seeing a switch in hand cannoneers. So now we're moving to a slow-moving comp, right? And this is where the game gets a little bit tricky because of the culverin detail. That's something that makes it very difficult for the English to dictate siege with. And these mangoes are an overwhelming threat right now. The other thing that has me worried is where are the outposts? Do you guys see any outposts? Sorry, I feel like I'm going to be a Dora the Explorer moment. Do you guys see the outposts? Not in the base. And guys, that's a problem. Because remember, Network of Citadels is bugged right now. So if you don't build outposts in your base, your TCs, your White Tower, these things don't provide the buff. Oh boy. Jesus, it's getting a bit worrisome. Oh, sec, what happened to our... What's that mini-map move? Sorry, guys. Get back from holiday and everything breaks. There we go. Stonewall's now up as well. Ay, ay, ay. Lee Army Tactics is at least on the way. You know, that's one upside for him. With Voldemar has been a bit slow on those Unitechs. He hasn't got biology, he hasn't got men-at-arms being upgraded either. In fact, I'm a little bit surprised he hasn't got any of those upgrades considering the 8k gold to the north side and the fact he's on 5 relics in this game. It seems his bigger focus is to be into siege. Push 4 coming in. No immediate counter to these mangoes right now. They're looking for the wall up deep. Yeah, a little bit greedy from Voldemar. He does get their retreat shots out, but not good enough. Wham, just running around like a headless chicken right now. Elite Army Tactics finally on the way. This is the stage where Wham's just going to start losing these fights very quickly. EAT is at least on the way, but not quick enough for this defense. The mangoes are just pounding through everything. I mean, what Wham needs right now is the cav that are finally arriving. It's going to be a crunch from the north and the south side. He's going to try and all those mangonels and crunch them down. But now, I have to wonder, is it even about the mangoes anymore? Is it just about the mass men-at-arms and horsemen? Not to mention the spearman. Remember, he's got the riveted chainmail. 5 melee armor on the horseman. 5 melee armor on the spearman. I mean, this is vicious. This is just a MAA spam, right? A melee spam, actually.
Wham, I just don't think he's got enough production here on his side. He's trying to skip hand cannons, but he's at the infancy stage. If he was 20 in, he'd be able to hold here. But consider the fact he doesn't have that attack speed aura still, and the fact he's outnumbered. I don't see how this ever ends well for the Canadian. Horsemen just get peeled off the siege as well. Bombards have been queued up and are already on the way. Oh my god. Okay, this is a pristine example where, like, I want to say the bug may have been a critical element in Wham's loss here. But at the same time, with how powerful English are right now, I don't know if they can complain with this bug triggering. Remember, the way it works is if you get Network of Citadels, TCs and Castles lose the activation aura. That's why you're seeing no gold glow. So we went from HRE not playing HRE to English essentially not playing English because they don't have the attack speed aura. What a wild game. And now that we are in that late game, in fairness to him, he's really playing HRE now, isn't he? Full melee comp and full divide. Bombard's now hitting onto the Wingard Palace. I mean, if this is obliterated, there's no chance you resurge an army, right? Like, Wingard Raiders is insanely efficient from a time consumption perspective. 25 seconds to get 6 units, but it's just not good enough here. Castle drop now coming in. A ring-a-ding-ding. There we go. Network of Citadels is on there. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong. Is it once you've upgraded Network of Citadels, newly built keeps will have the buff, right? But old ones will not. Hence why the White Tower doesn't. That's why it's very important, guys, to just build outposts in your base. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck. Thank you very much, Wembley Hog. Welcome to the Swarm. Speaking of swarms, 73 military. It's a non-stop flood. It's not even a very efficient flood if I'm being totally fair about it. A nice gate here would have been fantastic to minimize the distance to run, but it's crazy that even with that detail, it just simply doesn't seem to matter here. Farms on the backside also getting sharp. Remember, this is also a game now where Wham has no gold access. Right? He's been blocked out and starved out. So that hand cannon near mass he's trying to scale into is heavily limited now. What a cool game. You know, I don't really think I was expecting me not play HRE into me not use Aura from English, but made for quite the banger. I think we're ready to bang the last bit with this one out. What? Wait, what? Why are you getting steel barding this late in the game? There's no way you're going to build knights now. Voldemar's like, it's so cheap. Everything is so cheap. Drags his face across the keyboard. Gotta get it all. Oh, he's like one of those people that actually actively tries to fill the Pokedex. Not me, baby. All I need is 6 Pikachus and 18 Growliths. Whoop, whoop. Wham. I think he's getting ready for the last hurrah. Did he build an outpost back here? There you go. Yeah, he did finally build one at the backside, hence why he's been able to defend the farm somewhat. But the issue here is just that you don't have movement speed to just try and retreat away from this quickly, right? Like, you're going to get walloped down slowly but surely. Cool game, though. You know, it's kind of crazy. I think Wham, he was in a position to end this game early on in Castle Age, but he just didn't sense it. He didn't read it. I think this is a classic example of HRE brain, right? Like, where you see HRE, you think emergency repairs, you think cannon placements, you remember all those games where you dove and it cost you everything. But in this one, not diving costs you the entirety. Cool game, right? Told you guys it'd be an absolute banger. See, I always do. I don't lead you astray. The games I leave you guys to watch, I make sure it's out of the park home run. I just realized the green screen is being a little bit weird. Oh, yeah, because I didn't put my backlight on today because I'm trying to be cost efficient. So if I go, oh, that's weird. None of the values seem to be working very well. There we go. Much better. Are you British? Yeah, I might be a little bit British.
What's up, Chancey Wilson? I am Deed from the Britlands. Wham versus who? Wham versus Voldemar. That's what it said in the title. You're going to generate a banger for me? All right, get on with it, Philly. I think I glanced your games. I saw you lost. I don't know who it was. I don't want to do it to them either. Like, there was someone you lost to. I was like, oof, it's really getting bad. I can't remember who it was. It's just I remember now in the moment. I was like, ooh, man, yeah, you're not having a good time. There was just a name I saw there you lost to. I was like, ooh, we'll come back to you later. Are you from Rampart? I definitely am. I ride the Pegasuses. As you guys can tell, hold on a sec, let me just get them up for you. I definitely am a Pegasus rider, as you can tell by my superior abs that I definitely have. Like, yep, I definitely didn't forget that the Pegasus is ridden by a girl. Yep, no, that's definitely the abs that I've got. I got them right there. Yep, that's me. What can I say, guys? I'm just built diff. Why did I think Pegasus riders were boys? All right, wait. What? Okay, guys. Clearly, what I am. We know what I am, right? I'm a dragon. Am I an elf? I guess I'm either an elf or a dendroid. I'm definitely not a centaur. In fairness, that looks very gamer degen actually. Like, yeah, I think that's me. So let me get the face. Nailing it? I think I'm nailing it. Alright, so let's see who else we can cast some of. Dungeon Soup. Who's Dungeon Soup? I've never even heard of that. What? What am I encountering here? Oh, so, do we watch it, chat? We gotta see this now? Alright, I guess we gotta see this now. I'm curious.
A Pegasus.
Stop right there, knight. Only the purest may mount me.
Now wait a second.
I'm pure.
No, I sense a darkness in your heart, traveler. You have taken the life of others.
Well, yes, but only those of foul beasts are to defend the helpless from the wicked.
It matters not. To take a life is to sin.
Oh, dang it.
Though you can clear yourself of this sin by swearing an oath to never kill again. This is an unbreakable Pegasus oath and cannot be undone.
On my honor, I swear to never kill again.
Then it shall be.
Oh boy, I can't wait to ride a Pegasus.
Not so fast, adventurer.
Huh?
Have you not also stolen many treasures?
Oh, you mean the treasure hoards from the monsters I've slain?
Well, those treasures didn't belong to the monsters to begin with, did they?
Well, I guess.
You must swear to give all your gold back to the poor and downtrodden.
Okay, I swear to give all my loot to those in need.
Yes, good.
Dude, this Pegasus is sus. I don't trust him. I would immediately pull out my sword. You're being swindled.
Sweet, it's Pegasus time.
I think not. For the pure do not imbibe in alcoholic beverages.
You want me to give up drinking?
I'm screwed. This is a Moscow Mule.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Is that all, or?
Also no cursing.
Yeah, it. I want to ride you already.
I bet you do.
Without the pictures, this... I just want you... Like, listen to that last part, right? And close your eyes.
Fridges?
You want me to give up drinking?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Is that all, or?
Also no cursing.
Yeah, it. I want to ride you already.
I bet you do.
Right?
Can I ride you now, Radiant Steed?
Almost. There is but one final oath you must make.
Wait, where's it got hands?
I'll do anything to ride you.
To mount me, knight, you need only swear to bed maidens none. For to bed fair maidens is to sin.
Well, I
In fairness, look at him. He's not getting laid.
haven't had
This is
much
easy
luck in
deal.
that department
Yep.
anyway, so I guess I can.
No touching yourself either.
I know not what you mean, Pegasus. Fine. I swear to bed maidens 9 or diddle myself again.
Yes. You are
Friggin'
now
chastity belt.
perfectly pure.
Oh boy.
Come and mount me, O pious paladin.
Jesus.
Son of a biscuit.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's always barbarians, dude. It's always barbarians, I tell you. You got a plan, they always fluff it up. So there you are, just trying to be like a really cool guy. Really nice guy. And then there's this gear Chad with muscles 5 times your size just comes in. Gets the prize. Outrageous. Yeah, dude. Like the veiny frick. Like, I mean, if you can't tell why the unicorn's horn was veiny, thou must have taken a pious oath to not explain it. I think we know why it was veiny. we're not gonna give the clear picture, but I think we can get where that was going from the. And the I bet you lose. Anyway. I think the part that done it for me, though, was the slapping of the ass as well. Forces it to right off. Yeah, dude. I told you. I said halfway through, I paused it, rewinded it, and went, close your eyes. And just imagine the next sentence. Right? Like, Ducker, I just want to ride you. I bet you do. One more thing, most pious of paladins. The Barbarian's a recurring character. Ah, interesting. All right, so I think we're about to have Louis queue up. Vanderdorf is on. Pog. We haven't checked out VDD in a bit. Who's he up against? No! That was the word I was going for. I mean, who wants to watch free-for-alls? Lame. All right, be real, be real. How many people are sick of queuing free-for-alls already? One's in chat if you already had your fill of pub free-for-alls. Yeah, dude, I knew it was coming. It's so obvious, man. It's just like, the game isn't designed for it, man. You know what I mean? Like, I think genuinely, it was this weird little stopgap solution to get people engaged again, but it didn't evolve. Like, I think the biggest threat to AoE4 is the lack of constant evolution, if I'm being totally real. And Monday on it feels that. Like, we see it in the map pool, actually. The map pool is a perfect example. It just doesn't change. The reality is people are fickle. They want new content, right? Like, when you fail to do that, your game is already seasonal, right? Because it's a new season starts. But, like, the seasonality of it becomes more aggressively tuned. Like, where we're at with AoE4, I think seasonally, although you don't see a decrease in like the watching numbers per se, I think there is a decrease. But in the staleness of how it gets in the meta, it kind of feels comparative to like Diablo's seasons. If you guys get what I mean, where like starts off really strong and then, but like weirdly enough, with the type of game that AoE4 is, it shouldn't do that. It should be more like that, right? It's a bit of a weird one. David Kim's at it? Is that actually Puppy Paw? Nope. We got a fake. By the way, I love how there was a person above that called the Scranton Strangler. Damn, I really wish that was Mastermind. It's not, though. Okay, so I think we've got Louis in lobby. Do you guys want to wait a sec? We'll quickly see if Louis got a good opponent. That would be pretty hype. If you compare it to League business model of large balance patch every 2 weeks, it's pretty slow, yeah. I think it's pretty slow compared to any type of balance that I can think of. Like, dude, I'm starting to feel like Dota 2 changes more, and Dota 2 has to wait ages. But the changes are drastic overhauls of the state of the game, and then you have loads of small patches in between. It's weird. Like, there should be a... I feel like there should be a constant pump of new content in terms of maps, at least. It's kind of crazy that there isn't. When's the estimate on the next patch? Probably... Well, the current season ends the final week of the EGC tournament, but I'm hoping they're going to... I actually hope they delay it by another week, because it's incredibly unprofessional and actually borderline stupid. No, actually not borderline. It is stupid to drop a patch the weekend before Grand Finals. They already done that once, and it was a bad, bad move. I don't want to see them do it again. Okay, so we've got... Who's Battle Team Fan 1? This is Sassy, right? Yeah, we've got Sassy versus Louis. That's cool. Just add randomized number gen. Like, actually, I'd love to see mutators. I don't know why, considering how popular mutators have been before in the RTS area. Like, why did we not have a mutator set? Just a matchmaking system, a ladder, which is just like mutators each week or something, or every X days. Just create 7 or 8 different mutators and have them rotate, right? And then assess every 2 weeks and add new mutators, right? And it can be things like when villagers die, they explode. Perfect one, right? When archers shoot, the shots rebound, like they point to another shot, right? Or like no clip, so walls don't work, and you can go through trees. Like all these clowny things, man. That I mean, maybe the engine doesn't make it easy, but like once again, that goes to bad foresight, right? But like these kind of things would be hilarious. People would engage with them. I'd play them. I'd play the crap out of them. Like imagine one where boats can go on land. The Flying Dutchman mutator. Are you telling me that wouldn't be freaking fun? That would be fun, right? What else could we do? Every monk has a Wololo. Okay, that one would be brilliant, actually. Am I the one who likes to just play 1v1 in ranked? Well, like, yeah, but so Skies, here's the thing. Nothing's stopping you from doing that, though. I don't like that attitude. Like, I don't think that's what you attitude, but I've seen it before where it's like you suggest something new and like, well, that's not what I want. It's like, yeah, but you can have what you want. The other people have what they want. That brings more people into the game. And if it's a whiff, it's bad, then people won't play it, right? Like Empire Wars. But like, throwing new ideas out there isn't a bad idea, right? I think all you really stand to do is gain people. People always talk about this whole idea of dividing the player base, but like, if it divides the player base that much, then that says something about the original game mode for your audience, right? Like my logic on like arguments about dividing the player base with that example is like, if it divides the player base, then actually the player base didn't want the original idea. They want something new, right? Dota 1 literally made you lose your Warcraft 3 skills. Are you sure you had it to begin with? Oh, he asked the question. I think you mean, like, Dota 1 made you gain your MOBA skills, sir. Random cost to everything? Yeah, dude, there's like loads of ideas you could do. Like, you know, okay, perfect example. Remember every time a unit gets 3 kills, it duplicates? Boom. Some modders have already created these ideas. You like Empire Wars? Wow, even that other one person must have a lot of fun. Impacts the queue times? I don't think it really like I don't think the queue times can be really hurt more than they already have. But you could use it to experiment with so many different like outrageous mechanical ideas that you normally couldn't, is the other thing, right? That you can see how people react to it. It's like, wow, what if what if there was like demo ships had some sort of weird stealth tech? I'm going like crazy because it's like, what the hell? But it's like, imagine people afterwards like, wow, I really like that, right? But when you're talking about the baseline experience, people devs are too scared to change that because that risks losing everyone. But when you just make it a separate option for people to try, it's completely different, right? It's a different environment, and then people can decide whether they like it or not.
All right, so predictions, no. No predictions. Who will win? Byzantine fan. Let's just put Abbasids or HRE. You little gambling addict, you. You got a problem. Here's your solution. Oh, that's right. We are live from the ladder for a fun one. When I saw that these people were on, I could not resist it. We have got Sassy going up against Team Elephant's Louis MT, a.k.a. the best player in China. I think that's not even a controversial thing to say at this point, right? Like, Louis has definitely concreted himself in as the best player. I'd say actually in all of Asia right now. I'd love to see some people contesting him, and hopefully we'll see it, but for now, he is the king of the region. Playing one of the king civs of the game right now, HRE. Meanwhile, on the other side, we've actually got Sassy picking the Abbasids. I don't actually mind Abbasids in this matchup, as long as you don't try to trade. I think this is one of the hardest civs to trade against, because HRE ramps archers so quick. But I am a really big fan of these... Well, there's two approaches. You can do the mass feudal army clash type builds, which... after going 2TC, can scale to your favor. The other build that I'm a really big fan of, that I've started to see a bit of, is when HRE tries to just go for like a pivot into fast castle, you can play camel archers pretty solidly. But that's later on in the game. I think for the early game, I'm kind of expecting what HRE 1TC attack versus 2TC Abbasids. What would be really disgusting from Louis is if he chooses to go for a 2TC build. Now, the reason why usually you can't directly go for a 2TC build at the start of the game as HRE is military wing from the Abbasids. Military wing basically strips you of options, because if you go 2TC, you're going to get blocked down. Hold on a sec. What is going on? So someone asked me earlier why can't we have red and blue? That's why. Sorry to the person who wanted me to do red and blue earlier. I did say there was an issue with it, and I just found out what it was. Capture Age doesn't enable red and blue properly. It shows them in different colors on the map. Another issue to add to the list. Yeah, military wing is going to be coming in, so nothing too unexpected there. The reason why you always go military wing is it just gives you so many options. Even if you want to go free TC, I've still seen military wing looks much better, because the logic is it gives you the freedom to do that play, right? And also, now in return, it should restrict the options from Louis. Louis is now going to have to go archer range first and build into free archers. Now, you might think that's bad for Abbasids then. Like, why even go melee wing if you know your opponent's going to do that? Because it forces them to do it. And while they're reacting to that play, you're dropping a second TC, right? That's the benefit. Another important thing about this play that I really like for the Abbasids is Abbasids actually hate playing against fast teching civs because they can't mirror it, right? They're always going to be behind that regard. So, you know, if you let your opponent freely go castle age, they can minute arms flag you and GG you. By going military wing, you force them to invest. Because either Louis has to build outposts up now, or he has to go full feudal. But either way, you're forcing him off of his timing. It's similar to why Ayabids look really powerful right now with the Desert Raider. It either protects your greed, or it punishes your opponent's greed and forces them to do something else. So I'm imagining we're going to be looking at a second TC, what, on the gold? Ooh, no, that's juicy. Maybe between the double gold and you shove the deer in, that would be sick. Very hard to be contested. You want to try to keep your TC close to your main base so that you can chain it in for the fire armor. It's really important you do that. Otherwise, you could just get rushed down and torched. I saw this moment of truth coming. Louis already gathered 124 wood. This is definitely going to be a production building. Most likely, we're looking at archer ranges here. Confirmation should be going through in a second. In what? What? Oh, because he wants to get broad axe. I don't know if that's worth doing over an archer first, though. I guess he's maybe not threatened because he doesn't want to come out of his base in a rush, right? So he's willing to get the better efficiency first. But that does strike me as a little bit weird. Remember, he has to drop a lumber camp because the Arkan Chapel, though, so universal drop-off building, doesn't have any text to research in it. Dude, I never get tired of that laugh, by the way. Is it weird that it kind of reminds me of me? I think that's bad. Yeah, this is 100% Archer spam. And that's fine, right? Like, you're going to probably get idled off the gold temporarily, but that really doesn't matter. Oh, that's sick. Big mistake made there. And it wasn't one of his own design. Well, what happened there? So he has them on an A-click move, but Sassy, while he's doing someone else the A-click move, Louis intentionally walked in range with the scout to drag them back. That bought enough time for the archery range to get up. Otherwise, there was a risk that he would have got killed building that archery range. Small details like that, man, they really do make the difference. Louis now going up to double archery range, and that means that Sassy is going to just back off entirely. Second TC almost ready to go. It looks like we've been rapping on the stone, but not on the wood, which shocks me because I feel like the TC was meant to be placed on the forward. This now reeks of like a back TC potentially. Might be fine though. He did go for a stables, right? It's a bit dicey though, considering how quickly Louis can ramp up into support units here. Archers to begin with, but Spearman now quickly going to be on the way. That second TC, it is going to be going there, isn't it? But you can already see Louis trying to body block it out. He shouldn't be able to body block it long enough for it to make a grand difference. He could grief the deer, though. It's a little bit difficult with the enemy scout nearby. The ball pool's going to come in, though. Uh-oh. Oh, Sassy, no. Oh. You could even go back and do it again, actually, because if he doesn't place the TC back here, he's in range. Louis like, did someone say, again? Horseman now coming out. Yeah. Oh. So he's going to be able to get away. Horseman should not be able to kill him quick enough here, unless the archers cut him off. But remember, you have got H3 archers scaling, so it's very unlikely you ever lose this scout. But nice little bit of idle time added in there. I like that Sassy gathered on the deer to try and minimize the loss. Remember, deer gather up to a high point, 25 in fact, before you even have wheelbarrow. So in the event that you're trying to make this play, folks, and you find yourself getting idled, always consider just gathering the food, because you can hold so much of it. Does it make sense to bank for more production buildings, double arch range, rather than creating units? I think you can create units straight away, and typically you will be able to. It's all about whether you need a surge point. So some matchups require a surge point. Like the reason why double arch range is very important there is you can take a lot of damage in opening archers if you have one archer range, right? Because you can spawn out and 2 archers versus 1. Another thing is if you are trying to smuggle a play, surge timing is really important. We done a video on this, I think almost 2 years ago, where there was this really cool game where an Ottoman player, I think it's Beasty in that situation, he had way more archery ranges than he could afford, but every minute you just see him pump out 5 at a time, right? And the reason that's valuable is it gives you these inflated numbers very aggressively. That's hard to kind of read and gauge ahead of time. So definitely a very valuable play for that reason as well. Archer count quite high here. And this is where Sassy is going to be forced to invest more. Has got Horseman on the way, but considering there's already Spearman, he's got a big problem here. Sassy needs to get into double archer range right now. Second one on the way. Passes going up. So once again, if Sassy was 1 archer range, he wouldn't have these small windows where he can just burst a target, right? But now by going double archer range, there's going to be moments where on the defense, he potentially could be ahead of the count. All comes down to whether Louis groups his troops, though. Ideally, you want to have 2 groups going here to try and raid different locations, but considering he's right up against Horsemen, he's not going to have much of a say in the matter. Second group arriving. Love that Steeled Arrow is already on the way in. That's another issue for Sass. He's behind on Blacksmith Techs now. This hurts because it means the Horsemen can't really do much. I mean, at this point, with Steeled Arrow coming through, you could actually just not have these Spearmen, and you still win. That's bad news because you can already see that Sassy is trying to scale it into archers to counter those spears. Louis, very responsible here as well. Notice that he doesn't just trickle his troops out. Whenever you're against Horsemen, take note of this. You want to try and gauge the Horseman count and wait until you've got enough to fight them if they engage you on the way across. 3 Spearmen should be good enough. He should actually be marching out right now. Seems he's waiting longer though. Louis, in the meantime, hasn't got siege engineering coming in just yet. Archers are going to start tickling here, and the villager count is higher than it can actually afford to be on this TC. Always pay attention to your forward resources and units like this, by the way, because the big problem is when you're playing against HRE, they get in and out so quickly. If you look away for half a second, it feels like you're going to lose something. Especially the spears against your horsemen. Remember, when they charge, they almost move as quickly as horsemen. Yeah, especially take note of that if you're playing knights into HRE. I think actually knight civs are having a really hard time. Siege engineering now coming in. Louis could have a fast, aggressive timing ahead of us. He's pulling back because he wants to try and hide his numbers before revealing the full plan. And this is dangerous the way that Sassy's playing this right now. He's really far behind, actually. He doesn't have his eco-techs, which is a big no-no. You're already at a disadvantage due to the Archon buff, right? But now you're a mile behind. This does tell us that he's ramping up archer production. Looks like Louis is actually slowed down. A little bit surprised by this. It's not because he's adding in that many farms, right? Okay, he's got a decent amount. It's just he didn't add them on the south side, weirdly enough. So we're up to 11 right now. That's probably why things are slowed down, but that means 2 minutes from now, Louis can start pumping men-at-arms. And that's bad news, actually, for Sassy, because Sass hasn't built any camel archers whatsoever. I mean, you wouldn't, right? When you're up against mass archers, camel archers is the dumbest thing to build. Ram moving in, spears. I've got the torches out. This is bad news as well. Notice that Sassy never connected. He's not got the fire armor here. So the spearmen actually do hurt a lot. Trade's coming out. There's no blacksmith text, though. Dude, this is such a hard fight. Sassy has to commit in. Spearman count still high enough. The pathing does work against him a little bit. Villagers now being pulled to try and burn down the ram. But the cost is high here. Frontline is already dead. Spearmen start to pull back. Archers can start sniping down the villagers. The ram still almost got half his HP here. Louis has more troops coming across. Dude, this is blacksmith difference right here. I can't believe this. It feels like such an oversight. Considering he had gold in the fort as well, but that's what was beautiful about Louis' positioning. It looked like he wasn't doing anything, but he was idling both gold veins that start near your base. Honestly, has enough to just clown car now. Villagers are going to be pulled to try and finish this one off, but it's come at a high price. He's going to be a back off. So Louis has to be happy that damage done. He's flowing a lot of resources behind this. Likely we're going to see about another 8 farms added in, and after which we should be looking at a men-at-arms switch. Unless he wants to go double ram. That's also a possibility here. It's just double ram is very greedy in this situation, right? Like you aren't that well off on military count right now. You need to reinflate your numbers first. I'm hoping it's just one ram. We have now got men-at-arms confirmed and being locked in. Gold gathering is through the roof here. Louis is overkilling it a bit. It might be that he's thinking of melee techs. Not a bad idea here up against the horsemen. But even that wouldn't compensate for this. I think he's just mismacroed. It's pretty badly as well. Unless he just wants to go castle. I mean, even if you want to go castle, this is a lot of gold to be sitting on. I guess the bigger issue for him is he ran out of food, right? Yeah, he's on berries. So this is more a necessity than something you desire, right? And this is at least going to give him the immediate prelate pump upon tech up. Okay, so that's crafty. That's kind of cool. So Louis built the ram in range of Sassy while teching up. That's really smart because if you're Sass right now, you have to be paranoid as an all-in. What a cool detail. Full warning as well, so no punishment coming, and the gold reinvested straight away into prelates. Men-at-arms are being prepped. Oh, Sass is going to have to go for the hold of the day here. He doesn't actually have a solution for cast stage men-at-arms. How does he hold this? Other than on a prayer. I think he just needs to start triggering his tech up. If he starts adding more units now, he's going to be a mile behind. And he'll know. I think he'll cancel the horseman the moment he sees the tech up. Moment of truth. What is it going to be? Sass. Okay, he's committing to it. Ooh, dangerous situation ahead. 45 seconds out from veterancy. If he wants to all in like this, he has to attack now. And that's sad, right? Because from Lou's position, all he has to do is back up. In fact, the only way he possibly loses the fight is this. Going in. In a bit too deep now. Spearmen going to reveal themselves. Horsemen have to back away. Archers diving even deeper.
But honestly, you can afford to throw away the Spinman here. Like, it's not even about them anymore. And sick little Garrison play there. Just to try and get him out. This is buying critical time, by the way. Veterancy now just 15 seconds out. Men-at-Arms have been upgraded. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't even touch him. Just run. Oh, no. Well, this is depression at its finest, isn't it? Archers now being traded out with the Veterancy kicks in. And now this is simply a fight you cannot win. Men-at-Arms just being cut off. Horsemen left to deal with them, but that leaves you in a trade against Archers, one that you are never going to win here. Tech up is on the way, but we are a minute and a half from even a semblance of Sassy feeling safe. What's the cost going to be by the time you get there? 2 more relics already on the way home for Louis. And now, with Castle's Men-at-Arms, this TC's on the menu. Immediately leaves the area. Notice he doesn't even try to garrison, doesn't want to waste it. Needs every eco unit he can get. Archers have found the Deer Gatherers on the flank as well. And he found the gold. Are you kidding me? Dude, Louis is so good at this. It's so hard to sneak anything by this kid. And this is sadness, right? Like, you do not move quicker than this archer. You will die over time. Attempt to trade out. Even with a 5 archer advantage, it's just not enough to overcome the veterancy. Level 2 ranged armor is now on the way as well. Second wave of Men-at-Arms now hitting it. And behind this, it's 4 relics soon. Archers. Looks like finally he's going to be able to get access to the front side of his base again. Louis focused on idling the eco out instead of beating the army here, so it's going to cost him. But this is just wave 1, right? Now we move into Men-at-Arms territory. Yeah, I think this was overkill chasing the gold, actually. But I think he was interested in opening the way for the 5th relic. Like, you have to remember, although this looks like it's a bit of a throw, remember that Louis is more eco-efficient, right? He's definitely beating this difference in eco count. On top of that, he now has 3 relics already banked. Soon to be 4. And I wouldn't even be surprised if it's 5. Still has the power to push in. Crossbow's now coming out, but if Louis is able to sit on these archery ranges, this might just be over. Ghoulims aren't going to feel that great if heavy mace is on the way. And okay, really? Like, can you please just A-click? I beg you, A-click. I was about to say, the Ghoulims aren't going to feel good if the Men-at-Arms just literally reach this point. It's GG. But thanks to the weird Ringer-Ringer-Rosie's behavior, it looks like Sassy does just about survive it. Veterancy now on the way. The next wave is the one that scares me, though. Heavy Mace is coming in soon. TC is gone. Needs to wait about 10 more seconds to get those Heavy Maces in, at which stage this should start to look quite one-sided. There is a gap here for Louis, though. It looks like, yeah, he moved out for the D on the flank. So that tells us a lot about Louis' intent. If this was a fast imp game, he wouldn't have done this. He would have just stayed at home. He looks to try and maintain map control. You can always tell an HRE player's intent by that detail, right? Like, it's very rare you're going to see them go on the flanks to go imp. Should he have not skipped veterancy and just built expos? I think he just needed numbers, right? He needed to upgrade everything he had. I do think composite bows can work quite well here. And also, yeah, he's up against crossbows. Like, in theory, going archer plus Ghoulims isn't the worst idea up against crossbow Men-at-Arms. The Men-at-Arms heavy maces are annoying, but the composite bows does kind of balance things out. It's a very powerful tool in the Abbasid arsenal. You have to also remember gold, right? Like, he just doesn't have much gold left. Not that he can access anyway. He's finally got access to the forward again. But outside that, once he's done with that 3K, you know, he has to keep coming towards the opponent, right? And we've got fishing now on the way from Sass. Very delayed fishing, by the way. Not a bad idea, considering that it will give you vision in the area, as fishing boats are basically scouts on water. Initial wallop coming in. 2-handed weapons also on the way. He just can't go anywhere near these crossbows right now. Louis. How many farms? Like, he's got a lot coming in, right? This is what always worries me, is when an HRE player slows down like this, you think it's a good thing, but it's not.
it means that he's adding more farms, which means there's more permanence on the horizon, right? We're up to 25 farms right now. Other side of this, there's no permanence, right? We haven't got a single farm yet. He's playing berries at the moment, but that's risky territory for Sassy. Lancers can't find targets either. The wall up is almost complete, and it looks like Sass looked in all the wrong places. Crazy game. You know, I know HRE are very powerful right now, but Louis' execution on this was so clean. It's insane. I think the Bastards can actually fare reasonably well against the HRE, but the way this early game played out, not a chance. Louis. Freest kills of mine life. Expensive losses considering that's the only raid unit Red has. Now they're full static. And that's scary against HRE, man. They can do so many things with that. They can outmaneuver you. They can even just think about going for a tech up. Yeah, I think it's partially Sassy, like, basically had 30 or so archers when he upgraded. But the other thing is, like I said, long-term gold access wasn't guaranteed. So in the event that he got cut off here permanently, archers was his only recourse, right? So better to have something that's cast Lash than nothing at all. Louis coming in for a firm strike here. Clear military advantage as well. So how does Sass contest this? He's trying to play the Horseman, but that's very expensive to do on limited resources, right? I mean, he has got the fish and the berries for the time being, but it's that type of move where if you don't dominate the first fight, it's over. Oh no, Sassy actually tried to go for a relic. He didn't even know about the one right next to his base that got taken away. Marching to the main, Louis, he's almost imp. This is a distraction attack. He's trying to force Sass to come home to defend. It's crazy as well because he's actually attacking these little flanking resources while diving the main. Insane lead. Dive in. We'll find 1 or 2 villages. The problem with this formation, by the way, is the crossbows are slowing him down. If he pulls crossbows off and sends archers, he'd be able to hunt. Or if Sass walks back into him, oh my god! Orders lost in the post, I guess. Jesus. I don't know, is that one uploadable? I want to make it about that moment, but god damn. Where's the takeaway on that one? I'm trying to think like what the biggest point is in that really screwed it over for him. It's probably the TC timing, right? That moment was against TOS? Yeah, dude, I'm about to get banned. Shoosh. All right, so let's see if we got some other games. But that was wild. I think it was the... No, he wasn't greedy, though. It's just... I think his timings were off. He went Horseman too soon. And then went Horseman again. Oh, what is it? What screwed him the most? The ball pull was kind of irrelevant in the end, right? I think the ball pull was mostly irrelevant in the end. Maybe it's just not uploadable. Lake Castle's a problem? Yeah, sort of. I just don't think that's a YouTube uploadable game. It's one of those things. I had that quirky moment right at the end, but outside that, it's like, eh. Okay, let's see if VDD's got anything. We could always wait a second, see if Louis gets another game. Push-ups. Why? I just want to sit. Things like this make me want to stream less. 1, 2, 3. I'm not here to work out. I'm here to lose weight. Wait, I guess that kind of helps, but what else? Chuck Francis. Wait, wasn't that Zerton? Let me double check. Let's see. No, they were a player from France. They peaked in Season 5 with a 41st finish, but usually they're like ranked 200, 300. Alright, so Louis, have you got a game? He's in lobby, so he's about to start. Bruh, what are these push-ups? Why can't you just let a bird be? The fudge? You're not even subscribed, which means you don't get as many points to redeem. Wait, you got Louis? Alright, I'm about to watch Phillisberto get stomped. I mean, we believe in you, Philly. Be the Phillisberto of 2 months ago, not the Phillisberto of today. Was that inspirational enough, do you think? Nah, dude. Like, Philly's been playing multiple Civ now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How many games do I typically upload per day? At the end of my streams, I upload several games. But, like, in terms of how many get posted currently, 2 videos are getting posted a day. It really only shows like 1? No, dude, there's literally 2 videos getting uploaded per day. There's one getting uploaded 6 a.m. my time, and one getting uploaded 6 p.m. my time. Japanese versus Juji, though. On Highview, that's a weird one. Why does Philly pick Juji here? The Medi Gardens aren't that impressive, right? Not unless you walk out in the flank and find like gold berries and wood in the corner. Maybe? Oh, should we run the ads now? I know there's people crying about that. I mean, there is another way to dodge those ads. Subscribe! We're doing predictions? I guess we could. Wait, should we? I don't know, man. This is the thing. It's like it's different than when you're doing, like, for example, a Wham versus Anat prediction. Got to buy them push-ups? Why? You guys just trying to get me to increase the price again? Is that what this is? One momentum. I just need to check a message or two. I've got so many things I'm being pinged and atted at. So much to catch up on after this. Which is annoying because I just wanted to, like... I mean, it isn't annoying. Hopefully there's some productive things I'm being pinged about. It's annoying in that I wanted to, like, you know... Tonight I'm going to chill out with my best friend and literally play some Overwatch parkour. Sec. Oh, more of these push-ups? I fat bets on Louis. Dude, I'm sorry, just reading that out of context, like I don't even want to know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh. What else am I going to spend 30k points on? I don't know. People can make suggestions. You know, if you guys haven't joined my Discord already, that's part of it. Like, build a community, be able to talk to each other, make suggestions, things you'd like to see. !Discord. Just saying. I mean, I don't know why you're not joined there. It's literally free. Someone's not quite free, but definitely worth checking out. Protein Works. I know you guys are in here. We're literally... Last 2 streams before the partnership
ends for the month, they're going to be reviewing whether they want to come back for another time. So if you were considering Protein Works, now's the time to go. !Smart Protein Works. Use code KILLERPIGEON. I need to get that banana salt caramel. Let me know what kind of things you guys are interested in seeing sponsor AoE for as well. I'm kind of curious. What kind of things do you guys buy? I There's one or two mouse brands I want to approach. I done those push-ups, we're good. Just good thing we're good. Dude, my hand hasn't fully healed. It was going to heal in time. I don't know if you can still see it. But then I picked it because I'm an idiot. Physical therapy? I mean, dude, it just sounds like you want a little doggy treadmill. Need more of them? Wait a minute. Ah! Okay, dude. If you love villager impressions, I'll give you the best one of the bunch. Job's done. Oh, is that because the game's already over? Maybe, because we've got Japanese versus Yuji. Pack it up, send it home. Make sure there's a military dispatch to say my commiserations to Philosboto's mother, because this one's going to be rough. He's having a hard time right now on the ladder, and no surprise when he keeps picking Yuji. On the other side, Louis MT. One of the absolute beasts of the Japanese. This guy is fierce. He's one of the few players I'd actually trust to do it in Feudal Age, but I don't think we'll be seeing that here. The reason is that Yuji are more powerful in Feudal because of Chuganu spam, right? You want to get out of Feudal as quickly as possible, and I'm a little bit worried that Yuji can't stop Japanese from doing that. The reason is quite simple. Outposts. Outposts that will have arrow slits without you even touching the stone. We'll have to see. It is at least a little bit of a rough spawn from the position of the golden stone, so it might open ways, but what worries me is when the berries spawn back like this. This is tough because actually, if Louis just walls here, he can gather freely. Because in the event that Philosboto is going for a feudal all-in, he'll try to rush the berries to stop the food. However, you'd have to wrap all the way around for that. And here's a little fun detail for you. This is why against Lombos as well, you should do this. You put up this small wall against the tree line. If he wraps around like that, and you move over to these berries, he then has to go all the way around again, or dive the TC. Either option feels like a death sentence. So we'll see if Philosboto does try for that all-in. I think the spawn isn't going to be generous to it, unless he tries to ram rush the gold. So difficult to starve Japanese out of gold fast enough in these type of games, though. Especially considering a lot of players have discovered that Yuumi actually ain't too bad. I don't think I've seen Louis do Yuumi yet. He has admittedly got absolutely spanked by Yuumi, though. If you guys remember, the other day we did watch a really cool game between him and Puppy Paw. If you guys haven't seen it, I believe it is already uploaded to the channel. It is an intriguing one. I didn't really think China could have that done to them. But Philly in this game. Medigarden's probably going to be dropped down on the right side. I did mention like these type of maps do have some good meditation garden locations. So if you walked out here, that's going to be 48 food, 25 stone, 25 gold, probably about 10 to 11 wood, which isn't too bad. And this is what you're always looking for. That's what I thought might be the reason why you picked Juji here, is the corners near the sacred sites or the opposing tend to be overloaded with resources. Instead, he just goes for a safety one. Double stone. Okay, so this worries me because in this matchup, you're not defending. And the stone is only valuable when you're defending for hand cannon slits. I mean, I guess you could argue he's going to be defending in a few minutes' time. I like to look for a winning attitude, not a losing attitude. Yuumi not bad? By going Castle Age, that's how. If you go Castle Age rush with Japanese and open Yuumi, it's surprisingly effective. The reason is that by spamming Yuumi, you have this amazing surge point. You Zerg. You are truly Zerg at that point. It's like watching Marlians. And the beautiful thing is that once you go Castle Age, your Yuumi basically have Feudal Age stats. And considering Japanese are one of the most aggressive castling civs in the game, it's a very advantageous position to find yourself in, because you basically become like the HRE Archer spam. So yeah, definitely recommend people checking it out. It's a very hard strategy to deal with right now. The thing that I think people have kind of misconceived actually with the Japanese, and they partially understood, is that this Civ isn't quality as much as it's quantity. It's deceiving as quality because people think samurai and mounted samurai. Onimusha as well. But the reality is they are actually about quantity. People already tipped onto this with Onimusha. Like, a little interesting insight for you guys. Practically every pro, I'm going to say everyone, one or two probably felt different, but a lot of the pros in the early days assumed Onimusha would be worthless. The assumption is that they couldn't figure out where the unit lied and where its strengths were. They didn't really see its role in the game. And then the game comes out, and we see it very clearly. It's numbers, right? It's enabled by the Yorishiro drop plays. Yuumi are the same way. When you think about the fact that Yuumi produce quicker and cost less, Onimusha, for what they are very valuable in terms of their cost and their production time. It's all about how you game the numbers. We'll have to see if Louis gets there clearly, because we can see Philly is ramping up for some aggro. Archer range plus the racks. Oh, racks this early. I mean, it's kind of interesting, right? By going by going for the Chuganu and the Spearman, it means Louis probably considers Mount Samurai bad here. But this enables the Yuumi play I was talking about. Like, actually, if Louis just goes Yuumi and plays double Yorishiro into Yuumi, it's a wipe, right? Still has to get there, so we'll have to see if Philosberto can hit that window. I also do not mind Samurai against this comp. I just think Yuumi works a lot cleaner. It gives you mobility to go and punish. I'm getting ahead of myself. We need to reach that age up first. Considering the lay of the lands, the outpost up as it is, this is definitely going to be a castle play. You should be able to tell very early whether Louis is going to be going for a melee build or a range build. Because players have gotten very good at prepping Tatara while they're teching up if it is a melee build. So keep an eye out for that. Floating Gate will be the priority, but after Floating Gate has been triggered, if you see Steeled Arrow or you see Tatara, you'll know what he's going to do. Another thing I really like about the Yuumi option here, by the way, it limits the amount of gold you need to keep the play going. All you really need is Veterancy, right? Which is 250 gold. And Steeled Arrow, another 125. So once you reach 600, you just need to get an extra 375 and you're good to go. Actually, I'd say in this game, Undermesh would probably be even better. And what? Philly, no. What? Dude, that doesn't work. Like, Arrow Slit should work here, right? Like, how is he not in range? He has found the pixel-perfect location to sit in here. I can't believe that doesn't work. It looks like he should be blocked out, but no. But look at this, Louis. He's so smart in the reaction. Instantly pulls the appropriate amount of gold workers over to get what he needs. That was a clutch read quickly. Because now, once this outpost goes up, it doesn't really do anything. Because if you don't prevent the critical amount of gold arriving, it's worthless. A little bit of a miss micro there by Louis. I don't know if we're playing on maybe Western servers. That felt out of tune for him, shall we say. So one worker does go down. It's been a 1-to-1 exchange though. Remember, Philly did fluff on the outpost placement originally. Final gold drop is in, and it looks like we are just shy of the gold required for Veterancy and Steeled Arrow, right? Because Veterancy is meant to be 250 gold. Yeah. And then it'd be 125. So, oh, sorry, 325. No, he's good enough. Why don't, wait. Oh, I was thinking the full cost, 175. Yeah, so he's got enough. He's got either Undermesh or Steeled Arrow, and he's got Veterancy. The fact that he pulled away from the gold and didn't contest that with an outpost tells you this should be a Yuumi build. Oh, which is why I feel so much worse about this from Philosberto. I mean, his build makes sense a month ago, actually. I'm not trying to flame him on this. I'm just being like honest in terms of the build he's doing right now made sense when Japanese players weren't aware Yuumi was an option, right? Because now, like, you can't get any gold for your critical units. Mad Samurai, Onimusha. These are the backbones of this Civ. But there it is. Confirmation that I watched way too much of this game. Archery range on the way. And Philly's a little bit stuck now, isn't he? They're playing on West US? Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So Louis will have a much higher ping. Louis will probably be like, what, 130, 140 ping? And Philly will probably be about under 80. Losing with a ping advantage? So what does Felisberto do now? You could actually pivot into Rams really quickly, but you don't have a Blacksmith, right? The reason you go Rams here is you dent the outpost and then move in for the archery range. Because if this archery range dies with Yorishiro in it, the whole plan falls apart for Louis. Instead, he's going to try to dive the wood line. A little bit of a miss micro there. Louis using the Seek Shelter. Works against him. But TC fully garrison and Felisberto now with the dive. I don't see how it does enough damage here. Ooh, big play. Gets the Shinto. Okay, so that's going to slow down the gold trickle. Still, this is going to be you losing one wave of your Chuganu in a game where you're still only feudal age. Back on the wood we go. This is where the game gets scary. Yuumi are insanely fast. 1.38 movement speed. They can easily chop you down when they find small pockets of Chuganu, but they can also just as easily now walk across the battlefield. And Philly, oh, buddy, he's hanging in feudal, isn't he? That's awkward. The problem with staying in feudal here is that Yuumi with Steeled Arrow, I mean, they do decent damage, right? And you still don't have blacksmiths. So with no undermesh, these Yuumi hurt. They're going to be doing 7 damage, and you only have 2 armor. So we've got some Yuumi and them. So at this stage, these Yuumi are essentially like longbows, right? They don't have the range, but they have the damage. Villagers are going to have to pull back. Steeled Arrow has not been prepped. What did he get instead? Because he definitely had the gold originally, right? I'm almost certain of that. Okay, so he went and bought gold in the marketplace. He's actually going for the Siege Workshop. Second Yorishiro is on the way. You typically put this in the other archery range because you want to double pump. It's really strong here. Did he go for the wood upgrade? Well, he has... No, he didn't go wood upgrade. It looks like actually he may... Yeah, he went for Takazaiku. So he got the second wheelbarrow deck. That's what happened. And it is indeed going to be double Yorishiro archery range. Little fun thing. I think you can drop these when they're not complete. Unless they patch that. You used to be able to drop Yorishiros in an incomplete building. But I think the auto rally doesn't work. I think you have to click it. I distinctly remember that being a thing. Steeled Arrow now also on the way. Philly's got such a tough timing here to align. If he backs off too much, Louis will just rush him. If he goes too deep, he'll die. But the goal here is to reach Castle Age. The good news is because of the way that Felisberto is surrounded the base, it's very difficult actually for Yorishiro dropping Shintos to go and pick up relics. This move right here, he pulled all the Chugini back, so that's actually going to be a free relic for Louis. A little bit surprised there actually. I think the Chuginu are somewhat disposable at this stage. Maybe he thinks they have value because he's up against Yuumi. But they don't when they find fights like this. Yuumi are just going to die past. Like, look how quick that is, right? 2 hand cannon shots come out. You get 1 kill before they get out of range. Oh, Chuganu should be falling. I mean, the good news is Philly actually pulled the attention away from his base. That was really smart. Because if they were running back home, then the Yuumi would already be halfway there. People should take note of this. Don't always focus on how you save someone. We used to call it save a hero syndrome in Dota 2. Right? If someone's dead, don't add to the bonfire. Get something out of it. And he done that. He bought valuable time for the tech up. And Lancers can now be added in. Okay, so 4 ranged armor, definitely feeling a lot better here. But with gold re-access, this should be a quick rush into level 2 range damage. And we're getting very close to the stage where... Oh, he's already got it. Yeah, Bannerman's on the way. I was about to say we're getting close to the Bannerman, but we're already there. Yuumi Bannerman in. Now, this is cool. Remember, he has 7 damage. He gets a 15% increase, which equals out to 1.05 damage. So it is a true +1 range tech. This is where you start to actually feel like real archers. This is where you start to feel like the HRE, man. Shalamonk. Ooh, he's going to move quick enough there. If that had been 5 seconds more delayed, that's a dead monk. Especially with this movement speed difference. Yuumi are now marching in, though, and Philly needs to get the hell out right now. He's not reacting, though. Philly! Oh, no, dude, he can't get away from this. Like, if he wants, Louis will stick on top of you. He has more movement speed than the archers.
Looks like he missed rally through to the south side of the archer range, though, so Philisberto will get most of the villagers away. This game just got hard, man. That out time alone, like, look at Philisberto's gold now. He's not set up to gather anywhere else. Yumi already blocked. Dude, the irony? This game is a game of gold block. First, Philisberto starved Louis' gold, and now he's returning the favor. And now you got to ask the question, like, whose comp works better without gold, right? Like, theoretically, you should be able to spam Horseman as Philly here. It's a very expensive comp, though. And I don't know if he's got that much long-term food. Sneak out to go on the flank. Louis does need to send an extra group to the north side. Ram is going to just clear up the vision near his base. And I'm a little bit surprised, actually, Louis didn't send a small group north. Oh. This is why scouting the entire map is so important in AoE 4. In fact, Louis, you know, considering how good he is at outplaying people and outbraining them, I think he's good enough to count to, like, at least 10. So he should be able to count the gold veins and say something doesn't make sense here, right? Like, kind of shocking that he didn't check for that. Out Samurai now in the way, though. This counts everything that Philly has. Yumi? They're so fast, man. It's so ridiculous. You thought watching Chuganu shred Horseman look dumb? This kind of has that similar feeling. Horsemen need a buff, man. You know, I had Crackety ringing it in my ear for a while, and I wasn't fully convinced. I think they had their place, but I think this matchup convinces me Horsemen are too weak. Because the problem is you just can't stick on top of your target. And they disengage so quickly, you end up just clowning over yourself. Agreed, they definitely need a range buff. Like, not quite Sapahi levels, but something in between. They just take way too long to get on a target. This is baffling. One Mountain Samurai just drags all the attention as well. That makes it even worse. He has got the level 2 ranged upgrade. Only undermesh in for Philisberto, so he's not actually tanky, and instead he turns on him. Louis gets on top of the Chuganu. This is over. Second wave of Lancers coming in could maybe recover the game for him. More Mountain Samurai should be coming down the way. Ooh, is he going to survive this? Okay, actually, I called it too soon. I think Louis mismacroed. He's got food issues right now. He should have 2 more Mount Samurai coming out, but he misplayed that a bit. So Philly, by the skin of his teeth, stays alive here. Chuganu getting targeted down, though. And Lancer should be mopped up. 1 Mount Samurai should be good enough to absorb this. All right, looks like I was half a minute off on my timing of calling this over, because now we are borderline there. Boom. GG gets called. I don't know if Yumi are going to need to be nerfed or Horsemen just need to be buffed, but something is off here. Damn. What a game. What a cool game. What do I call that one? Horsemen need to be buffed actually might just be perfect. Actually, what do you guys think? Is the focus point the Horseman, or is it the Gold Starvation? Horsemen are fine as a better title. Is it a better title? That's not even remotely true to it, right? Horsemen counter this? Or what are they called? I always forget the name of them. The thingy marks on the sides of things like eh. What are they called? Quotation marks, right? Yeah. You'd feel the irony? I don't know if people do feel the irony, though. Yeah, I think they just get speed on charge. They're pretty underwhelming. God damn. A little bit of a shellacking. Give me a sec. What the hell? I don't see anything you guys say. My Twitch dashboard just had a heart attack. And I'm not sure why. There we go. Alright, we're back. Nerf Spearman and Horse... No, I think you just watched the wrong game then, good guy. The issue isn't as much Spearman. It's just like Horseman's attack range is the issue. Spearman is not the problem at all. Like, those Horsemen just got annihilated by Yuumi. Alright, so let's see who else we've got. Oof. We're just here to watch Philly lose. Dude, poor guy. He's now queuing into Kiljardi. God damn. I put a lot of alcohol in that. Ooh. It actually kind of balances out against the fiery ginger beer. Philippo is the new Voldemar? Oh no, dude, don't do that to him. Alright, who's Louis got this time? Who's Clinch? The Grinch of the K's? I don't know. Never heard of him. 858th. Jesus, get that out of my sight. I mean, well, is this not a test of how OP? No, dude, guys, we're not doing this. Clinch is usually like a 4K rank diamond player. That's not. I mean, technically, it's Ottomans versus Byzantines, right? So easy win for Byzantines? No, let's not do it to him. Bless him, though. He climbed all the way into Kong by playing Byzantines, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, so... Oh, we were going to do Philly, weren't we? Let's do Philly. Let's just go with a bronze player, Jesus. Poor guy. Just catching strays. We didn't even go looking for him. We just went looking for matches. And you guys are over here bullying the crap out of him. All right. French versus... Oh, Jesus Christ. Why does he do these things to himself? I mean, he has an excuse, I guess. Like, why did he pick French? Why did he pick French? And why is Kiljardi such a sweat lord? Questions that we are about to answer. One and all, welcome back to the AoE 4 action. It's meta check time. We're ahead of the main event of EGC's tournament. And we had to check in on one of the members who is going to be playing there. This is, of course, Kiljardi on his The Duck account. Playing the Byzantines, the purple. Meanwhile, Philsberto, you might wonder who this guy is. You might not notice him because he's not playing the Mongols. He's not playing the Byzantines. Yeah, Philly, I guess he's trying to diversify as a player. Maybe he got bored, or maybe he wants to try and make a run at like competitive play eventually. But I've noticed Philsberto is just kind of playing anything at the moment, which is shocking. For anyone who's watched the channel and seen Philly before, he basically has two modes, Mongol mode and more recently Byzantine mode. And there hasn't been much in between, but if I open Philsberto's profile now, I can show you something quite interesting about the lad, because he has, and I want to give him credit for this, been trying to play different civs. Now, there might be some emphasis on the trying, bless him. He's been having a struggle, but it doesn't help when he keeps queuing in to top-level players in competitive AoE4. And Philly, by the way, is still doing reasonably well. He's ranked 164th in the world right now. So 1,700 elo. So in the last few games, yeah, he's just been randoming. So you had Juji, Rus, Ottomans, Byzantines, Japanese, Mongols. I don't think I've seen this much diversification from Philsberto ever. So I just want to give that a little bit of praise. And that's about all I can praise from his side of the game because he's playing as French. So we're probably looking at a quick one here. What the f... Okay, that's a new one.
Dark Age Byzantine Limitane rush. You just don't see this. Not since Shield Wall got nerfed, right? Like, maybe before that occasionally, but this is wild. Love it as well. Killjadi, just renowned as such an aggressive player. I mean, this says everything about it. Most players would just end in Feudal Age, right? They wait until they're a bit stronger, but this is cool. You should be able to keep the distance at all times as well, right? Yeah. Oh, dude, the gold's out of range. Philly has got enough for a tech up, but that means he's going to have to go, what, archery range first? And if Killjadi just stops now and techs up, he can just pivot into archers, right? Or maybe you wait for longbows. Actually, dude, I know what Killjadi's going to do. So Killjadi's been practicing Keshik builds a lot. If your opponent can't access gold, this is a disgusting game to go Keshiks in. Because he's going to have School of Cavalry and, what, build Horsemen against Keshiks? I mean, you're not going to build Cavalry at all, right? You're up against Limitane. Dude, this is... If that's the plan here, that's actually vile. And I'm so here for it. No, I genuinely think you just go Keshiks. Yeah, dude, that would be the true BM. You just play French. Unfortunately, in this game, that's not an option. Chukanudo. I mean, Magadai, you're not going to do, right? Your opponent's going to build into archers. All right, so we've got Grand Wider in the way. That doesn't tell you that this is not a Keshik game, though. I've been seeing a lot of this from Killjadi at the moment. He doesn't do the spim in detail, but what he does do is he opens Keshiks, baits his opponent, then rushes castle. This is the type of game you could legit just all-in Keshiks with. Because I know what's going to happen. Philly's going to probably double archery range to open, and then he's down the hole, right? Because he's scaling archers, he's using all the wood there. It means he won't have any wood to immediately pivot into racks. God, that's dirty. How do you guys feel about the RNG of the trade post, by the way? I'm kind of a mixed feelings on it. I kind of get why it's that way. My only worry is, like, and maybe this is why we don't see people really developing strats around neutral trade posts with the mercs there, is like the RNG of it means your entire strategy, like the way you have to build order, you could just be wrong. You could reveal that you're wrong after you're in the hole, right? And then it just feels like it's GG at the highest level. So archer pump on the way. One archer range so far is not too bad. If Philly goes 2, that's when I get a bit worried. I guess he could get enough archers together before the Keshik spam comes out. You have to remember that Killjadi hasn't even touched the berries yet, so he's nowhere near the olive oil. Pay 100 olive oil and unlock the unit there? Yeah, I don't mind that, but I feel like it needs to stake a flag claim. Like, this is still a thing I actually hate about merc houses that was really poorly thought out. Mercenary houses should actually have a banner dropped on them the moment you have a contract choice, so that the other player can see what he's up against, right? Because when you don't know, like, you can't counter. The beautiful thing about AO4 that makes it such an incredible game is when you see a racks get dropped, you know there's limited options, right? Now, you could argue, well, there's limited options in contracts, KP. Yeah, but the effects of those contracts are drastically different, right? What I have to build to counter a Keshik is completely different to what I have to build to counter a Lombo. And what the f... Phyllisburg, dude, it's the wrong blue. This is not Mongols. Like... A French outpost rush is appearing on my screen. I can't. Also, these Limitane are not going to lose against a trickle of archers like this. Oh, Philly. Straight out of Compton. What are we doing with our lives right now? That villager should be dead. Dude, 6 switch on the micro. Killjadi doesn't let him get by. And this is just buying time for the olive oil for the follow-up play, right? Like, I legit think this could be Keshiks. Longbow seems more likely because the game is so dominant for him right now, and also the distance to the enemy base makes it optimal. Keshiks tends to function better when you're talking about a wider map. Why is he making Horseman against Limitane? Because he's suspecting that there's going to be a follow-up play into the Longbows. On top of that, he already has a School of Cavalry, right? So this is all about getting some extra unit power behind you. The whole logic is if you can push the Limitane away with the archers, the Horseman can stab as you go, right? Philly has at least got back on the gold. And it's going to be javelins. Okay, so that's probably good, right? Like, the Keshik idea only works if you restrict gold. And we are past that point.
Philly is pivoting into multi-TC, though. That's going to become apparent very quick. I think this is another reason why French kind of sucks on this map. I don't think Cav is that great on Cliffside because you spawn so close together. But the thing that makes it even worse is the fact that, you know, when you're playing French and you want to go 2TC, the exposure point is wide open, right? It's very easy for the enemy to get to your base. I don't think there's many civs right now that can justify 2TC on Cliffside. English gets away with it because the king, right? But like a lot of civs that try this tend to get burnt fast. Especially if you don't wall the ramps. Jab's almost out. That was smart as well. Notice that Kiljadi built the Merc house over on the right side, further away from the enemy, to hide the play. Philizberto, he doesn't even get the info. Outpost keeps him at bay. Jabs are going to reveal this, which is a little bit surprising, but I think it's because Kiljadi just wants to focus on the fort. He doesn't have to worry about annoying archers out here. Keep in mind, Philly is very weak for the next 3 minutes because of this TC play. And that's dangerous against the Byzantines. I'm sure a lot of you have experienced this. The game starts to get out of hand between like 8 and 11 minutes a lot of the time, right? Because that's when either Byzantines are going Castle Age or they're all-inning you with very powerful Merc spam due to the olive oil gathering from the Grand Winery. Knight is going to reveal himself. No undermesh, so these dives do actually hurt a lot as well. So many Limitane already. Philly. TC is going to be wide, so that's at least one upside. It's far out of the way. It's unlikely to be raided. I'm more worried about the main. There's a rotation towards the gold. Now, that mining camp's actually very smart. It does save him. The less smart part is the fact that Philizberto, I don't know if that was intentional. He's got a stoneworker here. What? That had to be a misclick. He hasn't got any outposts. There's no need to be gathering stone there, so unnecessary losses. Now, what's interesting at this stage of the game is if Kiljadi just pivots onto the wood line, you're kind of screwed here as Philly, right? Like, you can't scale into archers at all. You're stuck basically just doing knights. Javs. Oh, he saw the second TC, right? Yeah, the deer have died over here. That's a quick read by Kiljadi. A little tip for people when you're playing on these type of maps, you want to know where your opponent's TC is, what they're doing on the map. Deers die through fog. So look, you can see them, they disappear. You won't see the carcasses, but you won't see them anymore. So always a noteworthy thing to keep a lookout for. And very easy to track. The boars is another cool one, where that one especially matters. I recommend it when you're against Zhone. Keep an eye on the boars. Javs and Limitane coming in. And Castle Age on the way already. This is bad. If it seems like I'm being really negative, I mean, part of it is France just sucks right now in a lot of situations. I hate them on this map, as I already said. But the other thing is the Byzantine timing is very aggressive, very powerful, and very fast. And on a map like this, it overwhelms. Great attempt at a raid on the backside, but Limitane count already too high. And the walls are now going up. Philly does see this, though, right? So should look to intercept. The problem now is you can't get there. He ran east rather with the knights, right? So that opens it up for a wall. And yes, Philizberto is not playing Mongols. He's actually been playing a bunch of other civs. He's randoming. Even when he doesn't random, like he had a game a few matches back where he played Ottomans, and it was not even a random. Kiljadi in position. Golden Hunt out on the way. Philly, he's got almost a 10 eco lead, but it's a bit deceptive. You have to remember the system effect. 14% more here, right? So that's like an extra 4 or 5 villages. Then the olive oil is always the absurd part. Just inflates your economy so much. Right now coming in on the tree line. Should be 2 villagers going down. Ooh, just about gets away with it. Kiljadi's playing this very cleanly. This type of aggro play probably has Philizberto thinking he has more time. He's about to get the bad news. This should be, what, 1 or 2 more Raxes added in at the stage? In this game, you just do Varangian, guys. Like, it's actually absurd. I've seen Varangian beat Mass Knights. The timing is just too strong.
Even against French that produced their knights in 29 seconds, it doesn't even hold a candle to the 18-second pump time for Varangian. Interesting enough, though, Killjoy queuing up more Limitane. Upgrades coming through, but I'm expecting this to be a Varangian switch after your upgrades. It's just he's got 15 Limitane. It's definitely worth the 350 resources. Philly, I don't think you can rush a tech up yourself now, right? Because you don't really get anything. If your opponent's staying Jav Spears, like, nothing changes about the matchup, right? If, however, he's going Varangian, then the Arbitrator can save you. What, you guys mean you're not having fun against Byzantine spammers? Oh, no. Olive oil is ridiculous. It improved the taste of my meals. Wait, oh wait, no, we're not doing a call out, are we? I don't have an olive oil sponsor, damn it. He's going to force him off the gold here. Philly, he's not gathering anywhere else. So mass archers and spears. This stage you switch Varangian. Post target. He can just burn down the houses now and pop block. In fact, Philly's already done that to himself. Oh no. We can't get more units out. Jazz just poking. House is going to go down, and then immediately we have a problem. Spears Jab stand their ground. Mainly mosh pit here. I do not like this for Philly right now. This is expensive. The few knights has got it going down. The Spearmen are going to lose up against the veteran Limitane, and the Jabs behind it. A high enough count, they should be able to beat back the archers, but hold on a second. Nice little bit of micro there. Philly's bow saw the flanks were going weak. He wraps around here, but this is still an expensive defense for him. First wave cleared up, sure, but second wave should be ready to go. Huge miss macro here. And yeah, actually, I think shield will hurt Killjoy there. I thought he was going to drop the shields. He never did. That was a mistake. He wasn't killing quick enough, right? So the javelins, like, his effective DPS is through the floor. Because jabs are a slower attack speed, and the spearmen just slow their attack speed as well, right? I don't think he needed more damage absorption. He needed more damage output. So a little bit of a blunder there, but honestly, from the position Killjoy's in, is kind of insane, right? He's still gathering relics behind this. He's got way too much wood here. It needs to be spent. I don't like the timings. I think Killjoy missed-macroed big time. This switch into more production should have been happening about a minute and a half ago. And it is just more Limitane. Is this because he suspects that Phil's boat is going castle? Because I can't fathom any other reason that you would spend this much on spear production. Yeah, honestly, I don't know if this is like a stress test or if Killjoy is just misreading, but like Varangian is the winning player right now. He could have been up to 10 Varangian by now, and Philisberto doesn't have an answer to that. I mean, at least understand if he was rushing relics behind, but so far it's just one banked. Dude, if Philisberto wins this, he has a very strong eco lead now. Over 25 ahead. Definitely makes up for the difference from Olival plus the gathering on systems, right? Yes, Berserk is definitely part of it because knights can only target one and you'll have 2 Varangians for every 1 knight. But the other really big detail is the production speed. And oh, what a yoink away. Yeah, the production speed is the biggest thing though, right? Like at this stage, remember Varangian, they pump out every... Here you go. Look at this figure. Okay, he's got it on Conscriptio, so I can't show you the figure. That's a misplay. But right here, 16 seconds, right? So it takes 29 seconds for a knight. And that's considered a good rate, right? Because French get the better rate with Sock. So you're almost getting 2 Varangian now every time a knight comes out per production building. And you're paying just over half the price. That's why they win. It's a raw numbers game. And then when you consider the support arc of Javs in this case, or using Lombos, it's no wonder that most civs fall over when they try to play knights into Varangian. I just love how Killjoy is basically playing Malians. Arbitrary now being scaled into, so now not going Varangian is a good thing. I think it's a mistake that he didn't do it sooner, but now it's fine. Frenchman at arms, you're not wrong. It would be the call. But his issue is he probably expected Varangian, so building men at arms is bad, right? So he wants to just build arbitrary instead, and then build Spearman as his front line. Which makes sense, right? If Kiljadi is playing this game logically, which he's most definitely not. And I'm a big fan of that. I actually think sometimes suboptimal is optimal. If your opponent already knows what you're going to do and what to expect, he's countering for that. AoE 4 is a game of anticipation and appropriate counters. If you're able to warp that perspective, you overwhelm your opponent in a critical fight. I said he's playing discount Marlians. I mean, he's premium Marlians, right? Look at the count. And the Massacre Philly! About to get his fill of pokey sticks. Oh my. He doesn't even care about the crossbows. Jazz just keep targeting the villagers, and that is it. GG cool. Philisberto. If it ain't Byzantines, it ain't Mongols. It just don't feel right. Ooh. Ooh. My commiseration, sir. That was not a pretty game. What do we call that one? So basically, every age of Byzantines is busted. There you go. Spearman plus range is not uncommon against French. And Varangians would lose to Moral Knights. No, not with the production rates, they wouldn't. Because he kept gold starving. Varangian is fine there. Like, there is actually a window there where Varangian makes more sense. Once you're past that, yes, Limitane. But there was actually a window where Varangian which just wins the game. Because you got to keep in mind, like, for half that game, Philly just couldn't touch his gold. Yeah, like, so what you do is you take the initial fight, you clash, Shavs clear up the archers, and then you berserk. You don't berserk before the archers are dead, though. That's how you lose. I've seen loads of players lose games because of that. Archers are really no joke when you berserk. They make you look like a joke. How long have we been live? 7 hours. Nice. So, maybe 1 or 2 more matches before we call it. Whoop, whoop. In fact, let me check something important. Weighing up whether I do bouldering tomorrow. Probably not. Hands slightly not healed. And that would... I don't think... So, because... The person I go bouldering with, they go when they finish work. So it's like 4 or 5 p.m. Which screws over when we can stream. I need to find a solution to that. Okay, so... Has Louis got a game for us? Or is he scrimming? I don't know if he's scrimming. Oh, we needed to turn that off, didn't we? Hey, sup, Rolling Chicken? Welcome to the Bird Squad, my friend. Thank you very much.
Whoop, K-pig whoop.
Whoop, whoop. Love it. Let me bring that down a bit so it's not in the way. Oh, 1 sec. I need to quickly... I want to message through to my dev about this because it's really important. UI. It's impossible to force red versus blue. The map shows unique colors still. And toggling player POVs changes red and blue. Change the default icon? What are you on about? Nani? You mean this? Nah, we have to have it unique. Oh. No. I like my default icon. It really defines me. Dude, I changed it before. It just kept getting changed back. Hat on a cat? Poggers? John? We must have a Japanese one, right? Kite flyer, maybe? I'm pretty sure I had the 25th anniversary on before. I don't know why it came off. Chibis. China? Pass. After each update? Oh, that's why. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Ooh, should I show that I'm an insider? Are you guys an insider? Don't know what we're inside. No Nippon ones. Big Sag. Give me a little chibi. No. Everyone's a chibi. You've got to be a capybara, baby. Yeah, I think everyone's on Insider. Messed up and gave it to everyone. Good job. Okay, so I think Louis in private games now, which means we won't be able to see him. Oh, my daughter's on the move. I might have to go put her back in bed in a sec. Hopefully she's just going to lay down. I think we stop bullying for this Berto for the moment. A killer pigeon? Cat fits the role. Wait, he did say I'm a killer pigeon. Oh, yeah, dude, I don't kill pigeons. Why do people always get that mixed up? It's not pigeon killer, it's killer pigeon. I'm a bird that kills, man. Tuki kaka. Like, someone hit... There you go. Someone show him where it's at. Actually, no, he should do it. Hit the sub. Sub to the channel, and you'll see just how much of a killer bird we are. It'll all make sense then. It actually will. I know someone's got prime subs here. Get them in quick. You know they're losing value next week, by the way. Value's decreasing. Because they're localizing like the pricing structures to each country where the prime sub comes from. Vertex. We haven't seen him in a while. The Ducks at it again. I'm just not sure who he's up against. Let me have a look. Oh, I need to bump my emotes. In fact, let me do that now. Otherwise, I know I'll forget. Because those emotes should be ready soon. I mean, they should be. Just give me a sec. Okay, so... Yeah, so Ravane versus Kiljardi. But it is English Roos, right? So maybe we do that one. If we want to torture ourselves. Hell yeah, Cam in, get them. Guys, give me a sec. My daughter just got out of bed. I need to go put her back in. So bear with me 1 second. Oh, wait. Maybe not. She's doing something. Oh, she got her little books. Yeah. She's got her little books out there. Bless her. She loves her books. She doesn't like reading the pages. She's like scrolling through them. She's very much a TLDR person. How old's my kid? She is 2 years and 3 months now? No, 2 years and 2 months. So she's toddler territory now. Oh, he has 2 years and 7 months. Nice. A group stage preview for the weekend. Oh, we could talk about the groups quickly. I mean, let me see. I was thinking actually there's still 1 or 2 series I didn't cast. Maybe I'll have a look at them tomorrow. So, haven't actually looked at the groups too much. Good idea, Camion. I like that idea. All right, so let's talk about the groups a little bit. Because this one, I feel bad for Demu. That feels like a rough group to have. Playstyle-wise, I think he struggles against both those players, right? Like, I mean, I'm happy to be wrong if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure he has a hard time. Where do I even put this chat box, dude? This is
Oof, the white background. Is there not a dark mode for thingy? I thought there was. Is there legit no dark mode for Wikipedia? That doesn't seem right. There should be, right? I just don't see one. Yeah, no dark mode. Huh. Color me surprised. Okay, so one sec. Let me click out of AoE Force for a sec. While we talk about these. We can click in afterwards. Yeah, really surprised no dark mode. But yeah, so I don't know, man. Dumu had this unfortunate situation last time as well, right? I think it's a group of Marine Lord and someone else who upset him, right? As in, like, they got an unexpected game against him. I don't even know where to put this chat window, to be honest with you guys. It's a bit chalked. Maybe I just need to get a different scene. But yeah, I think even Cat's quite threatening here, actually. I've been a bit surprised by Cat. I expect Dumu to beat him, but he might be a little bit annoyingly exhausting. The thing about Cat has a very big issue with execution. Even when he's in control of the game, even when it should be an easy win, he hesitates. He takes way too long to close, and all of these players will exploit that. Dumu is really good at those mid-game timings. Louis MT thrives on delayed reactions, and Marine Lord is clean from the get-go. So I actually think Cat's going to be the worst performer here. I'd love to be wrong, but you know, Dumu definitely going to be looking like an elimination by the end unless something drastically changes. I've watched him against Louis MT. I think Louis MT really does have his number, and historically, him versus Marine Lord has been a very, very one-sided affair, I want to say. I don't think Marine Lord has lost much to Dumu at all, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, guys, we can quickly check that and see if I'm a liar, because all we have to do... All right, we'll have to go back to a previous tournament, so one sec. Because there's an easy way of checking that. Because all we have to do is do this. There's a stat page we can use. But I'm pretty sure... My instincts are saying Dumu loses like 90% of the time. 7-5. Okay, sorry, Ben. That was a bit harsh. But recently, he hasn't really won any, right? Yeah, so you had the Elite Classic. So in the last... Yeah, 75% in the last year. Before that, dude, look at that. Yeah, so I forgot about the SteelSeries Prime Cup, right? Where Dumu went and won. But, like, this is heavily lopsided. Even Louis, though, I'm kind of curious on the Louis one. Recently, I'm pretty sure Louis just beats him whenever they meet, right? Oh, sorry, wrong. I think Dumu's kind of been out a little bit early in the last few. Yeah, Louis won there. So Elite Classic 2 was the last time. Okay, actually, I'm impressed. Dumu got the 2-1. But this is not indicative. This is what I mean. So, like, they're actually pretty neck and neck. But I think in the last, like, few weeks, what I've seen out of Louis more impressive. The reason this is not indicative is Louis' rise was late part of 2023. He was on fire from that point, right? So, you know, maybe Dumu can provide an upset. It might be that he's had something crafty. Something that I think is really important to remember is that Dumu has been practicing with Marine Lord. They've been scrimming. So he might have some crafty strategies in mind. I don't know how much Louis has been scrimming. I haven't seen any of that publicly. Group 2. Pretty much this and this is the front runners. Beasty and Killjadi should be topping it. Killjadi has a really hard time against Beasty. Beasty is the nightmare type of player for Killjadi because he likes to play fully aggressive and Beasty likes to absorb that and then repel it, right? B versus Killjadi, I favor Killjadi. I think his early mid-game executions are really something to witness. And I don't think B has been scrimming that much. I could be wrong. If B has been practicing a lot, we know he's the type of player that actually thrives on these new map environments because he can be quite creative. Zertin is the big question mark for me. I'm not certain how he's going to perform. Him versus Killjadi, I would tend to favor Killjadi. Zertin's very good at bounce backs in the mid-late game, but Killjadi's very good at early mid-game execution. So my issue here is I don't feel like Killjadi is going to offer up many opportunities for that recovery arc, which is why I'm expecting Zertin to struggle there. I do think the Zertin could exploit B, though. So my expectation is Beasty first, Killjadi second, Zertin third, B fourth. The Killjadi-Zertin series could be very close, though. Next group, Puppypaw, Anat, Recon, and Vortex. You guys ready for this? Puppypaw, Anat, Vortex, Recon. I actually think these two are going to be close. No, I'm not going to do my boy bad like that. Puppypaw, Anat, Recon, Vortex, I think. Poppy Paw is an obvious one. He does not need to be introduced. He does not need to be explained. This kid is on fire. He is by far playing the best Age of Empires 4 he has ever played. The best Age of Empires 4 we have ever seen out of NA. And quite possibly could snatch the entire tournament. Anat has been a rising star for the last year, and he is shining bright in 2024. Right, this is a fantastic sight to witness. He's got some incredibly creative builds. He's quick out the gate, and I think actually right now this is the type of meta where a player like Anat thrives. We're talking about experimental early mid-game pressure points, and Anat is great at finding those. That's where I think you'd expect Vortex to do well, but I haven't seen him playing much whatsoever. I think he may have been playing a bunch of Zero Space and Stormgate. Recon, on the other hand, has changed the script. He's become quite a bit creative with some of his builds. Notably things like Japanese on 4 Lakes. He has some cool pivots there. Malians is very interesting the way he plays them. And Recon, although he has a history as a very defensive player, he has opened up as a force of aggression more recently. So wouldn't be surprised to see him up Vortex when it comes to group stage. Finally, Group D. Wham is going to be the front runner here. Without a doubt in my mind. I think Wham is almost on Puppy Paw's level, right? I give his bro a little bit of an edge, but Wham's not far behind. Next up is the more interesting one, Baltoon. I expect Baltoon to come in second place here. CSO is an intriguing one, but I think CSO is in for a hard time due to the group he's in. CSO would perform a lot better. Dude, I just don't like where that in-game chat is. CSO, we'll put it there because now it's out of the way. CSO would perform a lot better if he was in a group with Beasty and Louis. CSO is really impressive. He actually has a positive win rate up against his teammate Louis MT. CSO seems to really thrive off of these more delayed players, but this is a group full of players that don't play a delay. Baltoon has some very aggressive builds. Wham has ramped up that aggression in more recent times and plays a very solid mid game. And Lucifron is all about early raiding potential to set him up in the late. So I think CSO is going to be the big struggler here. He might even end up finishing 4th behind Lucifron. So talking about these individual matchups, Baltoon versus CSO, I think he just executes very well in the early game. I've really liked his drafting style as well. He has some nice little kind of pivots, some very creative builds. You know, he was one of the first people to recognize that Onimusha in Japanese was a good solution against Iabids with fast castle builds. I think he'll do fun there, probably 2-1. Baltoon versus Lucifron, I think that probably is going to be a 2-1. Wham versus Lucifron, 2-1. Wham versus CSO will be a 2-0. Sorry, CSO, if I'm doing a bit dirty here. Puppy Paw versus Recon on the opening, that will be a 2-0. I think Puppy Paw has just been playing a lot more. His timings are really clean. Vortex versus Anat, this is probably going to be a 2-1 for Anat. I think his drafting is probably what put him ahead. I could be wrong. If Vortex has been doing a lot of scrimming I just haven't seen, then I'll wave my white flag and admit I was wrong. But Anat is on another level at the moment. When you're looking at Anno versus Recon, that should be a 2-1 for Anno. Once again, I think his builds are a little bit cleaner, and I don't think Recon has been scrimming as much on the new maps. I believe Anat has, though. And then finally, you'd have Puppy Paw versus Anat, another series that I'm expecting to be 2-1. Over to this group, Beasty versus B, 2-0 for Beast. Wow. 2-1 maybe. And the reason is that Beasty hasn't been scrimming as much as some of the other players from what I've been hearing. So B might be able to sneak a weird, funky strat that he's been practicing, but this once again comes down to the question mark, has B really been practicing? Beasty versus Killjadi. Beasty versus Killjadi should be probably 2-1. Killjadi, I think, has been practicing a lot more, doing some scrimming, but Beasty's playstyle really hurts Killjadi, so this could easily still be a 2-0. And then Beasty versus Zertin is going to be a very interesting one. Beasty needs to try and execute fast and hard and close the game. If it goes late, Zertin has some very weird ways of coming back in, so that could easily be a 2-1 storyline. B versus Killjadi should be a 2-0 for Killjadi, and then Killjadi versus Zertin is one that I'm expected to be a 2-0 for Killjadi. Over to Group A, Marine Lord, should I just say it now, is going to 2-0 everyone? With the exception of Louis MT. Louis could likely get one game out of him there. It depends if Louis has been finding alternate screen partners. Dumu versus Marine Lord, I think the current meta, like Marine Lord's execution is just on point. That's going to be a struggle. Cat versus Marine Lord. Cat has serious hesitation issues. He just doesn't close the game when he should. Players like Marine Lord thrive on that. He's always a player that's believed in the idea of getting a small advantage and percenting it out into a big advantage later. He will take full advantage of that detail about Cat. Dumu versus Cat, that I think should be a 2-0 for Dumu. His execution points are much cleaner. He's ramping up into these mid-game finish points much faster than people like Cat are. And I think Cat is just a little bit slow on identifying when he's strong. Louis versus Cat will be a 2-0. Louis MT isn't afraid of approaching the late game. And Cat's an interesting play. He has some really cool opening aggressive plays, but I think he's going to leave himself open to a late phase of the game than he should. That will cost him dearly. And I think that covers everyone. How long did that take? Was that like 10 minutes? What kind of maps could be really surprising here? So Archipelago is just kind of figured out. It usually has to start getting banned. If you think about the map draft, Juji is actually like a very high tier ban. Because your map draft is as follows, right? Look at the maps where Juji works. Ready? So Juji works here. Works here. So it's like an almost paramount must for water maps. Juji, I actually think can work here as well. Kawasan with a meditation guard in the center of the map is kind of slept on. Four Lakes, I'm not sure about. And then finally, Floodplain, Socotra moving out. I think that might be something to Juji on Socotra. The Chuga new timing is very aggressive on a very claustrophobic map, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if someone starts experimenting with Juji there as well. Also, the map tends to spawn some resources quite tight, so you might be able to get like double berry batches. Moving out is another one. So like, you basically got one guaranteed strong pick, two guaranteed strong picks here. Socotra is a maybe. And then you've got, I said Kawasan, right? Is a, like experimental maybe. So like Juji is surprisingly effective. For a Civ that is really underwhelming on the ladder right now, they have some good competitive viability. Outside that, like H3 is still going to be a very desirable ban. They fit every single open map. They work quite well on closed maps still. Water maps, I think H3 might be good for migration actually. You could Burgrave rush the center, which isn't too bad. Sushi isn't too bad at Kaosan, but only versus civs that open dock and not barracks? Yes. But, like, you see my point, though, Gully. Like, the value of Juji across the board is quite high. Higher than a lot of people would have anticipated. But that's the map pool for you. What other things are really weak right now? Ottomans. I don't think Ottomans has too much viability here. Ottomans on Hill and Dale for close can kind of work. Outside that, you're probably looking at Ottomans for... Nah, you can't do migration. Migration is terrible. Kawasan, so like Hillendale and Kawasan maybe. Water Drake, possibly. So you might see some auto picks because of the value in hybrid, and they have some side value in closed, but only 1 out of 3 in closed. And then finally, Floodplain, Socotra moving out. They could be good for Floodplain. The reason is that you get your docks cheaper, and therefore you can actually just kind of escalate. So I actually think like a strat that might work on Floodplain is you go dock, you build archer ships, and then you just scale into, like, Sipahi gradually. That one definitely needs to be experimented with. Juji aren't that bad on land. They're not too bad. They've got, like, 2 builds, right? Chicken New or Fast Castle, but that makes you quite predictable. What other picks are there that are not very popular right now, chat? Abasses is going to be very powerful here, by the way. Abasses can work reasonably on Dry Arabia in certain matchups. Abasses has good flexi on Hillendale as well as Woodwall. Abassids, I don't know about them on migration. I'm not convinced yet, but I've seen a few players experimenting. They can work okay on Four Lakes. They're not crazy. They are good on Kawasan, though. And Water Drake, I think, is another map where Abasses will actually prove to be quite effective. Like, actually, I rate Abasses as a better Ottomans. Mongols, yeah, Mongols can surprise. Mongols are actually decent, like top 4 in Socotra. I think there's something to Mongols on moving out. It just hasn't really been found yet. Floodplain is also a decent map. They have long distance trade there. Outside that, you could try like an outpost rush on Four Lakes. I think that's a gamble though. Kawasan's a much safer pick for the Mongols. Water Drake could also be intriguing because of the mid-map pond play, right? Because you're playing into river in the center, so like Mongol spearman spam outpost rush could actually hit pretty hard. Outside that, Holy Island as a situational pick to counter out the English is actually a really good idea. And then what have we got left? Woodwall, Mongols, I think their value there fell off quite a bit. Hillendale's kind of a surprising one. I don't think they're the best, but they can sort of work. And then, like, these maps, not particularly. How would Mongol work on moving out? The whole idea is, like, you go for Central Island quickly, right? And then you just kind of, like, bolster there. Like I said, I'm not entirely convinced, but I could see some viability there. Because you basically just stake a claim in the center map very quickly. And then
What are the other weak picks? Oh, Marlians. Yeah, Marlians is very surprising here, guys, across the board. Marlians, I just still don't rate them highly on Coastal Cliffs or Gorge, but they can work on Dry Arabia. Marlians and Hill and Dale's not too bad. You have trade option later in the game, even though it's a bit wonky. But King of the Hill might actually be very surprising as well. Need to see more of that one. Where they really can come online, though, I think Marlians and Migration probably not, but when you get into these maps, like Water Drake, I need to see more experimented with, but where Marlians really thrive is here, is Socotra. Socotra makes them like an S tier pick. Oh, sorry, did I say Mongols are moving out? I meant on migration. But actually, no, now that you bring it up, like I mentioned, moving out is really good for them. The reason, Gully, is if you outpost rush, you can Falcon view the wood line, right? So you kill it early. Like actually, yeah, sorry, moving out is the one where you start in the center. Marlians are sick for chaos. They destroy chaos. Like if you get drafted against Marlians and you have the pick of map and chaos, you pick floodplain. You do not pick the other two. Because Marlians on moving out will just transport ship and get javelin throwers as a result. And then on Socotra, they can just play very condensed and into fast. It's really freaking scary. And their first gold is always safe. It's a bit RNG on whether they get full house, but like outside that, like there's not much about the spawn that's bad for Marlians. No stone for emplacements? Yeah, that's why you go spears, right? You literally just go spears in your outpost. Because usually the way it spawns is like there's a little crux point that you can wrap around. And what else have we got? Oh, Byzantines might actually be quite underwhelming. They have some maps, but like they're kind of limited, right? So they're great for open maps. Closed maps, Hill and Dale can kind of work. Woodwall, no. King of the Hill, I'm not sure about. I haven't seen a single King of the Hill Byzantine games. But like with water, I think they suck on all these maps, right? Four Lakes, maybe. I think there is actually a way you can make Byzantines work. People haven't really been testing it, but if you Four Lakes and you house as you wall, you get full vision, right? So you can always react quickly. So I think like maybe on Four Lakes, the Hippodrome build could be pretty effective there. Outside of that, what else are we looking at? Sorry, I just realized my wireless has gone a bit weird. Outside that, Water Drake with Byzantines, not convinced at all. Kawasan, not convinced at all. Floodplain, not convinced at all. Socotra, I think maybe, because you get very close resources, you can get your initial contracts up, and like in claustrophobic spaces, javelins or lombos are really bullyish type units. Moving out, no. Byzantines is no. English might be the most diverse civ in this roster. They play every single one of the open maps. They actually can play every single one of the closed maps. Water maps, like, they're not the best on Holy Island, but they are functional. Archipelago, they are worse than China and Juji, but like I'd say they're basically an HRE level. Migration, I actually think like they can work on migration, right? Four Lakes, they have a really powerful build that I've been seeing recently because they can just rush Imp off of Double Lake. So they can kind of work there. Kawasan, no. Water Drake, probably not. Floodplain, English is actually really good. The king can just kind of in and out, right? You go to TC and then you can just condense farm. So you just kind of hunker down basically and come back later. Socotra, I think English is pretty damn good as well. Like I wouldn't even be surprised if someone tries some weird kind of like outpost rushing shenanigans. Like actually, I think Socotra, you just go Council Hall and you all in them, right? And then moving out, English might be kind of dope. Because if you ever get vision on the enemy side, which you can do by sending a fishing boat round, your villagers can short bow over the tree line. So in the mid game, these guys actually might be kind of broken on moving out. Also, another little interesting detail. Like, dude, actually, no, it's even more broken than that. Because on moving out, what you do with English, you transpose ship and go to your opponent's side of the map. And then you just follow the villagers and you short bow them. They can never get gold. It's like English should be able to beat most civs other than like China and Juji, right? Because China and Juji can just gather gold at home on taxation. But like, even if you don't do that cheesy play, in the mid game, as the wood lines are thinning, you literally just move around the back with a fishing bow and you see into their tree line. And then you attack with short bows, right? And you can guarantee you have the attack speed because you just drop an outpost.
Like, dude, English is going to be insane on moving out. Dude, that's actually broken. The more I think about it, that is actually quite broken. Alright, now I'm weighing up whether we keep going or we call it. I might call it. Because we should be back tomorrow as well, right? I am kind of weighing up going bouldering. If my hand is healed enough. Just because I really need to work out more. And it is a good workout. What other civs are there? Is there any other civs people are like concerned about? And want to know how they'll perform? Or we hit them all? What is bouldering? Bouldering is rock climbing. Well, indoors rock climbing, but without like harnesses or anything like that. Order the Dragon? I mean, dude, there's a reason we didn't mention Order the Dragon Flacco. Order the Dragon are just going to probably underwhelm on every map. Actually, no, that's not true. I'm being unfair to them. They will suck on open. Facts. They will... I actually think they could be functional in King of the Hill. Is that weird to say? Probably weird. Where they'll be good is water maps. Order the Dragon on Holy Island, pretty good. Archipelago, no. But Holy Island, and actually maybe Migration. Because you bring these very bullish units to the Central Island, right? That are hard to contest. Outside that, I don't think you want to do Four Lakes. It's too predictable. What you really want is water maps, because you can basically get these OP early units that seem OP because your opponent is investing hard to counter, right? And he won't be investing hard to counter because he'll be on water, right? But on hybrids, they anticipate it. Kawasan could be an interesting one, actually. I don't think we've seen enough experimentation with OOTD on Kawasan. Dark Age Spearman Rush sounds kind of OP to me, right? Because you can just block out the docks really easily. And Water Drake might work. So yeah, I actually think if there's areas where they're going to work, it's going to be hybrid and water. I think those are the only two places you pick them. Socotra won't work. You just can't block anything out. Any play with OOTD that involves outpost rushing, just strike it off of your menu now. It's not worth it. The problem with Order the Dragon and why they suck at outpost rushing is that their units are space inefficient. When you're doing an outpost rush, you want to fill the slots as quickly as possible, and you simply can't do that with Order the Dragon Spearmen. They cost double what everyone else's is, right? That's horrible. Moving out... might be another interesting one against certain civs. Because you could shivs out and chase, but I think you just get outnumbered. So I think Order the Dragon suck there as well. Some new and crazy strats? Yeah, dude, this is what I want. I actually want more new maps for this reason. It's so fun. Like, don't get me wrong, the devs need to support it with new maps being rotated frequently so we can see that as well. But this is what I want, dude. Like, one... I don't think Hill and Dale's in, but let's go for the modern ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. At least half the map pool isn't in rank rotation, right? I'm fine with that. What I don't like is when people are like, oh man, but I didn't practice it. It's like, yeah, but dude, that's just your responsibility as a player to scrim, right? Order the Dragon textiles, just burn the enemy TC. Yeah, but you need the gold, dude. At that point in the game, like someone's already, like a good player would have done something right. I don't see that working. What other civs are there? I guess. Oh, we haven't talked about Japan. So Japanese will, I mean, they can work on open maps. If they have a good counter pick, they're actually decent there. Like Coastal Cliffs, I think they're really good on. Gorge, they have some viability. Closed maps, I'm not crazy about Hill and Dale. People can wall in quickly, and that means Mountain Samurai won't break in, so you get no value out of Fast Castle. Woodwall, also, I think it takes too long to reach the enemy base, so I'm not expecting that. King of the Hill could be intriguing for Fast Castle Japanese, but I think it's just too easy to wall yourself in safely. Where you'll see Japanese get picked is Holy Island. Migration could work as well. I think you float and gate the Central Island and you're a Shiro drop, right? Archipelago, I just think there's better picks.
right? Like I think English, Juji, China are all better than Japanese and Archipelago. I do, however, think Japan is better than almost all of those picks on Holy Island. It's tied with Juji. Four Lakes, Japanese probably is the best in the game now. I think you legit just pick Japan for Four Lakes. So Kawasan is also... This is the annoying thing. I think, actually, if your opponent gets Japan and they pick Hybrid, you have to pick Water Drake. The other two maps are way too hard. Because Japan wins most matchups on Kawasan, and I think they're the best pick on Four Lakes. So Water Drake's probably your safe out. And then the Chaos Field. Floodplain could prove quite impressive for Japan, I think. The only reason I wouldn't rate them highly is I think Floodplain is going to be a prep Navy vessels type map. That's going to be where the meta kind of divulges, right? And Japan sucks at that. They're good at fishing eco. They're terrible at building military on sea. But, Japan on Socotra, Yumi outpost rushes, actually, maybe. And then moving out, I don't rate Japan that highly. The issue is... Actually, I guess it's not too bad with the fishing. My only issue with Japan, I'd say it's like a mid-tier on moving out, not a high tier. Because their issue is they are very much a gold-driven civ, and you take so long to reach your gold, right? But Floodplain... No, Floodplain does not have any shoreline fish. Oh, we didn't mention Delhi. There you go, that should cover Delhi. Actually, Delhi might be the single most viable civ across all maps. Dry Arabia, Coastal Cliffs, and Gorge all work for Delhi. Hillendale is the playground. Woodwall, not great. King of the Hill... Can you play King of the Hill Delhi? You might be able to, actually. It's just you don't see it because it's better options, right? This obviously is the one pool where Delhi will suck. Migration, Holy Island, Archipelago. But I could see Delhi on maybe Water Drake. I think Water Drake might work well for them because you can go fishing boats to attack and then you secure free sacred sites. And then Delhi over here, Floodplain. Floodplain is actually quite good for them. The reason why Delhi are actually pretty decent on water maps, and will surprise you, is that people have not been using their unique tech. They have a really cool tech that increases the production speed by 20% per scholar, if I remember correctly. And you don't lose out on your research speed because it basically turns it into a research pumping building as well. But I always forget the name of it. Manuscript trade, I think it is. So that's really powerful. It allows you to just ramp up your military fleet to a point that you overwhelm, right? Delhi Feudal Lowlands, dude. I mean, I wish Delhi got a hard rework. Rus, actually, is Rus the most viable? So Rus suck in water, right? Migration might be the one map you pick Rus there, but Holy Island sucks for them, and so does Archipelago. I just think these maps aren't good for Rus. The problem is you have to do so much damage in the first archer ship, and there's decent counters to it. Maybe Holy Island situationally, depending on the civ. They'll work on any open map, bar, I'd say, Coastal Cliffs. Hillendale, Rus actually work really well. You can even wall in your opponent. Woodwall, Rus are fine there as well. King of the Hill, I think Rus are actually going to work. They're going to thrive there, right? Because they get all the gold generation. Four Lakes, Rus is still decent. They're just not the best. Kawasan, no, you're not going to pick them there. Water Drake, Rus might work. I think you just ignore fishing altogether, though, and go 2TC. Floodplain, I think Rus can work there as well, actually. They're not terrible. Socotra, Rus will not want to get picked there. And moving out's kind of a funky one, actually. I think moving out might be intriguing because what you can do is Rus there. You transport ship play out, and then after you transport ship, you convert to a fishing boat. So where other civs now have dead weight out of their opening boats, you don't, right? Which is pretty big. The other one that we said was OP. Oh, no, you know what else it was? Guys, forgot. Migration. Migration is really OP. I said Rus might be good there. They'll be really OP because that transpo ship player just talked about, because it's so insanely valuable. The central island or moving out has 5 deer stacks on it. And you have to remember that most civs are not going to build a transport ship to go there straight away. They're going to build fishing boats. So the OP play for Rus is going to be to build a transport ship. First, you pull... Yeah, did I say migration here? Yeah. I'm talking about... No, Kaivayu, moving out is decent for Rus as well because the transport ship play works there as well. But migration is better because of all the deer. There is, so it is 25 gold, like 25 deer, so that's 250 gold worth on the central island. And you can open with a transport ship play and convert into a fishing boat. No other civ will do that because it's too expensive. Oh, did I say moving out? No, I was saying migration. No. I said migration is good, but moving out also has the same play, just without the deer. The value of moving out is that you transpose ship, you pull the villagers out to the gold, and then you convert to a fishing boat. You don't get all the deer, like you get some deer, but you don't get as many, but you get just as much value. The reason this is really important is it means compared to other civs, Roos can literally just straight away go for a transport ship. If they want, right? Like, I think there's enough value there to justify it as well. So yeah, very scary map pool for Roos, but then again, what map pool isn't? I think that's every civ. Oh, Zhone. Zhone and Ibids, actually. I think we covered most of the others. So Zhone, Gorge or Coastal Cliffs, Dry Arabia's kind of okay, right? Depends on the spawn. Hill and Dale will be a nightmare. Woodwall, actually, maybe you trade. Maybe you could do closed with Woodwall or Hill and Dale and you just trade. King of the Hill might be very intriguing for range Zhone, actually, because you can control choke points. Maybe the play is like you even wall in your opponent early on or something. Outside that, you're just not going to pick Zhone on the water maps. It's not worth it. Maybe Migration could have some substance because you can dominate the central island, but respawn's going to be painful. Hybrid maps, Water Drake. I actually think Zhone's going to be an impressive pick on Water Drake because you can stick on top of the boats and try to pin them, right? And she gets a lot of XP for that. Outside that, Floodplain can also work for similar reasons. Socotra, I think actually Socotra, Zhone can outpost rush, right? No, because the gold's too close. In theory, you can, because you can get around the backside, right? And it's very hard to contest. I think maybe Zhone for outpost rushing on Socotra, yeah. She might be like the best civ for it alongside Mongols. And moving out... No, dude. Moving out is just not going to work for Zhone. It's too much idle time to get her involved moving out to the pocket resources. So you're just going to leave her on wood, right? I guess you could... Oh, maybe you go range form Zhone and you just snipe over the tree line with that fishing boat play we talked about earlier. So that could actually work as well. And then finally, I think that was almost every civ. The only one we forgot to do was Ayus, right? We won't talk about French. So Ayabids are actually pretty good on Hill and Dale because walling yourself in is more cost efficient than building 2 outposts and then also going and gathering stone for arrow-slits. So Hill and Dale will give them a very clean timing to the fast castle with less invested to defend yourself. Woodwall, I'm not really convinced it works there. King of the Hill might intrigue with Ibids because I think you can Golem spam and take control of the center of the map, but we'll see about that one. That one's unexplored. Obviously, Dry Arabia, Coastal Cliffs, Gorge, these are all good maps for Ibids. They always happen. You probably won't see Migration, Holy Island, or Archipelago for that civ. Four Lakes, I still think there's something to a Camelot spam off of Double Pond. Don't think we'll see it, though. Kawasan, you can. Like, you can actually, so, like, what you'd probably go, yeah, so the play with Ibids on Kawasan would be to go military wing reinforcement, and then you build a ram, and then you delete their dock while fast castling, right? So you just take their food away. You just keep taking their food away. And because Desert Raiders are statistically very good, unless your opponent goes archers, you'll always win, right? And Migration, just don't pick Ibids. Four Lakes. Oh wait, we already done Water, didn't we? Yeah, Water Drake was the final one. Ibids there. It's possible. I just think the problem is, like, usually to a certain extent, Water Drake tries to draw you into the water, and that's feudal presence, and Ibids just don't want that. Floodplain could actually work because you can just fast castle and ignore everyone. Socotra, Golem spam actually. Ibids fast castle Golem spams I think will be pretty good there. We've even seen one game where that kind of happened. I think it backfired in the end, but that's because he was against Malians. And for those that are just clocking in and don't know about Socotra, Malians may just be the single best civ. The only one that might contest them is China. And then moving out, Ibids just are going to suck there hard. You just don't want it. Oh, we've got to see China. China actually is more diverse than Delhi. Dry Arabia can work. Coastal Cliffs will be fine. Gorge, But 2 out of 3 is not too bad, right? Hill and Dale, jackpot. China's absolutely happy with that. Woodwall, I think China can be okay with. King of the Hill even, because the barber can drop in the center. Then Archipelago, Holy Island, like these are 2 maps where China is like top 3, right? Migration, I once again think China could be really good there because you can Imperial Academy, go to the mainland, and then Barbican drop something vital. 4 Lakes, China's still a top 4 pick. Kawasan, we see some Chinese on Kawasan. I just think there's better maps. They're top 6 there. Water Drake could be intriguing though. I think Water Drake, like you just outpost rush the central island with the Sacred Site on, right? To block out their fishing. And then Chaos. Floodplain will be okay for China, just not highly rated. Socotra will be borderline broken. I think Malians, followed by Chinese, are going to be the 2 best picks on that map because you can just Barbican drop the front of their base, right? And then you just scale into units in front of them. And then finally, moving out, China will probably be the best civ alongside Juji. Because while Juji is usually better on war maps, the advantage that China has is they can generate more gold early on. Because they can get Imperial Academy first, then they're getting a discount on extra taxmen, but they're also then generating more tax. They can basically just exist on the starting island. And then they just hand cannon slits rush you, right? They just spam outposts. It's like the initial workers they sent out to get gold, they just put them on stone instead. So yeah. I think that is everything though. Was that all encompassing, chat? Did we hit all the marks? I think so. I believe so. Well, I might get ready to wind down now then. Because we've been live for almost 8 hours, right? Yeah. No problem, Camion. I hope the people enjoyed that. I don't think too many people clocked out. No one went, where is Beasty yet? So that's a good sign. But I think we'll get ready to raid someone then. I think I will be back tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to go bouldering. Let me weigh it up. Assume that I'll be live. If I'm going to be live, I'll be live by about midday, 1 p.m. my time is usually when I come on. Basically the same as we've been doing all day, every day that we've been live this week. If not, I will definitely put something out on my Discord, but the idea is definitely to go live. The only reason I might not be is I might decide to go work out because honestly, I feel like I'm just getting fat and slobberish and out of shape. So I want to try to fix that. But probably should be live tomorrow. If I'm not, very small chance, by the way. Usually I am streaming literally Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. But if I am, after all, not going to stream tomorrow, but like I said, assume I am going to, then I will next be seen on EGC on Sunday. So you better catch me there on Sunday. I'll be casting with, I think it's Lidical. So I'll be deep in the action. You know what? It's annoying. Originally I was going to do Saturday. The nice thing about doing Saturday is all these I told you so's about the meta and what's going to happen. We can sound gigabrain. So remember, you know, every time it comes up, KP was talking about this the other day. He's a freaking nerd. He needs to go get laid because all he does is Fury Craft way too much AoE 4. Ugh. Tell him. Flame me and compliment me at the same time. I bathe in it. But now, let's see. Who shall we send you over to bathe in the glory of? Let's see who's live. So, I noticed we've had a few, I think it's Escape from Tarkov streamers playing at AoE 4, actually. Oh, sorry, DayZ streamers. Do we raid through to one of them? Do you guys want to see someone new at the game? Or one of the knowns? These new guys are playing, I think, 3v3s. I don't think I've missed anything on YouTube, have I? Nah, okay. Oh! I didn't know. There's actually a show match going on right now. It looks like Hag TV is doing a show match. They didn't bump me about that. I wish they had. I would have loved to have cast that. They're doing Vanderdorf versus Chuck Francis. Which I think is like, yeah, it's 2 French players, right? Doesn't know how to A move and it's painful to watch. Oof. All right, guys. This time around, what I'm going to do, I'm going to raid over to Hag TV. They are going to be casting in French, so maybe it's not for you. But, you know, it's a competitive series. So you can always just mute and watch. Or we could cast that tomorrow. So, like, if you want to watch it now, live, go ahead. Maybe we cast it tomorrow. I'll figure it out. But what the hell am I watching? Dude, are you guys seeing this? Oh no, literally he pinched a ram and was just killing it with Janissaries. Okay, you got to go and entertain yourself this. We've got Vandendorf versus Chuck Francis, two high-level French players going at it. Go have some fun on Hack TV, and hopefully I'll see you all again soon. Toodaloo.